UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I am your werewolf. Back again with another oh, who is this? Who is this I hear? It seems like the Wolf Commander is not alone today. He is flying with a wingman today. Introducing everybody back again since the Q&A stream introduction. We have the man of the schooner. We have the man of the tuna. And he is from the depths of a secret laboratory basement. Welcome everybody to our first ever Wolf Commander appearance guest. Not necessarily guest, but wingman. Wolf Commander wingman of Wolf Commander Rambles. Welcome everybody to ScoonerTuna. Introduce yourself. Say hello, ScoonerTuna.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Hello. Broadcasting live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi.
So today, he will be joining me on us covering Season 2 of X-Men Evolution. This will be the next season retrospective review of X-Men Evolution. So he will be helping me bounce off the ideas and discussion of X-Men Evolution. So from last time, we covered how the series kind of set the status quo, how it really set the character straight, and really build off character growth. We had a few character moments here and there. We had a few plot developing. Yep. It really set up the bar to where the series is going to go after the Cauldron two-parter.
Yep. And
now we're in this season. We're going to go into the theme of this season, change. Really, as many
and meeting new challenges along the way.
There you go. As a lot of the early 2000s and early 90s show has always done when they hit that next season, that's where change begins. That's what they did with Power Rangers. They did it with Batman, the animated series, Superman, the animated series. They even done it with Justice League, where in the next season things are changing. And that's where the series has finally found its footing. Before we even get more into it, let me welcome Brian Gilmar, who's probably our only watcher today. That's weird. I hope everybody's doing all right elsewhere off the keyboard. But we are going to soldier on, and let's get into our usual setup. So we'll start with now. Since last week we did the X-Men designs, I didn't really get a chance to get Xavier's design, but we all know what Xavier's supposed to look like, though. So
I kind of like how they, I like how they for this show they kind of ditched his business suit attire and went more with that teacher attire that he's got.
Yeah, he looked more like a principal of the X Mansion.
Yeah, I also liked how his design was specifically made not for him to stand out.
Yeah, he's go ahead.
It's like designed not to stand out, so he's he's wearing gray. He's wearing a mixture of dark and gray clothing, designed not to stand out. He's a neutral color. Yeah. He's never the center of attention. He's not going to stand out in a crowd. And that's the whole point, anonymity, which goes into the theme of this as well. Meeting new challenges, and for the X-Men, anonymity was always, as they say, a mutant's benefit.
So we're gonna get through him real quick before we get into the designs of this stream's review. Schooner, you were here last week. You already heard my thoughts on the designs of the X-Men in costume, outside costume. What were your takes of the designs? Let's start with let's just start with the main cast before we move on to Wolverine, Storm, and you already said what you had to say with Xavier. So go ahead.
I thought that the designs of the X-Men team in general were good. I wasn't so much of a this. I think this was a carryover from the movies. You know, the whole black suit kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
But what I liked is that each character had a specific design and color code. Like you said, with Nightcrawler, they kind of left him the same, which I liked. Uh, Spike has his, gauntlets. Kitty has her little blue streak. As with matching Jean, Rogue has her armor plate, and Cyclops kind of remains relatively the same. So I can understand it's different. I mean, I was spoiled on the '90s, so the
Yeah.
'90s X-Men costumes were made deliberately to have each and every single one of them stand out. This design is more to say, all right, we're a team, we're together, but we also have our unique and distinct differences.
It really brings out the individuality within each character,
Exactly,
it,
and
especially
that's what
style and taste.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Whereas the Brotherhood is deliberately they are like their entire design is.
Oh, we're gonna get into that soon.
Oh, okay.
Just
Okay.
continue to storm it
Oh,
and
yes. As I said in the last stream last week, I thought Storm's design was really cool. They went for a reversal of instead of white, they went to black to make her look more like a storm cloud, and I thought that was pretty cool.
yeah.
Wolverine's really cool, and as we, they went instead of yellow, they went more for a muted color, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, they went for his old classic startup suit, or at
Yeah,
least no, he was introduced in Hulk as his his traditional yellow spandex, as they like to call it in the first movie. But there was a time that he came in within the brown and yellow costume, so I think that's where they were driving their inspiration from, was the yellow and brown costume, but instead of yellow they used black, and
yeah,
it. I know I see the way how they were going with this, especially when it comes to that sleekness, that the way how the bodies are designed for those
hmm
suits. So it really translate well, especially with the animation process that they were going with. Oh, speaking of animation, before we again, I know I'm stalling for time about the designs, but this is where the animation kind of really kicks it up a notch.
pew, skyrockets, like fantastic. Well, again, because X-Men Evolution was a success. With success comes a higher budget.
Exactly. So without further ado, let's get into their designs. We're gonna start with Mystique, I believe. Yeah, we're gonna start with Mystique. So it's kind of a small image. I couldn't find a better image or a bigger image. But can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, just making sure. So if you can see it, everybody else can see it. Whoever joins us. Anyways, so for this is season one Mystique, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
which you already know, Schooner. But this is season one Mystique. They went for the classic design that they went with in the '90s one. You got the skulls,
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily a belt this time around. It's more of a design aesthetic that there are like four skulls, or at least three skulls on her hip area, pelvic area. They still stuck with the they didn't go for her more they didn't show much skin with this one like they did in the previous one. I could be wrong about that. The previous one also showed more skin, because usually her
Mm-hmm.
thighs will be exposed, her shoulders will be exposed, but she will still have those these what you call these sleeves, and
Mm-hmm.
these thigh high boots. But like they kept with the whole sash thing, the dress angle, the turtleneck dress thing. They kept with the gem on her
Her forehead.
forehead, and the hair design. So I was digging that very much. So I was very digging that. Now I did mention in my review of the Cauldron that they were going for a different design of Mystique once she went into the mutant enhancer machine, and she came out looking like this. So they were going for what she was looking like in the movie, which you got
Yeah,
the
in the movie.
scales.
Mm-hmm.
they got the scales and stuff.
More reptilian.
Yeah, like she was in the movie. Her hair is shortened and combed back like it was, and she was a bit more muscular this time. She had this more. It kind of give off this sense that she was going to be a bit more aggressive and a bit more hot headed. Because the more she looks at her own form, her new form, she had this like snarl. But they immediately ditched that for this design, which is my least favorite.
I actually agree. I like the first one that they had in season 1. This one seems to be going more for like, the mainstream movies, villains wearing sleek black and all that.
Yeah. I would have been.
There's nothing here that makes her stand out.
Just let you know, Scooner, I can hear myself on your end.
Oh, I'm sorry. How's that? Is that good?
Let me see. Okay, I don't hear me. Continue.
The one thing that really stands out is the hair. That's it.
Yeah. It's a bit longer this time around. She got bangs this time. I'm not digging the hooker outfit, as I like to call it. It's in a way a more toned down version of the classic look. It's a more cut up down version of it and colored black. Yeah. But I'm like this is where
way too much skin.
Now here's the thing. I'm cool with her showing a bit more skin, but she's a MILF. That's the thing. She's a MILF.
There's really no better way. I don't think there's a better way to say that. Yeah, you're right. It's right. The design just doesn't feel right.
It's like she's trying to compensate, trying to compete with the young girls when she don't need to. She has a bit of class and a bit of debonair about her, which
that was what I liked about her first design. Her design in the first season definitely there was more character in it.
It should have been a more lightened version of her classic design. Like instead, I closed the image, but what I would have done was put her still in that same classic outfit. Just basically remove the sleeves. Maybe do give her shorter boots. Maybe do give her this for the as a replacement for the sleeves. But like still have this longer. Have this covering up in this area, and maybe not have the skulls on the side, but have the skull right at the center. Now the hair, I don't know. I guess the hair can stay, or maybe we could still go with the hair that she had when she came out the enhancer. But
I mean, it's not even practical. I mean, I don't mean to deviate a little bit. In this season, she's definitely more of the infiltrator / spy, but that is not even a spy getup.
She's a lot more stronger too.
Yeah.
And it's also revealed that later on, she can now mask her scent even from Wolverine, which I don't know what to think about that one. How to think about that one, because that's a bit of a stretch.
Well, yeah, that was the one thing. Yeah, and that bothered me a little bit because that was intentionally giving limitations to Wolverine just for the sake of plot.
Yeah, to keep, because in this whole season, which we're not going to talk about yet until we get there, she's been missing for majority of the season, quote unquote missing. So we'll talk about that later. We'll move on to now the actual Brotherhood, which is this group right here.
That's a great picture. Just never appeared in the series, but I love it.
This is somebody else's artwork, and I'm sorry for whoever catches this. I don't mean to use your artwork for this. I'm not getting any profit.
We own nothing. Please support the official release of the artist.
Exactly, and this is basically a non-profit stream, so I'm not profiting off your work. But we talked about the Brotherhood in the first season, which is basically 4. So we'll start with Lance right here, aka Avalanche. This is him in his outside suit, outside costume. He's got
Mm-hmm.
the black shirt with the brown vest. I'm gonna plow through
The
this
cutoff.
quickly. Because I already covered their. I think I described them well enough in the last stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's basically the bad boy get up. Leather vest. I'm going to assume that's leather. Black undershirt. Black fingerless gloves. Jeans. Messy short length hair. You have well, actually I should have started with Talansky right here, or formerly Mortimer.
Mm-hmm. Toad.
Toad. He's basically got the loser get up. He's got
Yep.
he's got the undershirt that's the long sleeve that's way bigger than the overshirt. He's
Mm-hmm.
got what looks to be what basically is the punk rock thing to do if you're like light on punk rock. You're not really that big into punk rock, but you're
Mm-hmm.
showing that you're kind of interested with that little monocle around his wrist there. He's got the short length hair, messy as well, but it's not really all over his face, so it really shows how meek he is. But he's got a bit of personality there.
Yeah, and it's not in this picture, but it's also showing that his shoes are always untied, showing
Yeah,
how
90s
naturally
aesthetic.
clumsy he is.
That too, in 90s aesthetic, like a lot of boys used to walk around with their shoes untied. I don't know what the deal was that, because I always tied my shoes because I was afraid of tripping over my shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand
Yeah.
why anybody would walk around with their shoes untied. What was
I don't know.
process of that?
I never understood that either.
You know, we can make a stream about all the crazy 90s trends.
As much as we talk about how great the 90s were, there was also a lot of things that were like, what?
Yeah. Now moving on to Blob here, the big guy. If you guys cannot see my arrow circling around the big guy, but this is Blob. I like his design too. It's kind of it gives him that country boy. It gives him a sense of the country boy aesthetic with a bit of a mohawk because 90s, and he's got this boisterous attitude. So of course he's gonna have that crooked smile going on there.
I actually kind of thought he was more of like a grunge mechanic. I mean, just put a wipe in his back pocket and a wrench, and he looks like a grunge mechanic.
That too. He for all we know, he probably was a family to biker gang.
Yeah.
Now we get to Quicksilver here, Pietro, as they call him in this version. You can correct me. Do they call him Peter in the comics or Pietro in the comics?
It varies from writer to writer.
Okay, so we're gonna stick to
in the beginning, he was originally Pietro.
Yeah, so we're gonna stick to that because I always stick to original names rather than. I know I'm saying that because really Lance is not a Greek born in this one. Neither is Talansky is what was told in the comics? He was Irish, right? Or Scottish?
I think he was, yeah. In this one, he's called Todd Talansky. I don't know what he was called in the comic books because I always know him as Toad.
So they say it's Mortimer. So I think I'm going to assume he's Scottish or Irish. I could be getting those names mixed up. But let's get back to Pietro, Quicksilver. So I like his design too. It's a bit lean. His pose here, whoever did the artwork, chef's kiss on getting his personality right. It's got this challenging look to him, a bit of a thuggish kind of stare. He's got this.
Annoyed to be there. He doesn't like standing still. He wants to get out of there.
Yeah, he's. It really goes with his personality, especially with his hair design. Which hair design wise, love it because it matches with his real father Magneto in this universe, and they gave him little hair streaks like anime hair streaks that defy the laws of physics. But we can always make the excuse that it's his mutant powers. Now, just speed up just a little bit more. We're going to get into the latest additions to the Brotherhood. The reason why I never covered the Brotherhood's design in the last stream because this is now the full Brotherhood setup with the new addition to Wanda Maximoff, which we're going to talk about her episode, which is going to be near the end of the penultimate episode. So we have Wanda's rendition in Evolution, which is that. How do you describe this, Schooner?
First off, this is. I just want to say very quickly, this is my favorite design from the Scarlet Witch, because they got. She looks more like one of those vampirist kind of deal.
Yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, Buffy the Vampire. Yeah. Got this real Buffy the Vampire Slayer kind of style going on here, and it really matches her personality in this show, in this rendition of her.
So like, she's got a mixture of the Buffy witches and the Buffy vampires. So you can interchange those two in a way, and still would fit Wanda. Another thing about Wanda here is her powers are completely different in this universe. They're not. I wouldn't say they're reality warping per se.
Yeah, it's more like what is it? What do they call it? Hex powers.
Yeah.
Kind of like she can mess up mutant powers.
And curse things basically. She's basically throwing curses at you.
Yeah.
Reverse curses in the case of the X-Men. And as the series keep going, like she can actually disable people's powers too, or at least like put them in stasis
completely.
Yeah. So she's OP, which we're saving that for
which kind of matches her comic book counterpart, because there's power that Scarlet Witch has that even she herself doesn't know yet.
Yeah, we're going to save that talk for when we get to the episode, because we have a lot to say about that episode.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be leaving them now. We're going to go into their actual costume designs now, which it's not really much to look at. It's obviously looking like it's all put together. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got the
stuff you find either at your house or one of those, like, those cheap stores.
Yeah. So you got Toad here in the egg suit, as I like to call it, because it looks like he took an egg mascot and put together.
It looks like an egg with legs and arms coming out of it.
Yeah. Blob, as we said earlier, he looks like he could have been part of a biker gang at this point.
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy style here.
Yeah, or you know what? I'm not gonna for the sake of this stream, I'm not gonna do that joke. Let's move on. Lance here, Avalanche. It's going along with his classic design, which is the little glass thing on top of his head. I think in the 90s one, he has a helmet though instead of a glass thing.
He has a helmet, like kind of like Batman style, except there's no ears pointing out of it. It's just a helmet that covers all but the bottom part of his, which is usually where his beard and mustache are.
Yeah, so you got that. He's got like this armor aesthetic, kind of look like he could be working at construction with this armor, a new prototype construction suit basically. Quicksilver, not my favorite design at all. It really it's got a good blend of color. Let's just say that the armor pieces are a bit more practically functioning to keep your eye going. I wish there was a belt right here. I really have to make it known that it reminds me of our current day Superman and Batman type suits, where there's an absence of color in the middle.
Going for them.
Yeah, it's got an absence of color in the middle, where there's nothing to like separate that color, and it looks bland like that. It's like a naked body without a belt, or at least a naked body with a belt in the case of Superman and Batman. I do not like those New 52 designs, and I don't like how people are really taking into that design so much, because I've seen fan art of that floating everywhere. I'm like, why do you like this design? Why do you like this design? What's so wrong with the trunks?
I think, and that's what bugs me even more, because they start saying, well, why are they wearing their underwear on the outside? And I was like, oh, for crying out loud, it's not underwear.
It's a joke.
Professor Geek even said too, and I'm glad he said it, that it's actually supposed to represent the strongman. What you saw at the circus, the strongman design.
Yeah.
To show that these are individuals who are physically powerful.
Now I give pass to designs that does have that full body color scheme, but when they go with the with the classic one that's set up with the trunks there and go for a full body, I'm like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like Flash gets a pass, Green Lantern gets a pass.
Well, it's also because Flash gets a pass because instead of a colored strongman bottoms, he has those two lightning bolts almost looking like a belt.
Yeah. So if you're able to blend that in there with it, then we don't have a problem with that. But we're going on a tangent with Quicksilver here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's solid. It's not really affecting my general rule of how to design a character. I'm supposed to be able to follow their design from head to toe. I can do that. There's no struggle there. It's just that it's not really that impressive in the grand scheme of things. Especially when he's supposed to be like a very prominent character, or at least a very prominent member of the brother. I still hear myself.
Nope. Oh. How's that?
Okay, it's a lot better. You having technical difficulties there, Schooner?
I'm sorry, say again?
You having technical difficulties there?
Yeah, it's just always this weird faulty equipment.
Okay.
And I'm in a facility deep underground.
Yeah. Tony Stark made this in a cave with a bunch of scraps. So, without further ado, let's get into Scarlet Witch's design. Which,
beautiful, magnificent.
I have to say, I will say this. I have to make a confession. When I was young, I would have preferred they would have kept her shorter length hairstyle rather than her shaved up style. I would really would love. But then again, I was a big fan of shorter length hair. That's a confession. Like, I always wanted shorter length hair when I was a kid. For some reason, I think it was because of Matt from Seventh Heaven.
Oh my gosh, Seventh Heaven, that takes me back.
Because Matt's the big brother, so
yeah,
in a way, I saw myself through Matt, and I was always crazy about the having short length hair, despite my hair not growing at the time anymore since the numerous times my mom sent me to the barbershop. But I always preferred her with the short length hair. But as soon as she shaved up that redness, that red dye in the back, I was like, oh, that's throwing it off. It should have been a full black. Just saying. That's my only critique about Scarlet Witch design in this series. The boots, I love. The gloves, chef's kiss again. The ripped up one piece that she's wearing right now, love it. Really love it. And the necklace complements it too. I think that's a choker though, actually. I think she's wearing a choker. Right? Are you still there, Schooner? Excuse me. Are you still there, Schooner?
Yep, I'm still here. What are you saying? Sorry. My audio just cut out there for a brief second. What the heck is that?
Yeah, this is gonna be a weird stream, guys, and I'm all for it though. we're soldiering on. What I was gonna say was, I like her full one piece. I like her gloves. I like her boots.
Yeah, I like the
her heavy boots is really like what's striking. Definitely.
Yeah, I like the crosses that she has too. Kind of showing.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of showing the whole. Kind of showing like how she's more of like this is like okay this is just me, so don't I'm not speaking for anybody here, just me. Okay. Kind of going for that Old Testament wrathful kind of thing here.
Yeah,
and it fits the design of where she's going this season.
But here's another thing that I like about her design. It's not screaming, "Help me, I have daddy issues."
Yeah,
it's screaming, "I'm gonna kick your ass." Excuse me for the language. I'm gonna kick your butt, and I'm gonna get to my and nothing you're gonna say or do is gonna get me away from my dad. Yes, I have. Well, here's the thing. She does have daddy issues, but it's not on. It's not like it's not like a attention grabbing daddy issues thing like most female villainesses or female characters are portrayed in today's climate. It's more. It's a purpose. It's daddy issues with purpose.
Yeah, it's more so like I'm ready to bury my past, and the only way I'm going to bury my past is if I exercise my ghosts. And that's what
Yep.
she's doing. She's confronting the issue.
Yep. That too, and yeah, that's basically what it is. She's going to confront her father. Whereas most of these girls that have quote unquote daddy issues are, we see their dads. And you meet the dads, but they're not that bad.
Nope.
Or at least these are chicks that are bored with their lives and still have daddy issues, or at least they have never met their fathers, who are probably good men and probably were kept away. Well, that's another topic. Sorry,
Yeah.
tangent. Another topic for another time. I will definitely like to have you on here, or anybody else on here, to talk about that, the daddy issues. Wolf Commander Rap Battles topic, daddy issues, the rampant daddy issues. So speaking of fathers, let's get into the big man, Magneto. So here's the thing about Magneto: he's not always in this series that much. As I said in the previous,
if I recall correctly, he has, if we count the final episode as one big elongated episode, he's only in 3 episodes this season.
Yep. As I said in the, right, as I said in the previous stream, he's more of a presence than an actual body that actually goes and gets, like, he'll get his hands dirty. Make no mistake about it. He will get his hands dirty, but he's in the background. He's calculating. He's ascertaining. He's tact turn. And here's another thing I gotta give credit to: the characterization of Magneto in this series. He respects Charles.
Yep.
He's not the type of person that's going to make a move on Charles directly. He's going to let Charles do what he do. But the thing is, it's like they really play into that chess game that they kind of did with the movies. They play into that chess game that they play.
That perfectly sums up his character in both of these seasons so far. He is he's like a chess master. He's making a move. He's always making moves and counter moves.
And there's nothing, like, even if you stopped him, he's basically Xanatos. To sum up, he's Xanatos in this version. And the way how they design him, I love the way how they design him. They got this little Darth Vader Shredder thing going on with the white eyes, the mystique, the armor plating.
His helmet has got like these 2 horns protruding out of it, almost like he's some kind of a demon.
Yeah, and the gauntlets here, right? Like the shackles here on his wrists.
I have actually more to say about this, but I want to wait till we get to that episode.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the cape
is really good.
The cape is twofold. There are times where when he does show up, the cape is covering his body, like he's Darth Vader with the cape. If the cape was covering him, and there are times when he does, when they humanize him to some degree, the cape is open. So that's
like displaying his power. It's almost like it's almost flowing behind him like some kind of like an emperor type deal.
And if I recall, you were the one who said that Megatron voiced him, right? The Megatron from Beast Wars.
No, that's the voice of Charles.
Okay.
The voice of Magneto.
Who did the voice of Magneto?
The guy who did the voice of Kratos from God of War.
Oh, okay.
He was also in Stargate SG-1.
Ah, that guy.
Yep.
That guy is awesome.
He's fantastic.
Say again?
I said he's fantastic. I love the fact that he's fantastic. I love the cultural barriers that he has to overcome. Kind of reminds me of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Right. But yeah, that's one thing I gotta say about Magneto, was that he's more presence and a chess player in this series, the entire series. I mean, until we get to season 4, where things are coming to a head, and that's where his character kind of shift a bit. Let's get into the newest edition.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead. So yeah, I was gonna say, not only do we have like a new addition to the villains, but we also have a new addition with the heroes. We have the new mutants this time around
Yep.
as recruits. This is why they had their get up a little bit different, not as stylized like in like the main crew. So let's break them down real quick. So in the foreground here is Iceman, I believe. Right next, right on his right here to our right is Wolfsbane. So we have Bobby Drake and we have Rain. I forgot her last name.
Wolfsbane.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
only know
I
them
just
by
said.
their mutant names.
I
Berserker.
think his Berserker.
Yeah.
He's actually a. When we get to season 3, we later find out that he's formerly a Marauder.
Yep.
Not a Marauder, Morlock.
Morlock.
We have
Also, we get
Magma.
a very great design. Actually, you know what? I can't. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll wait till season 3.
Yeah. So we also have Amara this time. Not.
Yep.
Yeah, Magma, but she's white in the comics. Last time I checked, but she's more of a. I'm going to have to say she might be
Puerto Rican.
native. Puerto Rican, yeah, Puerto Rican. Amara, yeah. So yeah, it's Puerto Rican. We also have Sunspot right here.
Very cool. I've always loved his power.
Yeah, me too. Multiple Man this time around. He's not a Brotherhood member this time. He's actually an X-Man this time.
In
Multiple
fact,
Man right here.
He's responsible for some of the funniest stuff in this season.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a bit too. Cause rewatching episodes with him involved,
Yeah, he's kind of just around to just be the joke.
yeah.
Although there's one episode in season 2 where he's very proactive. Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't like him.
No.
I hate to say that because I'm pretty sure I was like him in a way younger, but I'm like, dude, you remind me of so many F-ups that I made in my youth.
Yeah, the one who's very eager to be with the in crowd, wants to go and join, and I get it. I understand that. I think we've all been there at some point.
We have our evolution version of Jubilee here.
Very cool in this design.
Missed opportunity.
This design. Her civilian design is really cool because they decided to ditch the long yellow coat and make it more of a short coat.
Yeah, we'll cover that next season. Once I find substantial pictures to really show them outside of uniform.
Yeah.
But time will tell. Anyways, so missed opportunity with her because the only person who and I got this in my notes. The only person who actually gets the most character worked on is Amara. And I think that's because New Mutants was kind of like the it story trending at Marvel at the time. I think that's why they gave her more character. Whereas Jubilee in the previous series, she was like the focal point character, the audience surrogate, if you will. Whereas this one, she's more of a background character, just like Cannonball here.
Cannonball. That's a missed opportunity too. I like his mutation as well.
Yeah, he actually does have some. Well, that's not to say none of them has speaking lines. Almost everyone, I would say, has something to do. Like Bobby Drake, Iceman here, Berserker gets a few character moments here. We had also Cannonball have his whole little moments here. Even like I said, Amara gets some here, and here's the thing: each and every one of them has speaking lines. They all talked.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to say that their role is not that diminished, but like we said, there were missed opportunities here and there. And I'm pretty sure if the series would have went further, we probably got some more with them. But most of the time they're more used for the break in the serious stuff to injecting a few fun.
Kind of like to yeah. So they're kind of more pushing the main characters to the front because they didn't want a repeat of season 1, so they added the New Mutants were kind of taking on their roles from season 1, where the main characters were kind of dealing with other things.
Yeah, like they were basically they were used. I would say this: they were used a bit wisely when it came to injecting the comedy scenes, because the main characters do have their moments of comedy, but these guys were like they were kind of like the side spin-off story taking place within the story, where they had their little adventure antics. I think they were just there for the little kids. Excuse me, they were there for the little kids, while the main characters were more for the young adult crowds. I think until
I also noticed that every new character, whenever they got their character shining moment, like you were saying, they're kind of always paired with one of the older characters.
Yeah. So we'll move on, and she's not in this shot, but I have to bring her up as well because she's somewhat part of them. Boom Boom.
Yep.
Boom Boom. Let me say, I liked Boom Boom when I was younger. It's a love-hate relationship with me now that I'm older, because she does have beginning episodes Boom Boom was kind of annoying, but later season Boom Boom actually got a little bit better for me, because she does have she's basically pink, you know. She's pink personified, or at least Pink's antics personified. Wild girl, party girl, rocker girl, with a bit of a noble streak to her. Where when it comes to when she's finally like, go ahead, throw your 2 cents.
He's more of the
you agree?
Extreme wild party person who wants the on-screen freedom, but also but doesn't go to the extreme. Like, doesn't want to, she's not really interested in Magneto's revolution or Charles Xavier's peaceful coexistence. She just wants to have fun. Yeah.
And we're going to talk a bit more about her and Kirk, because Kirk has an arc here in this series. Jean has her moments. Scott has a really good episode, which I'm dying to get to, but we can take a few times here to talk more about this.
This season also introduces one of my favorite villains ever in the X-Men series, and who does not get enough credits, but we'll get to them.
Yeah. So moving on from Boom Boom, we'll talk more about her when we get to her episode. We're introducing another teacher into the Institute, Hank McCoy. Now, Hank McCoy started off as a sort of background character in Bayview High, and this is his design for X-Men Evolution, and boy, do I love it. Boy, do I...
Yeah, I'm so glad that, because it's a breath of fresh air, because the new Beast, it seems like they're embracing more of a feline type style. This one I like more because it went more for the 90s cartoon, but a more modern update.
Yeah, they gave him a bit more of an ape-man look to it, with the 8 feet, the ape hands. They got this hunched over look about him, but here's one thing I love about Beast's design here. It's this sunny smile he has on his face.
Exactly. He's got like
this man
cheerful.
It's like he's he's the gentle monster.
Yeah, that's basically where they're going with him. That's where they're going with him. And I gotta say, this man could do a book study, and I'll be attending it whenever he schedules it, because he's that good to read a book near me. I mean, if I had to joke, I would say this is what I think of the professor at book study at times.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I can picture that. Yeah. He's also the type of person that you would, you could see him sitting on the sitting at a table and having a civil debate with.
Yes, yes, definitely.
I could even picture him wearing his glasses as he's talking, and then I could just picture it when he's arguing his point. He would just gently take off the glasses. He'd drop a few quotes from famous, mostly Shakespeare in this season, but some Shakespeare lines, and then argue his point.
Yeah. And of course, we're gonna get into a quick mention the introduction of Angel in Evolution. So I gotta admit, this is not my favorite design of Angel.
Yeah, definitely much more of the comic book. Yeah, because I'm seeing it right now. It's definitely, there's not a whole lot standing out. It's all meant to draw the eye to his wings.
Yeah.
Which I might add, also, if you look, they seem to be more, if this makes any sense, more so growing out of his back than they really are like attached to him. Which, I like that. I like that design a lot.
So I will give the designers credit. Considering the episode that introduces him, he's more of a incognito mutant going around saving people.
Yeah.
So I will say this: it makes sense why they would go with this design. He's supposed, like, especially when the episode that introduced him, he's mostly working at night at times.
Yeah, it's also one of my favorite episodes. I don't want to say too much right now until we get to it because there's a lot of things going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. We're definitely gonna cover that. So let's get into that now. Now we covered the designs. Before we even do that, let's get into the comments real quick.
Okay.
So we'll start with Brian Gilmartin, and he says, "I was always a fan of Mystique's 9 design myself. Yeah, definitely a big fan of that design. I
like
that's
the
one thing
in the 90s.
Go ahead.
The 90s design is almost unmatched, but if you want me to compare voice actresses, I like X-Men Evolution's Mystique a little bit more.
Oh yeah, she's got that suave talk.
Bit of a sultry minx.
Especially when she trolling people.
Oh my god, the troll! I mean,
we'll get into that when we get to season 3.
When I was first watching the series, and then I found out the truth, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" And now when you're rewatching it again, you're like, "Oh, the trolling, the massive trolling."
Brian Gilmartin also leaves me a quote to impression: "Nothing hurts the blob." Oh my goodness, Brian Gilmartin's taking over the chat for a while. Let me highlight a few of his stuff before we get into the new addition to our stream. Hello, Doggo Halabar.
Oh, Dogo Halabar. Pal of mine, I said.
He's a new person, so welcome everybody, Doggo Halabar, if he's still in the chat. And we have Matthew Flynn in the house as well. And he says his favorite character was Spike. That was his name, definitely. He was the stand-in for Morrow in Evolution this time.
I didn't know. Go ahead.
Going back to Doggo's comment here. Yeah, Quicksilver does look like he's wearing armor over pajamas if you look at it. Yeah, so it's like that's the design they're going with Quicksilver.
Actually, that hits the nail right on the head.
And I don't think he's here for the most part. I'm going to highlight his second comment here. I like Scarlet Witch design for the character, but I think my favorite design was her Evolution jacket over a short black dress. Huh. I wonder when that I think he's talking about the future version.
Yeah.
Which we're not going to cover that until we finally get to season 4. If you're still good for the next couple of seasons, which I'm pretty sure if this stream gets over people, probably gonna have more speakers about it too.
Season 2 has the longest, has the most episodes, because season 3 goes back to the standard 13 episodes, and season 4 only has 9 episodes.
Yeah. And yeah, that's another thing I forgot to point out was the fact that this season actually has more episodes than the previous season. The previous season was what, 12? episode 13. This
Yeah.
one has
Yeah, if we count the finale as one big long episode again, kind of because that's when Warner Brothers aired it as the hour-long finale. It's 12 episodes.
Yeah. Oh, here's another thing I gotta highlight from Brian Gilmore, a quote. I am Magneto, master of magnet. Well, X-Men, welcome to die. That's from the arcade.
Yeah.
And Matthew Flynn has said, is Boom Boom the only OG X-Force member in this show? Schooner, you can help me out with that one. Is she the only X-Force member in this series?
So far, yes. I mean, had the series continued, they were probably going to introduce X-Force. They were actually, I don't know if this is a rumor or not, they were actually going to introduce Excalibur. Which I thought, that would have been interesting, but I wouldn't have been interested in that because then they would have had to have written Nightcrawler out of the show because he's part of the group.
Of Excalibur?
Yeah, Excalibur. He joins the group.
Okay. So we are at the 50-minute mark. Let's get into the episodes now. I think that was 50 minutes of good talk right there so far with the designs, the characters. Yeah, I think we covered really good and we paced it really well. Nice. Yeah. So let's start with growing pains. And before we even get into what this episode really was about, this is the episode that introduces Senator Kelly, but not as Senator Kelly, Principal Kelly. Reason, because after the Cauldron, Mystique went missing, and nobody knows where she is. So since Principal Darkholme, they hired a new principal, and it was Principal Kelly of all people.
Yep.
So this episode is about people, the X-Men coming in, and so far the Brotherhood are acting without leadership.
Yep.
The Brotherhood basically tries to start some crap with the X-Men and try to start some stuff with the humans, literally trying to expose mutants to the world.
Yep.
I think they're taking orders from Pietro at this point.
Lance. Lance kind of sort of takes command.
Yeah. I could have sworn that. Yeah.
And it's kind of more so he presents an idea and the Brotherhood just kind of goes along with it.
Okay. Was Pietro with them?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was with them.
So he wasn't in that power trip phase yet, where Magneto's like he's trying to get them all in line because they want something to do. Basically, they like without Mystique they have nothing to do.
Aimless. They don't know. Yeah, they don't know what exactly they're going to do. In fact, I think even in the first episode, one of them even says, "What are we even doing here in school? Mystique is gone."
Yeah, in the building that they live in really shows that they have nothing to do. It's like it looks like it could be decommissioned. It should be decommissioned.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like a condemned house.
It's none of you guys know how to wash dishes.
Ooh, I remember. Oh, just nasty.
I'm just looking at the house. I'm like,
how can you live like this?
That's what I said. I was like, dude, me and my wife, we take care of things around the house. Her more so because she's a workaholic way more than me in that department, which I respect. But even then, when I see like dirty dishes, I get to washing.
Yeah.
Because my mom hammered into my head to keep dishes out of the sink. And seeing dishes, dude. When I was in my friend's home apartment, when I stayed with them for a while, I saw a massive amount of dirty dishes. I went to town on those because I was like, bruh, this is getting like I already got PTSD from my mom hammering into my head to wash dishes and stuff. And I'm like I cannot stand seeing dishes in the sink, especially if I put it off for like the next day and I still see them. Like I gotta wash them.
That was dude. It was kind of what you're saying is kind of similar to how I grew up because we had a house that did not have a dishwasher. So we would always have to hand wash the dishes. And my mom always said, I make the dinner, you guys wash the dishes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just
So
what we
if you
did.
don't watch this, you ain't gonna eat.
Exactly.
So
And then when I
nothing
got
really
to-
Go ahead.
And then when I
Sorry.
got to college, I just decided, you know what, no dishes. So I just bought paper plates so I could just throw them away.
Yeah, my wife got the same idea.
But yeah, that house was just a catastrophe. I mean, ew. But what was I going to say? Back to what you were originally saying, the introduction of Kelly, which I thought was really interesting because he shows up and, you know, he gives this very rousing speech about how meeting new challenges, which sums up the theme of the series, meeting new challenges and how we're going to face them together hand in hand and all that kind of thing. And then you find out what he's going to become later on, and you're like going, wow. So you think at first he's a nice guy. And then and then what he becomes later on, you know, you grow to hate him, and then you grow to love him again because in the '90s cartoon and in the comic books, he actually becomes a good guy again.
Yeah.
So I always like that little shiftiness of his character. He starts off in this show. He starts off nice. He then becomes antagonistic, but then he was probably down the line going to become a friend again.
Right. And that one thing I gotta say about Principal Kelly, he does when he speaks his piece, he does make his points good. He makes some good points during the season because he shows up every once in a while during this season here and there, and when he points out some stuff, he makes some really good arguments. It's like you want to say, but mutants are not. Oh wait, right.
Yeah, you know, he comes, and that's the thing that I liked about how they wrote him in this series. He was one of those deceptively understanding people. You think because he talks about having an open mind, he talks about, you know, saying that you need to embrace new challenges and adapt with the times. But then when he comes face to face with mutants, he's very rigid, and it comes from not a place of bigotry. That's the one thing everybody misses about him. It's not bigotry.
Yeah.
It's fear. He's afraid.
Yeah. That's a thing. I think it came from the first movie where we get that same treatment with Senator Kelly.
Yeah.
In the movie. Speaking of the first movie, like there's that opening scene with Gene and Senator Kelly, and he brings up some really good points. He mentions
his fear is not without is not without, like you're saying, his fear is not without precedence.
Yeah. So one thing I bring up because it's funny how he says it in the movie where he unintentionally brings, well, not unintentionally, he inadvertently brings up Kitty Pryde in that movie.
Yep. Which
was brilliant payoff later on in that film.
Yep. Yes, it was.
He was like I hear a rumor at your school that there's a mutant that can walk through walls. Now, what's to stop her from walking through your friend's home or your children's room
says,
or the city bank?
He says, what's to stop her from walking through a bank vault or the White House or into their houses? And he addresses the audience.
Yeah.
And then he said there are even rumors of mutants, because there's no confirmed reports on this one, who can enter their minds and control their thoughts.
Exactly. Like, whoa. And we can have another stream discussion about the movie franchise.
Yeah, but this is what I like about season 2 of X-Men Evolution is that they kind of cover this in a very interesting way. One of the things, because we're still on the first episode, right?
We're still on it.
One of my notes here, I said I thought it was interesting how it starts out similar to the season 1 opening, but this time it's a soccer game. And Scott is no longer sitting distantly from everyone else in the bleachers, but instead he's on the front, the bottom bleachers with the rest of the X-Men supporting Jean, kind of showing the progression of his character, that he's willing to let his guard down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you brought that up because I really wasn't going to say that much about the action here because it's good, but it's not all that impressive. it's the first episode for me. It's just
Yeah.
basically just basic first episode shenanigans, but it's not without merit. It's not without merit. It's not my least favorite, but it's a solid. I will say this: it's a solid first episode for this season. As far
Yeah,
as
I
go
agree.
ahead.
Yeah, like you said, it was a solid first episode because it actually is posing the moral dilemma of both of the episode and the season in general, like using their powers to help, but also maintaining their secrecy and why it's important to do so. Because by the end of the episode, they're all using their powers, and though the X-Men are helping them, everybody's afraid.
Yeah.
And this sets up what will be and what I love is that this is like an excellent foreshadowing of the finale.
Right. Definitely. When we finally get there,
Yeah.
this is going to strap in, guys, because there's a lot of episodes here, and we got a lot to talk about. This also highlights the opener for the New Mutants, of course, the introduction to the New Mutants, which, of course, they're going to get more people to the Xavier Institute. We really like, you weren't going to think that it's going to be like the 90s X-Men where it's always just the team that's just there, like, or at least until later on in the seasons of the 90s X-Men, you get that one character introduction and that one character for that one episode. This time around, we have the New Mutants, and they're going to be, as I said earlier in the stream, they're going to be like the somewhat side comedy skit or side story that's happening within the episodes. Sometimes when they break up the seriousness to break down the seriousness at times.
Yeah, break in the drama.
So moving on from Growing Pains, nice title by the way for the episode.
Yes.
Power Surge. This is the Jean Grey episode that foreshadows a certain entity.
Dark Phoenix.
Yes, this episode is it kind of predicted the future of the later X-Men movies. It's excuse me, let me get that out.
That which will not be mentioned.
This one introduces the concept of the Phoenix being more of a new conscious inside of Jean, instead of it being a cosmic entity, as I like to describe the Phoenix in itself, a cosmic entity that's raw power given form, or as a certain character would say, raw power.
Precisely.
Or a much better written character, power, unlimited power given form.
Oh, beautiful, magnificent.
Thank you so much. And I didn't even prepare for that, by the way.
What I also thought was interesting though about Power Surge is that we get into Jean's head both literally and figuratively, and you really see what life of a telepath is really like, you know, and it's not pleasant. I mean, just knowing what everybody is thinking at the time, especially
that being said, sorry.
Well, the opening scene alone shows how overwhelming it would be. I mean, Jean. Because the first season we kind of saw Jean as this, you know, as Rogue puts it, Little Miss Perfect. You know, she's smart, she's athletic, she's pretty, she's popular, you know, and all that jazz. And she's also a mentor figure. But here we finally see a little bit of frailty to her character.
Right. And yeah, now that you mentioned the whole life of a telepath, I used to want to be a telepath. Like, I used to imagine myself being a telepath, you know? Now, thanks to this episode, it gives me the fear. It really puts in the fear, like that dream is deferred now. Like that, like I took that, like the idea of just like hearing people's thoughts in my mind constantly. That is Whew, how does Professor X live like that? Because that would make somebody go insane.
Exactly, and that's it's pretty. Well, actually, you pretty much said everything that needs to be said. That's not getting inside someone else's head is not a pleasant thought, because you don't know what they're thinking and things like that.
I know that Powers. I think Growing Pains also introduced Hank McCoy in that episode too. So he makes I think he makes an appearance in Power Surge.
I think he makes an appearance in. I think his first appearance is in Power Surge because he talks about making the stink bomb, and then I love the scene where Scott's been invited to Duncan's party thanks to Gene. And one of my favorite scenes in that episode is when he's walking around the house and you just see all the hijinks ensuing with all the new mutants.
Yeah.
Wolfsbane is running up the stairs, knocking him down. He goes falling over, and then he goes running outside to his car. And it turns out Bobby made an entire ice field there, and he's slipping. And he says,
"Whoa, Bobby, clean up your ice." Something to that effect. Yeah, again, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad, that was the episode where he was really on a rush to go after Seek. Oh man, that was kind of like. Do you think that was a bit out of character for Scott to go and stalk Jean like that, even though they're supposed to be friends at this point?
Well, that's the one. See, no, I don't think so, because she's with Duncan, but it's very clear the two of them are both. That's the thing. The two of them are in denial about their feelings, yet they're trying to open themselves up they're trying to find subtle ways of opening up to one another. And he gets invited to Duncan Matthews' party, okay? Duncan Matthews, the most popular guy in school. He's never been to these types of parties. Jean invites him because she wants him there. And he's thinking okay, this is a chance, I really shouldn't be going here, but Jean asked me to, so I gotta go.
Yep, and he just rushed out there and almost face plants.
That was it was funny too, because he arrives there and you already know trouble's right around the corner, because the minute he arrives, Duncan has thrown a soccer ball out of the house, and it hits Scott right on the head.
Oh yeah.
And then they I love it when they're just doing the ping pong battle, and it's
oh yeah,
one of
the
Gene's
very
friends
intense.
says, "Are these two competing?" No, they're dueling.
Bro, you're bringing up memories like left or right when you mention something. That's right. That is the episode where they had this very intense ping pong match where they're literally diving face-off style, hitting the ball back at each other to the point where it's ricocheting off of stuff. At this point, it's not. It doesn't even matter if it's hitting the board. It has to ricochet off of something and hit back on the board, and that's where the train blows. There's a moment where Scott just literally just dive bombs.
Yep.
And just hits the ball. It hits the ceiling, ricocheting off the ceiling, back on the board, and I think he won that match. Did he? Or did he lose it because Gene started having a migraine?
The ball and just said the game's over.
Okay. Okay.
And then she takes what was it? She takes Duncan aside, tries to chew him out. Then her powers start acting up again. She has to go out on the balcony. Scott goes out there to see what's going on. She gets scared and flings him off the balcony, and he's about to land in the pool. He's about to land in the pool, but she catches him. And then Duncan comes outside and talks to Jean. She gets distracted, and Scott falls in the pool. And Duncan says to him, Summers, what are you doing in my pool? And he says, oh, I'm just checking the chlorine level. I love it. Yeah, Power Surge is one of my favorite episodes because after he says checking your chlorine level, it cuts right back to the Xavier Institute. And if you go to the Xavier, and if you look in the background, the moon is in the sky, but there are clouds surrounding it, like a hurricane. It's like the eye of the storm, or kind of like a cosmic event is about to unfold.
Setting up, basically what's going to happen at the end of the episode, which we're going to get into right now. This is where Rogue gets to shine the most in this season, as we said
Yep.
in the beginning. And
Very.
this episode was her moment to shine when Jean was completely out of control. I think they brought her back into the I think they brought her back to yes, they brought her back to the Xavier
Institute.
mansion,
Yeah.
the institute, and I think that's where Xavier suppresses her powers, but it kicks back up again, and that's where things start raising hell. It really gets damaged, like that area of the mansion, but below underground really gets damaged badly.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's the magnitude of our powers, and
and it feels
I
like
forgot how they-
up like upstairs in the institute because they have to come. Because if I remember, like you're saying, they actually had to retreat, and they had to go upstairs, get the rest of the X-Men, and then go back downstairs.
Yeah, and that's where they brought Rogue in. I think the plan was to, Rogue absorbs her powers.
Yep.
Yeah, she absorbs power, but I forgot how they got her close to. Oh no, they basically cover fired her. So like whenever time something fly at her, there would be somebody that came in and helped her, like Cyclops, laser beams, a few stray debris. Obviously, Kitty. She doesn't sample her powers, but she holds on to her.
Leads to one of that leads to one of my favorite gags in the episode, because Nightcrawler's right behind her, and then there's a piece of debris coming towards her. She lets it phase through her, and it smacks Nightcrawler in the face, saying, "Ow!" Thank you.
I'm pretty sure Spike contributed in some way. I can't remember what he did, but I'm sure he was there. I think.
But I get what you're saying. But what you were saying is really true. Couldn't be more true. She is trying to get throughout the entire episode. Rogue has been both internally and outwardly hostile to Jean because she was jealous of her, and then when she's in danger, Rogue actually, because she's my, I gotta help, and there's a way I gotta help, so she argues the best way to save Jean is to absorb some of that power, so that way Xavier can get into her head.
Yeah, that it leads credence to the Rogue, Cyclops, and Jean love triangle that they set up previously in the first season, which is going to really get more development in this season and the next season, which we're going to definitely talk about in the next season. So I believe she's actually talking through Rogue once Rogue absorbs Jean, and that was interesting too.
That was always really cool. Kind of like what we saw in X2 when Jean was talking through the professor. This time, however, it's more through Rogue.
Okay, before we continue, let me lay in a little side comment about X2. At that moment, I thought Patrick Stewart and James Marsden were gonna kiss.
Yeah.
Did you ever get that feeling when every time Xavier looked at Cyclops and says goodbye, Scott? And I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure there was some.
It wouldn't have been the first time I saw a film where Patrick Stewart had to kiss a man, but that's a different stream. But if you watch the gag reels of X2, there's actually a sequence where Patrick Stewart does lean in. and Marsden and everybody's just having a big laugh. It's like going, goodbye, Scott. One kiss for the road. I'm loving it. I'm laughing.
Bro, I'm gonna track that down one day.
Yeah,
because I like little missing gag reels that didn't make it to certain releases.
That don't even make it to the DVD. I actually knew about that gag reel because of the they were sharing the bloopers and they were setting it to a tone of a musical number, and I thought that was funny.
Oh, nice. Would it be "I Always Love You" by Whitney Houston?
No, it was more of like it goes the song goes
You don't have to tell me. You don't. Okay. Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, that's where it starts. Once they get Gene under control, that's where we begin to see a bit of a seed planted for their relationship building.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move on to the next episode, which is Bada Bing, Bada Boom, which again brings Boom Boom character into the mix, where she was also introduced in the first episode as like part of the New Mutants, like supposedly to be the one that's like part of the gag characters, but no, she actually has a character here in this episode, and it started off with her almost killing Nightcrawler with her antics. Yep. It really shows it established her character more as a wild card, as we talked about her earlier, and this was a lesson of her learning to really care about the people around her, because she kind of gives off this air that she doesn't care about people around her that much, or at least she's reckless. Mm-hmm. Even Wolverine has his moments with her. He's like, hey, watch the explosions. This is supposed to be a rescue mission.
Or when she says when she rescues Nightcrawler and says, "We're all clear down here, Badger. Bring us up." And he goes,
Wolverine.
"That's Wolverine."
Oh man.
Yeah, but what I liked also about the episode is that she's this very carefree person it's because she's hiding a really dark past about herself.
That too. We'll get into that. I got not yet, but we're going to get into that because we got to talk about how great this show was of its time. Mm-hmm. Of its time, and remember how I mentioned the X Impulse, right? Yeah. Where Kitty with Kitty and Lance. This episode talks about daddy abuse.
Yep.
Really, really bad daddy abuse. We're gonna get into that soon, but let's continue.
But it's like what you were saying. It's not physical abuse. It's mental abuse.
Mm-hmm. And boy, is the father of Tabitha, as she's called in this version. I'm pretty sure she's called Tabitha in the comics.
No, she's called Tabitha in the comics.
Yeah. So yeah. When we meet her dad, dude, the first time you meet her, he's got this little nice wholesome, demeanor about him. He's got this nice jovial Gentile demeanor about him, but then you get to see his crooked smile come up. You know what I'm saying? His crooked smile come up, and then that's where you see something sinister growing within him, and
the way he's eyeing the safe.
Too.
Right after Kelly is talking about. Quick tangent. What I loved about this season 2 is that not every episode begins on a clean slate. Usually, there's a lot of they do reference a lot of things that happened from the previous episodes. Like, for example, the
serialized.
Fair. Yeah. The fair is happening because of the charity, because they're trying to hold a charity for the destruction of the school gymnasium, which was actually because of the first episode, because Blob threw the Bayville statue into the gymnasium.
Right.
And but
so
go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, like I said, the back to the dad, like you just want to take a shower after looking at that guy.
Uh-huh.
That's not saying that he's that kind of creeper, but just the evil off of him. Like that's another thing I loved about this season is that even though we had mutants that are bad in the first season, we still got humans that are just plain bad.
Yeah,
we got this season.
I agree. This season really showed how really evil humans are. This one, he is clearly exploiting Tabitha's mutation.
Yeah,
for his own
benefit. And boy, that says a lot about parents nowadays that tend to exploit their children. That it really is telling our future a bit here and there. Most of these '90s shows.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, because
I, I
it like you were saying, yeah, like the '90s shows, it's a carryover because it hadn't really been explored yet.
mm-hmm.
And the
Now
'90s
things
was
are coming to
really
light, and they're trying their best to hide it underneath and bury it and veil it,
mm-hmm.
while being on the pretense of all about this inclusivity and bully hunting and predator hunting and Me Too and all. I'm like, y'all are not doing anything at this point.
Yeah.
The shows that I'm watching way back then did way more awareness than you guys ever are doing now. But
Yes,
that's a whole topic for another day.
yeah, but I get what you're. Yeah, and what's even more terrible is the fact that Tabitha drags Nightcrawler into her little charade because of the abuse, showing that abuse can lead into hurting other people as well, not just
Yeah, the
those who
abuse
are
can
being
be also
abused.
abuser too. And
Yeah.
I did mark this on my notes. The Kirk talk. We gotta talk about Kirk's
Oh
character
yeah.
a bit here. So that's a strike into Kirk's character. Like he's starting to catch feelings here and there.
Mm-hmm.
Like well, I would not say that he was trying to catch feelings towards Tabitha, but like he was having a good time, with Tabitha. But she was not girlfriend material for him. He's got that little bit of a anime protagonist type thing where he's the protagonist of the anime, and Boom Boom. I wouldn't say she's a tsundere. She's more of a like the crazy girl in anime. No, not yandere. Yanderes are murderous.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yandere's armor. Okay, well then, what's a? Huh.
I was
Yeah, because
I would
because now I'm trying to think. What is that? What is that?
a good comparison. I would say, and this I'm putting this mildly, will be Revy and Rock's relationship. I think that's where they were going with those two. Whereas he's a sensible guy. He's got a good head on his shoulders, but she's just nuts, basically.
Yeah. It's also I kind of also chalked it up to she was really the first because Nightcrawler has always been very self-conscious about his looks, and this is the first time that somebody's actually flirted with him. Or even in the episode, Scott even points it out, like saying, do you like her because you like her, or is it because she's the first person to actually flirt and show attention to you?
Yeah, big brother there from Scott there. And
yeah.
I did mark Jean and Cyclops in my notes, so we definitely got to talk about them a bit because again, this leads more to their relationship, like a carryover from the relationship from Power Surge, and that's one thing I gotta give Cyclops the friendship between Kirk and Cyclops, which why I went on a huge tangent about that with their episode that introduced Forge. I was like, that is so out of character for both of them. Like I said, I think it would have worked. That episode would have worked a lot better had it been Spike, the one that got lost in the rift, and not Kirk.
Yeah,
because it would have made more sense for Evan to be at the opposing end towards Cyclops rather than Nightcrawler, because Nightcrawler and Cyclops are established to have good friendship. I don't think they would have ever boiled down to them arguing with each other like that.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just, the fight scene. It seemed very artificial just to move the plot forward. It's so artificial you can practically see it.
And I was like I said, back to what I was saying about that. It's like it still could have worked had they just still had them having a joyful day, and Kirk just disappeared. That's all. We did not need no force fight between those two. Let's go with that too. But moving on, Jean and Cyclops. Cyclops is kind of dating one of Kitty's bullies from X Impulse.
Are you sure? No. I think it was Tara and Jean's friend.
Okay, Tara. Yeah, Jean's friend. My bad. He was kind of going on a date with Jean's friend.
Yeah,
and they're
for
the most part
Yeah, he's it's kind of more so like one of those chance coincidences. He was more walking around, and then she grabs his. He gets on the Ferris wheel, and she says, "Hey, is this Ferris wheel taken?" And that's when Gene and Scott kind of catch each other's eye.
Yeah, and he just he invites her in anyways.
Yeah,
And I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think for a while him and Tara were not necessarily kind of an idol, but they were just hanging out. They were like really like connecting. And I wouldn't. Here's the thing. I call myself as a shipper, but I wouldn't ship like crazy like crazy shippers are.
No,
but I kind of saw that working too. Him and Tara. I saw that working. Like it was something to build off of, but like it was cool. It was cool.
It was it was an interesting kind of seeing because this is what I call because we all know in the comic books that Scott and Gene are definitely going to get together, but in the show they're just saying, you know what, let's play with this a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's make it. Let's have fun. Let's make it a little awkward, but at the same time normal.
You know the best part about this?
What?
They didn't CW it.
Nope. No. Thank merciful Lord.
Because if this was CW, Tara would have been back and forth with Scott. Gene would be back and forth with Scott.
Yeah, then they would have had Taryn basically know about Gene's feelings and deliberately mess with Gene, make her a rival at some point.
Or worse, make them lovers and not and leave Scott in the dust.
Leaving. Oh my God, they would have
give me a shower.
They would have pulled that in every single direction. No, this one it actually does feel like legit high school. Okay.
So Scooner, I'm gonna step away for a bit to use the bathroom. Sorry about that. And we'll continue on to we're gonna speed through Bada Bing Bada Boom, and we're gonna move to fun and games real quick. Okay. So entertain the commenters real quick.
Okay. Entertaining the commenters. I'm gonna have to stall for time. Stall. Stalling. I actually thought it was pretty cool how Scott was more looking out for Kurt, being more of a big brother to him. I mean, when he and Taryn were already on the Ferris wheel, and he looks down and he sees that Kurt's already been sees that Kurt's already left the Institute despite Professor Xavier's strict orders not to leave because they were in trouble because they were messing around at the beginning of the episode. And he sees Kurt out there, and he's like, Kurt, oh, you fool, Kurt, you fool, Kurt. I thought that was funny. And, but I think what also made Kurt really smitten with Tabitha, and I think one person in the comments here said something. I wish I had what the Wolf, I don't have the controls Wolf 10 Media has, so I can't throw it up. So let me just look through the comments. Dogo Halabar, it says Tabitha knows what Kurt really looks like. Yeah, so that actually played a factor in Kurt's affection with Boom Boom. She sees him for what he is, and she's being all nice to him, and Kurt is feeling, what most teenagers would feel at the time if somebody's catching your eye. But yeah, what I found also interesting about Bada Bing, Bada Boom was Tabitha kind of reminds me of represents the conflict that's going on kind of within all mutants, where they all kind of have a choice that they kind of have to make a choice. Do they want to be part of? Do they want to acclimate to society by living as humans, or what? Or not. But Tabitha is one of those people who says, I don't care about any revolution nor about peaceful coexistence. I just want unrestrained freedom and a place to belong in this world. And that's really what is interesting, because that's what everybody at the Xavier Institute wants. And Tabitha always feels like she's the odd one out because she doesn't like rules, and she now has to live with rules at the Institute, so she decides, to leave at the end. The Xavier Institute, because as she puts it, it's not a good fit.
And I'm back. I had to tend to my wife real quick.
I was just talking about how Boom Boom also represents the conflict within all mutants in the show, where they kind of ultimately have to face a choice. Do they acclimate to society, or do they or just or just burn it all to the ground? And she doesn't want to be part of any of those things. She just wants unrestrained freedom, and a place to belong in this world, but she feels like she can't have that.
Doggo Halliburton has been very active real quick. Let me highlight his recent comment just now. He says, Tabitha's effectively a dark Jedi from what you're saying, Schooner.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, you know what? That's interesting.
Even Matthew Flynn joked about my rendition of the Emperor. The memes. And Brian Gilmartin says, my daddy issues. He also mentions earlier that Senator Kelly was the big mutant hater. Yeah, he was.
Yep,
well,
he was.
The two I can remember that were really, really racist towards mutants were Bolivar Trask and now I'm blanking on his name. Weapon X.
Oh, Stryker.
William Stryker.
Yeah,
William Stryker. Those Kelly, I would say from the beginning of the comics, the classic X-Men, yes, he was, but he had a bit more nuance compared to Trask and Stryker. Because Trask hated mutants because of his upbringing. His dad was a mutant.
Yeah.
Whereas Stryker was the reverse. His child was a mutant.
Yeah.
And he hated mutants. Or at least I think I'm going by the movie version.
Yeah, the comic book version is that Stryker was one of those evangelical preachers. And and I was like, well, I'm glad they changed him for the movie. Because he thought that mutants were not a gift from God, but a gift from the devil, and it got all to this religious stuff. But they did keep the part in the comic books where Stryker it's called God. The comic is called God Loves, Man Kills, and they kept the basics of that comic book where he hijacks Cerebro and tries to use it to destroy all the mutants.
Yeah. So let's end bada bing bada boom. Basically, long story short, that manipulates Tabitha for the last time, stands up for herself, Brotherhood gets involved, X-Men gets involved. Obviously, the Brotherhood's there because money.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and also, you said this in your last stream, it's also one of your favorite lines Toad has. He says, what is that door made out of? Adamantium?
Oh, yeah, when he's trying to bust in through...
Mystique's room.
Yeah, because she's been gone. They don't know what that's the biggest highlight of this episode. We finally get to see what Mystique's room looks like. So there's a setup and payoff for that one when Boom Boom leaves the mansion after doing a good thing. Basically, she gets let. Both her and her dad gets called by police, of course, but she gets let off because she's a minor. Yeah. Good luck proving that. Consider her design. She look like she's 22 in this season. But we're gonna let that slide. But anyway, she gets us off because she's a minor. Her dad, on the other hand, obviously the restraining order is still in effect, of course. Still in effect. Obviously, he's going to be staying in jail for quite a while, but he's not going to be treading on her in future episodes. Obviously, Kurt's sad about her leaving, and that's where again we get Cyclops getting Big Brother on him again, which again speaks volumes about Cyclops, and I'm glad that Cyclops stay consistent throughout this whole series, despite what I said about him in I forgot the name of the episode, but the episode where they meet where they met Forge in.
Yeah, where they met Forge.
So he's been more consistently written in this episode and thereon. I'm stalling the gag. The gag is that when Boom Boom actually got the door open, we find out that she has a very, very well plastered room with high. It's so high maintenance.
It doesn't.
She's got
it doesn't even feel like. Wait a minute. This room. This is the best room in the entire house. It doesn't even fit in with the aesthetic of the house.
It's so wide too. It's very spacious to say the least. It's got a very furnished bed, mind you. It's got a bed with drapery.
Yep.
It's got gaudy and gilded dressers.
Yep.
As far as how you can see, I'm like, wow. And she obtained this on a principal salary.
Exactly. Well, now you finally realize that her where her money was really going.
Pretty much.
She was buying, she basically let that house fall to crap, and because she was buying the nice cars. She had this very lavish room. It's very clear, and I think I kind of like this because this carried over from the comic books. Because in the beginning, Mystique was one of those standard bad guys who robbed more for money and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So she's very used to a very lavish lifestyle.
Yeah, I'm still reeling over the fact that her room was this polished on a principal salary.
Exactly.
Now we can infer that on the side she stole or embezzled and maybe laundered money on the side with the multiple identities that she can pretty much impersonate. But I'm like, no way she could keep this as a secret. No way. Especially once we get into to later on in the series, we see things are being set up. I'm like, there's no way she could have gotten away this long. Mm-hmm. And again, no way she could have attained this on I've never been a principal, mind you. I've never been a principal. To me, principals were well dressed, well groomed because you gotta dress in a man's uniform or a woman's uniform.
I worked in the education department. Yeah, there's a certain code of a standard code of how you're supposed to dress.
Exactly, but the thing is, I'm like, no way on a principal's salary.
Yeah,
Clark couldn't get a room like that on a reporter salary, like that joke he plays on Superman, Batman, Apocalypse.
Yeah, he says your cousin torched millions of dollars worth of hardware. Send me the bill on a reporter salary, right?
You still owe me a computer on a reporter salary? Not likely. Always there to get the final word.
Yeah, but
we can have
it makes. If you're a fan of the comic books, you also know that Mystique has been alive for a long time. And
right.
She's been alive for a long time, and if I recall, in the 90s X-Men, she married a wealthy... Dogo Halabar says it right here. Yeah. Technically, she was married to a count, Kurt's legal dad, so she could have used the count's money to maintain her room. Okay, yeah, so she's like marrying into royalty and stuff like that.
Yeah. But like I said, it's never established. But
in universe of X-Men Evolution, you're like going, okay, where's all that coming from?
Exactly. That's what I mean. It's like it's It's poke fun material. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Where was I going with this? I guess we can move on to the next episode. I guess. Yep. Let's go with that. We're stalling a bit. Let's move on. Fun and games. Not my favorite episode.
Oh, yep. This is the episode that I
But-
was waiting for. Yes. This is where we introduce the most deadliest adversary the X-Men have ever faced in the world, Arcade.
Arcade.
Yep.
As a kid.
Yep. As a kid. Because I remember the comic books, and I do remember this specifically. Arcade in the original comic books was an assassin for hire, but he would always lead the heroes through these very elaborate traps and something like that. So this house of horrors that he creates kind of reminded me of that comic book.
And funny enough that I should, it's funny that I said it's my least favorite. I should have loved this episode, but Arcade has never been one of my favorite villains at all.
Yeah, and he wasn't really much of a bad guy in this episode. He was kind of more of the distraction from the real plan.
Yeah, which Mystique takes advantage of in this episode. Spoilers: Mystique is actually in disguise.
Yep.
As you can go ahead and say her name.
Risky Wild.
Such an interesting name she chose.
Yep, she appears in the first episode and she befriends Rogue. She tells Rogue, she and Rogue get very, very close, and they become friends. I think even in Power Surge, she makes an appearance at the party that Jean and Scott were at. And
yeah, she does.
Yeah, she makes an appearance, and then they Rogue, because she was really, she really wants, she takes to Risky really, really well, and takes her back to the mansion and shows her around the place. And then we see how it leads into this, because you find out that actually, well, wait a minute. Because at the beginning of the episode, they find out that Juggernaut's containment unit is been sabotaged.
Right.
And Professor X has to leave to make sure to fix the containment unit. And
now, we're not going to say what happens when he gets there, because we're going to say that for the I think we're going to say that for season 3, because something does happen. A particular thing does happen to Professor X, but we're not going to say it for this stream.
Yeah,
so
so Scott, Professor X has to leave, but with Logan, Lord knows where, and Aurora away, he has to leave Scott in charge. So
yeah, this is a big moment for Scott.
Yeah, this is like his big moment for Scott. And what's funny is that in that exact same episode, we introduce Arcade and how he has been able to hack the school's computer to play a very complex game. And he's able to hack, to play a complex game, and so they show his skills early on. And then Risky goes to Kitty asking, "Hey, is anything fun going on this weekend? Any parties?" And Kitty's like going, "No way. The party circuit's dry, and I could really use a party after all of these finals and all this stuff." And Risky's going like, "If only we knew someone whose parents were away." And you pretty much know what's gonna happen. So you think, "Hey, and then Kitty's like going, "Hey, that gives me an idea." And you see how really Mystique works her manipulations, and it's like downright terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
It's downright terrifying.
Because in the first season, she was more of a she was out there. She has her subterfuge moments, but here, her skills and subterfuge really is elevated to that point. Yep. Like, this is where it's like somebody was hired on to write Mystique the way they wrote her, which really put her up to A tier in my book, in her skills of shape shifting. Like, they were able to really do a good job at doing her shape shifting abilities. Like, here's the thing. Shape-shifting is more than you turn into a bird or a dog or somebody. No, shape-shifting means you have to really do your best to impersonate somebody so well to the point where they don't recognize you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't recognize that you're the wrong person. And whoever wrote Mystique for this season did a great job. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, because not only do
I
you
say this is my. Go ahead.
Well, not only
Go
did
ahead.
you have to not only perfectly imitate a person, but you have to pick the right moment in which you are imitating said person before the characters themselves put two and two together.
What's even scarier about Mystique, definitely, is the fact that being as Risty Wild, she's able to pick and prod people's minds and know how to get to the heart of their insecurities, their likes, their dislikes, how they like. She don't even have. That's the crazy thing about it. She don't have to be at the institute to get that information. She could just go to school.
Yep. Not only that, she befriends Rogue, whom she herself is very eager to make a connection with somebody. So, and you find out in what was it, Power Surge, how she's poking and prodding Rogue, like telling her, "Hey, go talk to Scott," or "Hey, what's your deal with Jean?" And she's playing on those insecurities. And Rogue, thinking that she's
in a
made
dark
a friend,
way.
Say what?
Go ahead.
No, and Rogue is
very
eager to make to have a friend that she would just, because we all have the friend that we tell everything to.
Right.
And that's what.
Oh my goodness, this show. Oh my goodness, this show is so. That's one thing why we say it's so unappreciated, because that is so true to life.
Yep.
You hit the nail on the head right there when you said that. You have that one friend that you trust, but dang it, when you find out that friend is doing things on the low, like, I'm getting chills.
Yeah. In one breath, you're talking to them and telling them everything, and then in the next breath, you hear that they're actually tearing you down when your back is turned.
Yeah, and
that's what really shined in this episode, because she goes to Kitty and says, wish we knew somebody whose parents were away. Kitty and Kurt. So Kitty presents it as her idea. We're all going to throw a party. And Rogue is the one who says, well, Scott and Jean are never going to allow that. And then Kurt says, well, that is a problem, but what are the X-Men if not problem solvers? And so they trick Scott and Jean. And so they trick Scott and Jean to go meet each other, and this is the moment where, and earlier in the episode, Taryn is hitting on Scott. Jean is overhearing this, and she gets visibly angry by that.
Mm-hmm.
And when she tries to tell, she bumps into Scott, and she says, no, I wasn't spying on you. There was an awkward situation. Then they meet at this location, and they're having that conversation. And then, Jean says, Kitty said you wanted to talk to me, and Scott says, well, Kurt said you wanted to talk to me. And in the background, Kitty's removing the cell phone, and Kurt is taking his keys, and they both disappear out of there, and Scott and Jean are none the wiser because they're so focused on each other.
Oh, man, that's perfect. Saved by the Bell antics right there. That's why I always called this show Saved by the Bell, but with the X-Men, but done right. Done real good.
Because then we get to the party at the X Mansion, and then we reveal, Risty's walking around talking about, they show I have only been here once with Rogue, but she showed me all of this stuff. She leads him down into the Cerebro, and because of Arcane, he is able to hack the entire system. And Risty says, hey, can you download that file for me right there, please? And he's like going, yeah, sure, no problem. Here you go.
He's none the wiser.
And then, none the wiser, and he just takes command of Cerebro. And this was the episode that reveals Mystique, because Arcade activates the security system. Risty gets caught in the line of fire, and she's passed out, and then it's revealed Risty is Mystique.
Yeah. So yeah.
And so the X-Men pretty much got a.
I'm gonna backpedal. I wouldn't say this is not my least favorite. I would say this that I was always checking out whenever time they cut back to Arcade, because like I said, Arcade was never my I wouldn't say he was one of my favorite villains. He's good. He's really good. I like. Here's the thing: when Arcade is done right, I recognize that Arcade is done right. Like the Arcade mission in Spider-Man 2, the game.
Yeah.
Love that mission.
Yeah.
But like as far as like reading about him or at least like reading the story, like Arcade's not really that not my favorite. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a solid episode. It's a solidly written episode where things are really are like being stacked.
Yeah,
The wheels are turning. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, like I get what you're saying. It's like this episode is really setting up what's going to come at the finale, because the events of this episode, the finale of this season, is the major payoff.
Yeah.
So, not only that, this episode also introduces what will become the primary, which will become the problem for the finale of the season, the DEFCON systems in Cerebro.
Right.
And how the defensive systems at the Institute really operate. But what makes this episode at least my favorite for Arcade is the simple fact that he thinks it's all a game, and he's playing it, and he almost beats the X-Men.
Yeah.
Without even realizing that he did. That's what I found hilarious.
What's even more hilarious that he did more than what the Brotherhood did.
Exactly. He did more. And this is the first time I've actually seen, at least until late. This is the first time we've seen up until the finale of this. The X-Men are really fighting for their lives.
Yeah, that was a real big deal right there, and he was a human.
Yeah,
leaving again, setting the precedence that humans are just as dangerous as mutants.
Exactly.
So we'll move on to the next episode.
That's what I found to be. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Oh, okay.
You did fade in out a little bit, but I can hear you.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said you were fading it in and out for a while, but then now I can hear you.
I think my mic's cutting out.
Is it a chargeable one?
Hang on a second. I'm going to step back for a second, see if I can find another mic.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll just entertain the guests. Sorry, our fleet. So we got Brian Gil Martin with a line from Trask and Master Mode. You're supposed to protect the humans from mutants. That is not logical. Mutants are humans. I did like that line from Master Mole from the 90s X-Men cartoon. I will say this. Master Mode scared me as a kid.
Can you hear me now?
Most because I can hear you.
Oh, I'm back. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I was highlighting Brian Gil Martin's comment from Trask and Master Mode, and I was talking about how Master Mode was he scared me as a kid.
Yeah, he's definitely he's how I thought, Skynet would have a voice if Skynet had a voice.
Yeah, and he was differently designed than your standard Mook Sentinel.
Yep.
And he was way bigger than the Sentinels. Way bigger.
Well, and he could make
even
them. I mean, the Sentinels were just literally popping out of him.
Yeah. And there was another episode where he was just a head and he still was scary. I was like, dude, you're still alive. Hide under my bed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
exactly.
and Doggo Holliber says he likes Superman Batman Apocalypse.
Oh, it was a great movie.
That is rewatch potential right there. Ooh,
interesting. The wheels are turning.
If anybody is open to join, like Owen Lister can do. I'm not putting Owen Lister to the side or the back burner because he can only do so much with what he's limited to owning, wherever he can get his hands on. But I'm laying this out there now before we move on to our next episode of X-Men Evolution Season 2. If anybody would like to do a rewatch on Sunday, any coming Sunday, let me know, and I'll let you know if I have the movie or not, or if I can acquire the movie. Because, like I said, Owen can do so much.
Mm-hmm.
Owen can like it's usually me and Owen and sometimes Ivan, but Owen can do so much, and I don't, and I'm taking pressure off of him, for that matter. If he can only come in when he does have it. Like he just recently acquired Real Steel. We can do Real Steel rewatch on that one. And he
Real
just
Steel, that's a good movie.
I have my issues with it. It's you're right. It's a good movie, but I have my issues with it.
I like it for what it is.
Yeah. But I don't know if he wants to attempt another attempt. Yeah, try another attempt with Blade Trinity. So I still gotta contact him about that. But so far, I'm giving him time to work on his stuff. You already know he does his Bill Blaze comic.
Mm-hmm.
So I rather he focus on that, for that matter, because that's his passion. So follow your Owen. If you catch us on the back stream, if you gotten this far, keep going. Like I said, anybody, yourself included, contact me. Don't be afraid. Contact me. I'm checking my social media around the clock. I'm checking. I'm letting you guys know that I am checking around the clock. My Minds, my MeWe, my Twitter. I'm checking. My Facebook too. I'm checking. Trust me. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to contact me. And I'll let you know when it's a good time and when to set that up. Just like with you, Scooner.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move on to the next episode. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, keep the faith, ignore the noise. Doctor Who.
Oh, nice. Still haven't watched all of Doctor Who entirely, but that's probably a good thing. It's probably for the best.
The next episode, if I recall, because just
The Beast of Bayville.
Oh yes, Beast of Bayville. Beast of Bayville. I love this episode.
Me too. It's a very. I did mention in X Impulse, it opened up like a horror story, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was a horror story embodied for this episode.
But I just loved it so much because of, not just because of a Beast focus, but it's also how focused it is on Evan.
Because this is where Evan shines, because he needed it.
Yeah, exactly. This is the moment that also brings up that will actually be covered in a later episode in African Storm. His place on the team is called into question. Yeah,
definitely. So this one is about Hank McCoy and his episodes, which we're spoilers of the episode. He literally becomes Beast in this episode. We like I said, we already seeing him as this very buff science teacher, doubling in as a coach as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I forgot to highlight. I almost forgot to highlight was when Jean's powers was spiking in power surge. The way how he caught those hammer balls. Those were metal, right?
Those were metal, and I mean, it shows. I mean, it even shows one flying into Kelly's office, and it just breaks through his desk. But yet, Beast caught him like it was nothing.
Exactly, in both hands. 1, 2. I was like, bruh.
Yep.
Now, even if he wasn't human, even if he wasn't a mutant, that takes, for lack of better words, balls.
Oh gosh. I saw it coming. I knew it was coming, and still.
Yeah. Pun intended. But like I said, if he was human, bruh, more to I'm beating my chest right now. More to the power to Hank on that one to protect the students like that at the risk of injury like that.
Yeah,
man, he knew he has the power to catch him, but he even if he didn't that reaction, I would like to see more from our real world human beings. Like just help.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Exactly.
even though people are telling you you shouldn't get involved instead of like bruh, we gonna help.
I mean, even Scott saves Duncan's life in Power Surge. One of the balls is going right to his head. He uses his optic blast to shoot it from his side. Especially Duncan, since they were running around the field, he cheap shots him like that.
Yep. We also get a little bit of history between Hank and Charles, because I think he visits Charles in this episode. Excuse me. He visits Charles about his episodes in this episode. Wow, say that 5 times fast. That's I think that's poor literacy right there. Anyways, I'm very self-conscious. I'm very self-conscious about how I talk and how I write. We all are.
Yeah, exactly. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, he's going to Charles Xavier in this episode, and he's saying, you reached out to me all those years ago. Only now do I realize what you meant.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool because you see that his mutation does give him his intelligence, but also gives him the beast. And he says that, and Charles Xavier's been saying, like, you used to be able to restrain this, but how come you haven't been able to now? And he says, well, because I developed a serum, and it's not working anymore because his body, the beast, has adapted to the serum.
Yep.
And is ready to come. Yeah.
Sorry. Borrowing from the comics, basically, when he tries to cure his mutation through a serum, but instead had the reverse effect by accelerating the mutation, which I always thought that like Beast is like one of the few mutants that whose powers completely activates more so when he's a more mature adult through artificiality.
Kind of almost like Juggernaut, but not so much Juggernaut.
Yeah, again, I'm still mad at the fact they made him a mutant in this series. I think they rectified that in season 3, because he does come up in Juggernaut does come back in season 3, but I don't think he's a mutant this time. I think they retconned it a bit. I'm not sure. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Like I said, I keep repeating that, but for sure, we're definitely getting to that.
But we are getting there. I think what I also found interesting in this season 2 is that in this episode, is the whole.
Are you still there, Schooner?
Oh yeah, I'm still there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out. Say again.
Oh. I think what I found interesting about this episode is the fact that Beast.
Oh, he's cutting out again. What is up? This is wild.
Hello, can you hear me?
If you can still talk, try.
Can you hear me? Hello. Again. My signal. Where is my signal?
Okay.
No. I can't fail. No.
You're roboting now.
Hello. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm back. Hallelujah.
You're roboting, but
I am roboting.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're roboting.
Uh-oh.
And you're cutting in and out. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Well, barely.
Am I roboting?
No, not this time.
Okay, good.
So
let's see. Where did I lose you?
We're still talking about mutant abilities and artificiality through mutant growth. But we can speed along and talk more about Evan, because I don't think I said much about Evan in the last season. So let's talk about Evan a bit, because he does fade in the background every once in a while. But when he does show up, it's like, oh, you're still here. oh, I forgot about you, Spike.
Yeah.
From my point of view nowadays. I mean, this time around, now I'm older. Like, I was... Huh?
Well, I'm just saying there's a fun fact here is that You ever notice in the series, Evan is always drinking milk?
Uh-oh, he cut out again. You're cutting out again.
Can you hear me now?
It's almost like he's trying to get a signal out to us.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Very quick, fun fact. Evan Spike drinks a lot of milk. Why does he drink a lot of milk? Calcium. Why? Because the spikes come from his bones.
Exactly. I forgot to mention that in the previous stream. Yeah, there's shots of him always drinking out of the carton of milk. Much in the same vein as Flash when he needs nourishment to replace all that calories he burns with his powers.
Mm-hmm. I think also.
I think I lost Schooner yet again. Is your mic doing you good, buddy? He's out, but he'll be back. Hopefully, guys. Let me continue on then, while he's getting that sorted out, or let me see if he's on contacting me through MeWe, real quick, guys, and see if I can just soldier on by myself. Oh, I think he popped in. Yep, he's back.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, a lot better.
Okay,
much better.
So I decided to log out and log back in.
Like the professor does.
So yeah, that's it. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sometimes Evan would fade in the background for me every once in a while in these episodes, but he does have some, like I said, just like the New Mutants, they do have speaking lines, but he hasn't really done anything that spectacular to really stand out yet, aside from talking the Beast down in this episode, or at least having connection with Hank McCoy in this episode as well, like the interest in Shakespeare, literature. Like Evan for a while is, I was gonna say Evan for a while has been kind of like Kirk light in a way. He gets impulsive when he needs to. He's fun loving, just like Kirk. Like him and Kirk should have clicked well, or at least they should have been good friends, like super good friends. But it's good that Cyclops is the one that's balancing out Kirk, whereas Evan doesn't really have anybody to really bounce off of that much.
At least until we get to this episode.
Yeah, but when we finally, when you really break it down with Evan is the friend, but also the loner, so to speak. He's still with the team. He works well with. He's the Hawkeye of the team. So he's reckless. He's impulsive. Go ahead.
You know what I think he is? I kind of like what you were saying, because I like that comparison with Hawkeye. He's kind of the invisible string that's kind of holding them together.
Yeah.
Without anybody really realizing it.
I think he's probably the heart.
Yeah, like what Hawkeye was. He was the. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I like that one more. We'll go with that. He's the heart.
Yeah, he's the heart. So yeah, go ahead if you want to add more to this episode, especially with the transformation.
No, the transformation was amazing. But before we even get there, when Hank McCoy has his freak out, and then you see him at the amphitheater, I actually made a note of this. I wanted to share it. Beast at the amphitheater reciting lines from a tragedy, paralleling the tragedy that is his mutation.
Yeah, definitely love that.
This is the episode that kind of Hank's life is official. The status quo of his life is now done.
Yep. I was going to say something else about his relationship with Evan, which really I think it's only for this episode. I don't think there's ever a moment where him and Evan connected at all that much in the later season and in the season after.
I think they had a moment in a retreat, but that's pretty much it.
We're going to get there then.
But we'll
because that's another Beast episode too. which we're gonna get to because it yeah, it seems like Evan's kind of like he's the heart, but like he doesn't really get much to really do for his character. Like action wise, he does a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, he does a lot, and I think where he only shines the most is Africa Storm, which we're gonna get to in about 2 more episodes, which in short about Beast of Bayville, really good, really sets up, really pays off Beast's transformation. The final scene where they really introduce Beast after they managed to pin him down because they were having a hard time trying to get him in one spot because everybody tried to individually use their powers on him, and somehow he managed to get away. That's the immense power of his abilities at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And they finally get him. They finally do get him to stop thanks to Jean holding him in place. I think Xavier contributed with a little telepathy too, but also no,
you're
Evan
right.
that got through.
He got through to him because it was kind of almost similar to a fun little note here too. This is the second time this season that a mutant has had their power is getting too great for them to control. And almost Evan becomes the rogue of this episode. He starts reciting Shakespeare lines, which gets through to Hank McCoy, which allows Professor Xavier to get through to him.
Yeah, and that's another thing I like about this series of X-Men. Xavier is as powerful as the sum of his parts, but there's never a moment where I'm thinking like, oh, he should not really need that much help. He's a telepath. He's one of the greatest telepaths. He shouldn't need no help. No, he has limits, and sometimes the one thing that Xavier knows to respect is the power of the mind. Mm-hmm. Sometimes people's minds are just as powerful as him, and they're not telepaths.
Mm-hmm.
Like he could try to maybe probe Mystique's mind. She might knowing what she knows about Xavier through Magneto. She might have some psychic blocks in her mind that Xavier cannot break through because her mind's so strong.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like it's.
Or Charles Xavier can actually break through those barriers in a person's mind, but chooses not to because of how that person would be afterwards,
and the repercussions following after that too. Yeah. And people, and again, not necessarily worrying about image. It's more what it like. How would the students look at him now if he ever came to that? Yeah, it'd be like if we were. Go ahead.
Well, it was kind of like what they were It's the question that they were highlighting in Young Justice when they were talking about the way Miss Martian was using her powers. If Charles Xavier had done any of that, the X-Men would have turned their backs on him.
Yep. What if he did that to his students too?
Yeah, exactly. And then this is probably why I don't like what they did with new Xavier in the comic books, because apparently he did do that to a lot of the students, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, no, that's not Charles Xavier. He's supposed to be, like what Professor Geek says, the aspirational hero. But he's not without his faults, but he's an aspirational hero nonetheless, because he's not perfect, but he's doing his best. He can
that, or he's supposed to be the aspirational mentor as well.
Exactly.
He's supposed to be mentored and nurtured. Like that's the reason why we have mentor characters for every show, for every movie that we have. We have mentors for a reason, the mentor trope, because most people don't take into account that there are a lot of kids out there that are not born with people that can mentor them and nurture them.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to have that idea of what a mentor and a nurturer is supposed to be. Not these Fabi-ish, floppy, very indecisive and very useless mentors that are just shower you with praise and praise and praise. No, you have to have that mentor that's willing to sit with you, talk with you, scold you when it counts, tell you what you did wrong, tell you why it's a bad thing. They don't. What my riders don't understand. You always like it's a trope for a reason. It's a good trope for a reason. There's a lot of kids out there that don't have that mentor figure.
Mm-hmm.
None of them do.
Exactly.
Not everybody is. Like yeah, you can. Yeah, they like to throw in. Not everybody is born into a two-parent home when it's convenient for them to try to win an argument. Yeah, that's why we have mentor characters though.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll tell you right now, my upbringing, as much as I love my mom and my dad, I learned a lot of virtues through mentor characters.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to take over. Go ahead.
No, which is exactly what Hank kind of does in this episode, The Beast of Bayville. He does kind of be a mentor to Evan. He says that, when he introduces the fact that he was on the football team, but he would have gone all 4 years at Bayville High, except he slacked off in his freshman year. And then he says it wasn't until I was part of a real team that I learned the value of teamwork, because our friends shape us. They say who we are.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of more so, I mean, yeah, they're questioning the place of Spike on the team. Spike's place on the team is questioned in this, which is later echoed again in a later episode. But this one, I kind of took more of, Beast is telling Spike, don't take these people, don't take the X-Men for granted. Don't. Exactly. Because you're going to find, you may think you want to be alone now, but there's going to come a time when you're going to need to depend on them.
Mm-hmm. I want to highlight Brian Martin's comment real quick. He says, not everyone's parents abandon them in childhood. That is also true.
Exactly.
That's also true. Now, we also have parents that barely sit and talk to their children like they should, like they're supposed to. But that's the reason why we have mentors, because granted, you could say, well, that's just taking away the responsibility for the parents, but the parents can also sit with their children, watch the show that they like to watch, and see that mentor and know the blueprint on how to mentor and nurture their child. They now know where their child's principles are coming from, where their virtues are coming from now. Once they see those mentors, and like I said, not everybody's parents abandon them. No, I agree with Brian Martin. Not like, and here's another thing: we cannot be that reliant upon characters that have parents that abandon them. That's becoming a common thing nowadays too.
Yeah, I think what bothers me more about this is not the fact that there's a overindulgence of it, because there is, but it's more so we want to do it now because it's hip, because it's cool, because it's entertaining, and I'm like, that's not what the message was.
Mm-mm. It's almost becoming a fetish.
Yeah, exactly, or a term, or voyeurism. It's like, I want to see it. And it's like, I don't. Because you want to know what being abandoned by your parent is like, just look at, we'll find out later on with Wanda, but I'm just saying, just watch that. You want trauma? Yeah. There you go. That's what it is.
They're basically living vicariously through other people's past experiences too, because their lives are not as interesting as they like to be. Yeah. And I point that out many a stream.
It's a bad thing. It's like, that's not a bad thing. So you had a quote unquote normal life.
I'm saying, like, they don't even take to account that whoever grew up in said a broken home, or grown up with something that they were lacking, that most people have nowadays, that they take for granted. They never take to ask those people, like what about the people, like what about the kids that did get abandoned, that did get adopted? Like they want to think that a kid will want to be with their real parents. Not always the case.
No.
They get curious about them, yes, but they don't take the ones that raised them, their foster parents, good foster parents, mind you, good foster parents that raised them into a wholesome life that most people never often get have the time. They never take to ask like dude, what, like, I know that you might be curious about your real parents, but what about your foster parents? What do you think about, and hear them out? And that's nothing. They're so disconnected from any of us to know what really is like. They're here to tell us what we should be feeling, what we ought to be feeling, what we ought to be thinking, if you will. Go ahead, Schooner. You're about to say something.
Well, it's what you were saying is that it's also highlighted. It's funny because they actually highlight this in X-Men Evolution Season 1 when Nightcrawler wants to find out about his mother and the past, and he asks Rogue. He says, and Rogue even says, "Do you really want to do that?" And he says, "Come on, don't you want to know who your real parents are?" And Rogue says, "Kinda, but Irene was always a good parent to me, and I, wasn't going to question the good fortune." And that's something. And that's there's not everybody who is adopted or wants to know. Some people don't want to know.
Yeah.
Like what you were saying. Sometimes they're just appreciating what they have, and I think that's what Kurt kind of comes to realize, especially when he finds out about Mystique and his parentage. He comes to appreciate what he has, and I think he has a renewed love for his foster parents.
Yeah, and we went quite a while for this. I guess this is one of our favorite episodes then, because we went quite a while with this one. So
yeah, Beast of Bayville is definitely one of the most intriguing episodes because it's one of my favorites because it's about accepting what you are, who you are, and all that kind of stuff. It's the universal theme of acceptance.
Yeah,
and that's kind of a problem. And this is why X-Men has endured throughout the time. I'm just going to be real quick. Is that it touched on universal themes, never current themes. A universal theme is be nice to everybody, don't make war, be open to other ideas. Now they're like getting into the nitty gritty of current day of what's considered a universal theme.
What they think it is.
What they think it is. But that's why X-Men has endured the test of time.
Yeah.
Because these universal themes are what we're still going through today. Next episode, if I recall, is it Adrift?
It is Adrift, and it's a Psych episode, a Cyclops episode, and it also brings back Havoc, Alex Summers. And I have to say, I almost forgot about this episode completely until I did my revisit of this series. I was like, this episode happened. And this one is
it's a filler episode. It's a filler episode, totally.
It's a filler episode, but it's a good filler episode. Yep. It kind of speaks to me because again, I'm a brother. I'm an older brother too, and whenever time that there's an episode in a show that brings in older and younger brothers in, you could say I instantly imprint into that episode because I relate. I have a younger brother like that. Like
I can relate.
You can even.
I can relate.
You can even say I connect with Cooler from Cooler's Revenge, despite him being a villain, because of the fact that he's a bigger brother than Frieza. And sometimes I mold my expectations towards my little brother just like Cooler. And there are times when me and him have a conversation, I'm like, "You have a lot to learn, little brother." It's stuff like that. It's like sometimes he'll do some things that don't really impress me, and I'm just like, "You have a lot to learn, little brother."
Yeah, exactly. It's like what I saw in it's like what I saw in this episode that I thought was really interesting. Like you see Scott making some really dumb decisions. Like he doesn't he instead of calling Harbor Patrol when his brother's caught out in the tide, his brother just says, "No, I'm going to look like an idiot. Can you just come and get me?" And everyone's going to say Scott would never do that. And I'm like, okay, first off, there's one thing you need to know about family, particularly brothers. They know what buttons to push to make you do some dumb things. That's the one thing about family. They always know what buttons. So Scott making that very foolish decision is not dumb to me. It's definitely that's probably. I mean, if my brother had asked me to do something like that, I'd probably do that. Granted, when I got him into the boat, if I got him in the boat, I'd smack him over the head and say, "What the what the heck were you thinking?
Yeah.
Making me come out here and do this." But I would do it nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. I would say some people will probably argue that Sky is acting a bit out character, but I'm like, I disagree. Like that's family involved. You're gonna make some dumb decisions if family is involved. Like I've seen people do dumb stuff for the sake of rescuing their own animals.
Oh yeah.
It's a flawed human nature, and it's natural. It's a natural flaw in our human nature. But it really it connected to me because we all know that we would like, it don't necessarily have to be our little brother or in a disastrous situation like say being adrift, pun intended, adrift in the ocean on their surfboard. But like if your brother needs money, you're gonna help your little brother out, especially if you got a good relationship with your little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Or like he ran afoul with some bullies. Of course you're gonna step in. You're gonna punish him after that, but you're gonna step in and fend off the bullies for him, like I've done with my little brother a few times in our younger days. And like I said, it speaks to me because there are times I did have to bail him out of situations, or like we both, or at least if anything, we both took the brunt of the punishment together. Yeah. Even though he was the one most responsible for it, I was like, you know what? When we're done, I'm not gonna tell Mom about this, or at least, if anything, I'll be right there when I'll be right there still.
Yeah, you'll when he has to tell what the parent, when he tells the parent, when the sibling tells the parents what they did wrong, saying I'll be there with you and take my share of the blame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's where I don't think we have much to really say about this episode. It is a filler episode, but it's good for what it is.
Well, see, I got two things out of this episode. One is the allegorical and the meta, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The allegory.
Also, like,
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay. I like the fact that this episode actually highlights that despite their powers setting them above humanity, humans are still powerless against a natural occurrence like a tropical hurricane. Showing that.
Go ahead. Sorry, I got a little excited there.
Shows the natural frailty of mutants, just an act of nature. So it's like they're not all powerful.
I also have to add that Cyclops has a limit to his abilities.
Mm-hmm.
He can actually get worn out if he uses too much. If he fires off too many shots of optic his concussive beams.
Yep.
So he had to use excuse me. I didn't mean to burp like that. But yeah, he basically was the signal flare, a living signal flare for that matter. And I think I'm blanking on who saved him in the end. I think it was their team, right?
Yeah, it was Storm, Xavier, and Jean.
Okay.
I think Wolverine was there. I can't remember.
And there was some ingenuity on their part too when the first responders tried to help them, but I think they got into their own pickle and they ended up helping them out in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows what they could do together as brothers who had Alex join the team, because even in the beginning of the episode, Scott says, "Hey, we have an opening for you,"
Mm-hmm.
And Alex is like, I don't know, big brother, maybe next time, but he has a valid reason why he don't want to join immediately. Yeah. I mentioned this earlier in season 1. The X-Men, when it comes to recruiting, they don't always get a win.
Nope.
like the first time with Rogue, they didn't went over Rogue the first time like you would expect it to. Subversion of
No,
expectations there done properly.
precisely.
The same thing with the same thing with Alex. Like you think that Alex was going to be a permanent member of the X Men after he's been added to in the Cauldron. No, he's not always there. He's
Nope.
he's had good foster parents too.
He's
That's
kind
the only reason why.
yeah, he has his life. He's not. It's not that he's not interested in seeing his brother again. It's that he's already started a life there.
Mm-hmm. And he's pretty much safe there for now. You know, he's nobody doesn't know that this is a mutant, so he's relatively safe, and his powers are just that. His powers are in his hands, and he can actually feign off his powers. Like whenever time he scratches his hands, he's like, you know, I got this, I got kind of a let's just say it's a thing I do when I'm nervous. It's a tick, or I have a skin condition on my hands, so I have to cover them up, and you know they itch every time. Like he can hide his powers really good.
Yeah.
So let me highlight since we're talking about this episode, let me highlight Matthew Flynn's comment here. He says Cyclops is really underrated and misrepresented. Yeah, and this episode really ramps. This episode ratchets it up pretty well. How his big brother side comes out, like I mentioned about him and Kirk.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I like about. That's another thing I like about Cyclops. He does, even though he now knows his brother's alive. He don't treat Kirk any differently.
Nope. He's just always, you know, cause he's there to give him advice. He's there to give him advice, and it's on Kirk whether he chooses to follow it or not. And if that advice backfires or may cause him harm, Scott's going to be there to help him.
Exactly. Let's get into your favorite episode, by the way, on Angel's Wings.
Oh yes, beautiful. Love this. This aside from the finale might be my favorite. One, because I've always loved. One, I love Christmas. Two, Christmas episodes. Yeah.
I forgot that. I forgot that this was a Christmas episode.
Yep, this is a Christmas episode. A lot of the funny stuff happens. Well, first we get this great beginning where it shows New York, Warren Towers. We already know right there. Okay, this is why Angel's a big shot. In this
you said
universe,
Powers or
Powers.
Okay. I thought. Excuse me. I thought they changed his last name in this show. No, he's still Warren Worthington III.
Yeah, Warren Worthington III, and he's living in Warren Tower, which is basically in this universe. I guess that's what his family builds, towers.
Okay.
But because at least that's what I'm taking from it, because I haven't seen anything that says otherwise.
Right.
Yeah, he's looking on the news, and he's, like you said, he's moonlighting as a hero, almost like in the same vein as Spider-Man or the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
He's helping people out.
Okay, back to his suit design. Still not my favorite, but I think what they were going with, actually, more so the stealth angle. I think that they were blending in both his designs, from his angel to his archangel design. I think that's where they're really going for it, because like he's still Angel, but the colors that he's wearing is his archangel design, where it's instead of it's not red and purplish blue sometimes, it's now red and black. I think that's where they were going with that one. Now with a little blend of the whole aesthetic with the forehead, ears covering like they did with Gambit, which we're gonna talk about him, but we're gonna talk about the new addition to the villains in season 3, because they're more prominent in season 3 than they are here. So that's I'm doing it step by step when it comes to
they also
character design.
If I recall correctly, almost none of them had speaking lines when they appeared in the finale. Technically, they appeared in season 2, but when they're fully fleshed out in season 3.
Exactly. So we're gonna cover that next season. Back to Angel. Yeah, that's like it still held that 90s aesthetic, like the like all the X-Men designs as of now. And like I said, it's a nice blending of the classic and the Archangel design.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I said, I still don't like it. I kind of wish they would have went with more classic Angel from the beginning with the blue and white a bit. I don't know, maybe, but it is what it is. So yeah,
I'm not weighing in on this so much because it didn't bother me as much. It's not so much of an eyesore.
yeah. Love his music, by the way. The music they use for him whenever time he flies.
Yeah, that was like it gives more. Everybody underestimates the power of music. It just really can trigger an emotional feel.
I did talk about the sound bites in the previous season.
Yeah. What I think what I liked more than anything in this episode is how it's really juxtaposing the good with the bad. I mean, Angel is here helping people throughout the city, and the X-Men are kind of here, but they're kind of more so let's here to recruit him, that kind of thing. And what I like is Magneto kind of appears as more of like that darkness, like when he orchestrates the accident. And then tries to and then simultaneously turns everybody against him. Bridge, and then what was it? And then Angel goes to the church.
Yeah.
That church final battle at the church. It's a total callback for the inner geek in me because I was reminded of Cowboy Bebop and all these other type of tropes where the final battle. Which I thought that was cool. But when Magneto appears in this episode, he appears almost as if he's like a demon, ready to. I mean, I know there's a lot of. This is more of a toned down version of the episode in the '90s where they went full on embracing Christianity with Wolverine.
Yeah.
But this episode is more of a subtle take on that, and I kind of prefer that. It's going more for the symbology more than out and out direct route.
Yeah, I like the opening of this episode where he saves the sick mother out of the hospital, and you got that scene where he places her in, I think, what it looks to be Central Park.
Yeah, a park bench.
And
Central Park.
Yeah, basically a park bench. We can guess that that's Central Park, but still, it's like I like the line that she gives to her daughter. She's like, what happened? I was saved by an angel. I'm paraphrasing, by the way, but she's like, I was saved by an angel, and you should see a feather of his just float down. I was like, oh, that was so beautiful.
Yeah, and then of course we get the reference. This is the first time, if I recall, we actually get references to the Marvel universe as a whole. We get the Daily Angels reading the Daily Bugle, and I believe in the final battle where Rogue and Magneto are having their little fight.
Right.
You get to, like I said earlier, you see a building that says SE on it, Stark Enterprises.
Or potentially the Stark Tower, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But in this universe, because in the beginning most people don't know it was called Stark Enterprises, but in the movie
right.
it's Stark Industries.
Right.
But,
yeah. You know what? You mentioned Rogue again. More Rogue. There's also a moment. I think there's kind of a moment. They have a moment with her and Cyclops, because Cyclops is in this episode, right?
He's in this episode.
And this kind of leads the viewer to think that there might be something between him and Rogue, but but Rogue might had I think Rogue had a bit of ulterior motives too in that trip with him when they go to see go to investigate Angel, right? Yeah. I think she
totally has ulterior motives.
I think she was trying to make some moves here and there with Psych here, but Psych is all business as usual.
Yeah, so, but they do have that that heart-to-heart scene in the cafe when he's talking about because in the beginning of the episode, Rogue gives him a gift, and Jean is already shooting daggers at Rogue, which I thought was hilarious. Jean is shooting daggers.
Now you make me want to rewatch that episode just for that little scene alone. But
And
yeah,
and I even love the scene where she even kind of does it in a not so in a not a hostile way when they're saying goodbye, and Jean is looking at Rogue
yeah,
standing next to Scott, and they're all waving goodbye. She's like afraid, and then she's like, "Why am I afraid?" and all that kind of yeah. But that heart to heart scene I really liked because we also hear Scott talking about how he thought that his brother, he didn't know what happened with him and his brother, and he thought that maybe there was a guardian angel looking out for him. But then after he lost him, he thought, maybe there wasn't anything like that. And then
he was
finds
almost
out
an atheist at this point.
Yeah. Then he finds out his brother's alive, and he thinks, okay, maybe there is something out here.
Yeah, this episode does talk about potentially there might be forces out there that might exist besides mutants too, didn't it?
Yeah, and and this is even echoed again this was echoed in Beast of Bayville when Evan and Kitty actually have that conversation when Kitty's showing him the pyramid head, and he said, you really believe in that hoodoo or whatever that kind of stuff is, and she's like, well, I walk through walls, you shoot spikes, maybe something's out, it could be real.
You know what? I forgot that little exchange. Oh man, I wish we had covered it when we were talking about Beast of Bayville. But yeah, there was that moment where Key was like struggling with a test, and of course it's math. So like she has this little gimmicky hat that's supposed to give her all the knowledge that she needs to ace the test. Yep. And like at the end of the episode, she finally gives up on it.
Because it didn't make her look good.
Well, like I wish you had told me earlier that made me look silly. Why didn't you say anything? I forgot who.
Yeah, she said that to Cyclops because he was throwing something away, and Pyramid Head was in the pyramid hat was in the garbage.
Yeah. I think Cyclops was the only person that was like being very reasonable about it too, because like everybody had their own 2 cents. They're trying their best not to hurt her feelings.
Yeah, exactly. And Scott comes up with the best, like I call it the biggest BS answer ever, but it's technically not a lie. She says, "How does it look?" He goes, very unique." That's all it says. He says, very unique.
Okay. Yeah, side tangent over. Angel's Wings. Let's get into McNeil's motives here.
Oh, yeah. If I recall, this is actually the first time we see Magneto since the finale.
Yes, because so far we're in how many episodes? We're in 6 episodes in. We have not seen Magneto. We've only seen what Mystique has been up to, but we have not seen what McNeil has been up to. And this was the episode that brings McNeil back into the fray, and he is. We now know what he was doing. Now, when we get to Day of Reckoning, when we finally get to Day of Reckoning, he's been recruiting people to be his acolytes.
Mm-hmm.
And he selected Angel as a prime candidate, which, long story short, that failed because we ultimately know that Magneto, he takes no for an answer.
He does not,
which is interesting.
Yeah,
there we go.
How he presents himself to Angel. He kind of appears behind him at, like I'm saying, the church, almost like a demon willing to come, saying, "Come with me, make a deal, join the dark side."
Yeah, and his get-up, mind you.
Mm-hmm. And Angel is like going, "Yeah, no."
Oh, before we even get more into that, let's get into how that got set up, because he has a subtle disguise. Like, it's him, but at the same time, the way how everybody's designed in this show, humans include regular people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He could have been anybody with white hair.
Exactly.
like, bruh, when I first saw him as a child making a resurgence, I'm like, huh, is that him? Is that Magneto? No,
Yeah.
that could not be Magneto. He can. Oh my god, they did a good job blending him in the background.
How he can always blend in. Yeah, just
And the way,
to build off of that, when like I said on the bridge, when he orchestrates the accident and then turns everybody against Angel, and the way he's backing away after he makes that accusation and disappears in the crowd.
yeah.
That's
Hey, he's the one who pushed the girl over the rail.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that doesn't even, I hear that, I'm like, that does not sound cheesy at all. He's a, like, bruh, if in a better place, Magneto probably would have been a good stage actor.
Oh yeah.
Because, man, like when I hear that, I'm like, anybody worth their salt who could have voice acted that character, anybody could any of the writers could have rolled in some BS line and duh, everybody's gonna believe it. But like the way how he says it, I'm like, wow, that legit convinced me.
And he comes out as almost like this has a voice of like this trustworthy individual.
Mm-hmm. And he's just a stranger. He's in that crowd. He's just a stranger, and he's a whistleblower. He's basically a whistleblower in that crowd. But it's like that Green Goblin moment. After everything you've done for these people, eventually they'll hate you.
Mm-hmm.
Misery, misery, misery. That's what you choose. What about my offer?
Yeah. Are you in or out? If you who's out, Goblin, out of your mind. And he goes, wrong answer.
That's also rewatch potential right there. Spider-Man, the movie.
Yeah.
I'm down for anybody to join me on that one. I could do a 5-man group on this one too. If anybody's willing and able, like you maybe Brian Gilmartin or Leia plus size, because she does says she's trying to get her mic to work, but hopefully we'll figure this out. I am the Wolf Commander after all. I'm planning to take this series further than it is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming a long way so far. I don't mean to get sidetracked there, but let's conclude on Angel's Wings.
It's kind of showing, again, foreshadowing the finale of how quickly, at first they'll be impressed, kind of like what you were saying about Green Goblin. At first, maybe people will be impressed with what mutants can do, but eventually they will despise and hate.
Mm-hmm.
And
I do like...
He's trying to convince Angel to see that that's the eventuality of where all this is going. Angel, however, is not interested in his revolution. He's still going to do what he does. And Magneto, like you said,
knew the power of the dark side.
Exactly. And Magneto, like you said, he does not take no for an answer.
Join me, Angel, and together we shall rule as Angel and Devil.
As Angel and Devil. And he's like going, okay, and Angel would probably be saying, because I love in this episode, this is definitely a much more grounded Angel. He's like going, okay, what movies have you been watching?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that line.
Well, that's what he'd say if you quoted that line from. He's going to say, because in the episode, I think he says, "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying."
Mm-hmm.
That's a great line.
But I will not move on to our episode until we talk about the ending, which is a montage of how each character celebrates Christmas. And I think, if I recall, it reveals that Kitty is possibly Jewish.
No, it reveals that Kitty is Jewish because she's because the montage is really great because it starts with Jean and her family getting a Christmas tree. Then it cuts to Kitty as she's lighting her menorah. Storm is with what was it? No, Evan is having a snowball fight with his dad, and then they try throwing it at Storm, but she just creates this big, massive snow tunnel.
Which I also established last season that they know Storm is the Weather Witch. Evan and as well, but we inferred that Evan's powers developed, and that's where Storm chimed in and say, "Hey, he's a mutant just like me. Don't freak out, Evan. Don't you freak out. It's okay. It's natural." But yeah, like the sister and Aurora are talking, and that's where she that's what I love about Aurora. She's got a little sass to her too. Like she plays around real nicely, and that tidal wave of snow that was beautifully done.
Yep.
And
then
who else get?
Kurt goes home to his parents. And I'm trying to remember. And then it cuts to, if I recall correctly, Logan is in a bar by himself.
Yeah.
And Beast.
Something that you will never see in today's media.
Nope.
He's literally at a bar. I mean, he doesn't have a drink in his hand, I don't think, but we know why he's there.
Yep.
Continue. I'm sorry.
And then you got Charles, Xavier, and Beast clinking their mugs together, ushering in the Christmas day. Yeah.
Probably eggnog for Beast. He probably enjoyed the eggnog. I'm assuming. Assuming.
Yeah.
So now we covered that. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely have to say about On Angel's Wings. I like that Christmas episode, and I love a Christmas episode in a series when it's done absolutely well, especially the episode for Justice League with their Christmas episodes, and same thing with Power Rangers, the Mighty Morphin era when they did their Christmas episodes. What's another good one? I think Batman Animated Series, of course.
Christmas with the Joker.
You said that, and my mind cut to the scene where Joker's riding across the sky on a Christmas tree.
Yep.
On a rocket-powered Christmas tree. Beautiful. But let's move on. We're doing pretty good. We covered about 7 episodes, and we're already in 2 hours. So we're going again. We're doing good pace. Let me highlight Matthew Flynn's comment here real quick, and he says, "I like Rogue's design and show, but that's probably because I like goth girls. Who doesn't like goth girls? Who doesn't? I mean, if you don't like goth girls, that's you. That's your preference. If you like the girl next door, the Man Pixie Dream Girl, that's your preference. But like, dude, who doesn't like goth girls? And like I said, that design I've seen many a cosplay of. Besides the classic one, I've never seen the extreme one get attention either. That's the only one I know that doesn't get that much attention. I know her current day outfit gets attention too, but the most that I've seen that gets the heaviest attention is her classic yellow and green, and her evolution version gets the most attention. Next episode is African Storm. Now, this one I put in my notes to talk about Storm's phobia, because it actually gets a bit of a highlight in this episode. And what this episode, it's an Evan episode, especially. We basically mentioned this earlier, but this is an Evan episode. But there's also a Storm episode, and I'm going to talk about her phobia in a bit. But we're going to establish that it brings about Storm's origins also. She's not called the yeah, it's really good. She's not called the Weather Witch for nothing. It establishes her origin story as well. It establishes a somewhat. Trying to figure out which one. I think they both bleed into each other really well, because I know she's.
Yeah, it's taking elements from the two origins and then making it its own thing for this universe.
Yeah, because in the beginning she was a street urchin, but there was also a story where she was worshipped as a goddess, and she was a nudist.
She was a thief in Cairo, and then she traveled. If I'm remembering her origins correctly, she then traveled down to this area where there was a drought, and she brought Storm. she brought storm clouds, made it rain, and they thought she was a goddess. And they said that she was they thought she was a goddess, and I don't know if she believed it or kind of was using it as kind of a con or something. I don't think she was, though. I think she kind of fell into that because the people there did her to be real, so she did it for them. If that makes sense.
Yeah. She's basically Katara in this situation where in the episode The Painted Lady, she was doing it for the people, but after a while, she was going to do a little bit of it. After a while, it kind of became her identity, not fully, but it came into that,
Yeah, they needed her, so she kind of became it for their sake. But then after a while, she realized that she couldn't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm. Or at least they can pretty much help themselves at this point. She's pretty much brought them to Providence.
Yeah.
This is also I have to bring this up because a lot of people forget. Not a lot of people, but most people don't know. And again, shout out to Comic Book Girl 19 for bringing this up in her X-Men her X-Men series video. She doesn't mind wearing her birthday suit. She doesn't mind strutting her stuff around her birthday suit, or at least in story. I seen a few page highlights, and it's pretty interesting how they word it. So we all know that in some locations of Africa, most Africans go out half naked. Mostly rural types, not city types. Rural types like villages and stuff like that. So Storm is from that kind of region where you're free to walk around either in your birthday suit or with very little article of clothing. So there were depictions of her at times in the nude, and
so it wasn't a taboo in their culture. It was considered normal.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the way I remember there was a page that I read, and she just got out the shower. She had just taken a shower. She just got out, and she doesn't have no towel wrapped around her. And you have, I think it was Wolverine, Beast, Nightcrawler, and Xavier there, and they're both trying to be as modest and politeful as they can be. But they can't take their eyes off of her, and she's like, what? It's no big deal from where I'm from, and Xavier had to explain to her like hey, sometimes over here in America we tend to be a bit more modest with our bodies. but she took it in stride, and there were times that she was And there was a time where she actually took a shower in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
There was a huh?
I said I think I remember that comic.
What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that comic, but it was her silhouette.
Yeah. There was also another panel where there's very convenient censorship of her body, where she's in full Monty, like areas like her privates are covered. Her hair is shielding her. I don't know why we're going on this tangent, but okay, here we are. But this is a Storm episode. But it's a Storm episode, so we do gotta dedicate this to Storm. But yeah, like a lot of people don't know that that's a part of her character, and I have to bring that up because a lot of people, like I said, you got these people that are talking about body positivity. Why are you hiding the fact that why are you trying to get away from the fact that Storm is a unintentional exhibitionist?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're all about the culture. You're all about the cultural appropriation. She goes out in the nude as per her culture. But
And I don't even think Wolverine would bat an eye at
like I said,
I'm sorry, Wolverine wouldn't bat an eye
Yeah.
at the new movie because with his creation, he basically ran outside naked when he got his adamantium claws.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't bat an eye at that.
If you really want to argue, if we're gonna argue nudity in depictions, we gotta put in the male perspective too.
Exactly.
Yeah. Side tangent over. Let's get right into the episode now. So to start this off, we have this we have Storm's origins here, which is the common origin that yeah, I'm gonna talk about that comment real quick. Sorry, I got distracted by Brian Gilmar's comment there. You don't have to read it yet. I'll highlight it soon.
Okay.
So one of the more prominent origin stories for Storm is in this opening scene with the village that prays to this idol, and we are introduced to our one-shot villain for this episode, the Hungan, who is staging a takeover. Who's staging a takeover? We learn later on that the Hungan is the reason why she fled from Africa, because he wanted to explore her power. Another highlight of exploring power in this season. And this enemy is interesting because we did talk about Arcade, we talk about Mystique, but we're now faced with a enemy that use a bit of culturally significant abilities like voodoo magic, the ability to disappear and reappear. They can create fog, or at least they know how to subterfuge through fog.
If I recall correctly, too, that this is actually the first episode that actually confirms that magic exists.
Yeah. Before we even get to other entities that actually use magic. Yeah, they have their own little spiritual magic that allows them to infiltrate the mansion, in so many ways. And here's another thing: they plague Storm throughout this episode.
Yep,
they're playing with they're like the hunters in the African jungle, like the lions, basically the big cats. They're playing with their food, or at least they're stalking their prey. And we get this a bit early when Evan is kind of you mentioned Evan having a moment here, questioning his place in the team.
Yeah.
In this episode, where I think he's falling behind on his studies in this episode, from what I heard. Again, like in Spike Cam, he's falling behind on his studies, which Spike Cam. Remember when I talked about that one? So yeah, that's a running thing with Spike, is that he's falling behind the team. I guess that's what they're saying. It's like he's trying to keep up with the team. So like we get that we get a bit of that going on with the whole thing in class, and then we get more writing on him when he gets to train with Storm, which he's late for as well. He's at the whole superhero having problems balancing the Superman and the man. So he's having a hard time trying to keep up with his studies, but he's also having a hard time trying to keep up with his studies at the Xavier Institute. And she scolds him, of course, because it's Storm, that's her nephew. Of course, there's expectations riding on him about it. So we have this whole quote unquote escort mission thing going on in the danger room.
Yep.
Which I don't understand what the whole
It was.
I'm still like.
I think it was about. I think it was about really more about dependability, because she says to Evan, "I'm in your hands."
Yeah.
Meaning, if it's going to come down like we were saying, matching up with the theme of finding your place within the team, it's like, would you be willing to put yourself in harm's way? Or in many instances, like the X-Men, lay down your life for another. And
exactly.
And at first, the simulation we never get to see the simulation finish because Storm gets closed in and she freaks out and she just blows it up. Gets closed in the box.
Before we get into that, let's break it down from the beginning. So it started off with the Danger Room is targeting only Storm for the most part. At least until Evan gets trapped himself. But like the contraptions there are basically targeting Storm. So we got the whole claws coming in, and you see Spike uses spikes in creative ways. Like he makes a big spike and uses it as a sword, which we don't hardly ever see him do stuff like that most of the times. In the first season, he's mostly shooting spikes or growing them. He's mostly projecting them, basically using them as projectiles. But like, he cuts a few and throw the other one for the last one for a show. But then he celebrates too early when they're still in the beginning of the simulation, which really shows a bit of a character flaw again from Evan himself, is the fact that he's impulsive, too quick on the trigger before he actually patiently waits for anything or stuff like that. Again, he gets trapped, climbs his way out of there, but as you said, an unexpected trap that's not programmed into the system traps Storm, which I'm going to talk more now about why she exploded the way she did. Storm is claustrophobic. We don't see much or talk much about her claustrophobia, but this is where her phobia is actually brought up in this episode. And this is how you write phobias or issues that people have, and not be annoying or make that their identity. It can be brought up, but it doesn't have to be the sole focus. Like it in the hands of a modern writer, that will be the whole focus of this episode. The fact that she has claustrophobia, or at least a modern writer would make her powerless because of her phobia, or at least try to make her a sob story, or stuff like that. No, she has a brief moment of vulnerability when she gets trapped in that box, and that's what it basically essentially is. It's a box that traps her in, and that's where she panics, and Spike tries to get her out. He does his best to try to get her out, and he can't because it's apparently it's reinforced enough to the point where his spikes can't penetrate, and that's where she really, and when push comes shove on her part, especially when she's in that situation, you see what she does in that situation. She explodes, completely explodes, and she got her. Now this ain't no Yahoo Bravo moment for her.
Nope.
Because anybody would saw that, like, yeah, you go, girl, you get yourself out of that. You don't need no man. You go, slay queen, yes, queen, slay. No, this is oh snap, not supposed to happen.
And that even shocked Evan too. To see
like
the way that she is. I mean, she doesn't celebrate after getting out of there. That was that was traumatic.
Mm-hmm. This is an episode that really treats a phobia that is real, and it's a serious thing. Not no yes queen, you go girl queen moment.
Yeah.
This is where we get to see Storm vulnerable, because majority of the time she's kicking butt in any episode that she does show in.
Yeah, she's very calm, she's collected, but this is the first time we actually see her have a full-on freak out.
Exactly. And now I don't know where you stand on this one. I'm half and half. When the way where I'm coming from with this is how she handled Evan in that situation, where she literally scolded him too far. Now, one could say she went too far. One can also say she has a right to be hard on him in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And one could also say that Evan is not being real with her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's both are see, this is how I took it. Both are keeping things from each other and therefore are putting, I mean, the box could be a metaphorical barrier between the two of them.
Yeah. Bottom line is both are in the wrong.
Yeah.
Like,
both are in the wrong and are not dealing with it in a healthy way.
exactly. Of course, Evan started off by being late and being immature in the situation, knowing full well that even though the danger room has its safeguards, and majority of the time it is just a simulation, you can still get hurt in the danger room, like what happened in Fun and Games.
Yep.
I think in that moment, New Mutants were taking the brunt of that situation, right? No, that's on. That's
in Fun and Games. No, the New Mutants were all upstairs partying.
Okay. It was the X-Men.
Yeah, the X-Men were taking the brunt of the assault.
Okay, so yeah, we now know that we already know that the danger room can potentially hurt you, even when it was set up in the first episode. When Nightcrawler pulls that cable on that one blaster machine, it went crazy. It went crazy. They like I'm just saying, like, I'm a little upset with Evan for not taking that completely seriously enough, knowing full well that there's many times that the danger room could potentially kill you if you're not careful. Storm, again, I'm leaning more to being on her side, but that's only because I appeal to authority figures that have a very balanced way of how to really show proper authority when need be, and proper leadership, especially when you're on a mentor level. You as a mentor, and if the professor ever hears this in the backwash, I'm pretty sure you as the mentor is supposed to be the better of the group. Of course, you're not supposed to lower yourself to their level, but like Storm really let herself down to Evan's level the way how she went, and again, rightfully so, because she's at a vulnerable spot with her phobia. So
I hear
really
I hear what you're trying to say. She is right but wrong in how she says it.
Yeah, and here's another vulnerability. Evan is at his vulnerable here too, because he's got his grades, his failing grades. He's got his failing grades to worry about, and now he's got his aunt that's writing him. I don't think that there is a hint of him losing control of his powers yet.
No, that comes in season 3.
Yeah. So yeah, and there's another thing about him being a teen and being reliable in the team. So there's a lot of our. He's like he's slow. He feel like he's slowing down the team, or like he's not meeting everybody's expectations enough, and that's where he.
This is where he gets a little angry. Gets a little angry and confrontational.
Yeah, much more so here than he did in season 1.
Yeah, and that's a thing. Another thing that I like about the this episode is that kind of more or less Storm and Evan have to kind of come together. They don't really so much come together with their they don't work together to resolve their differences. Kind of more so. It's just another one of those episodes where Evan once again has to prove himself, and he does, because he does take the lessons that Storm takes.
You're breaking up again, Schooner.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's once again another episode of Evan having to prove himself to the team, because he takes the lesson that Storm gave him at the beginning and uses it to
Still breaking up again.
Dang it! Darn it! Darn
we're,
it!
we're still trying. We're still trying.
All right.
I can hear you now. You're clear.
Evan kind of has to use what Storm taught him to defeat the Hungan.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a lesson that he was learning. Because
and it proves that he can get it, that he can do it.
Yeah, that was another thing that I forgot to mention. That I almost forgot to mention actually was that a fog showed up in that simulation. That was the box. The box wasn't really the thing that they were arguing about. It was really the fog that he brought up. It's like I wasn't the one that brought in that fog, and she says neither did I.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
So yeah. Because she does have, like I said, she does have a more back to them that back and forth in that simulation. I know we're going far too long in this section, but it needs to be talked about, right? Yeah. She does, like I said, she does have that outburst, but like that's where he says, "Hey, I wasn't the one responsible for that fog," and that's where he runs away. Yep. And that's where she says, "Yeah," that's where she says the line. She says, "Neither did I." That's where she finally calmed down. Like that's another brilliant moment of Storm right there. It's like she does have a brief moment of vulnerability, but she can bring it back together. She can get it back together.
Yeah, she can rationalize it.
And there's another thing that comes up too, which we're going to get into as well for a bit. Yeah, actually, no, we can jump on it now. Actually, Evan has his report card, I think, or at least the what we all know back in high school are proto report cards that we take to our parents.
Report. Yeah.
Progress report. There we go. Progress report.
Oh, I hated those things.
Me too, man. I used to.
Because they're basically saying, "Hey, this is where your grade's heading, and if you don't do anything about it soon, that's it." And it's just like, well, how long do I have? 2 weeks. And I'm like, oh, come on.
Exactly. And bruh, here's the thing. My dad expected my progress report. I was like, they didn't give it to me. I'm not afraid to confess that on screen on the internet. Like, bro, I was about to swear right there. I was like, I threw my progress report away, and my dad was like, "Where's the progress report?" I was like, "Well, they didn't give it to me." and he knows I'm lying. He knows. He's like, all right, but he knows the inevitable is coming. It's like, bruh, bruh, it's no use hiding it. It's like, okay, I'm going to humor you. I know you threw your progress report away, but you know your grades are going to come. I'm going to see them, and you know I'm going to get mad at you. Even my mom was more lenient. That's the thing. My mom was more lenient. It's like she didn't even ask me for my progress report, but my dad, he knew that's basically what that was going to be. It's like, bruh, like you don't show me. It's like it's not no. If you don't show me your progress report right now, there's going to be repercussions. Like, no, the truth's going to come out. No matter how much you say, "Oh, you're doing good in school," like you're doing well in school.
How much you run from it or hide from it, it's coming.
Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? It's gonna happen, but man, do I dread the day it does happen. So like, and here's the thing. Here's another thing. I never got mad at my dad for forever punishing me for like having bad grades and stuff like that. He just had that little talk with me and stuff, and I improved over time, but like I never looked at him as him being at fault. It's like I always look to myself like look, I'm the one who's doing this. I'm the one who was at fault. I should not be hiding stuff. I should not be lying. And that I make a conscious effort to never lie nowadays.
That's basically what progress reports are supposed to be, like growing moments, because you're taking the progress report to the authority figures in your life at that time. At that moment, you're in charge of your own destiny. So what do you do?
Exactly. So let's move
Run
on.
from it, or do you face the music?
Exactly. One thing I gotta point out is a good highlight for Wolverine in this episode. Um, because we're gonna go back to Evan, but I want to bring up Wolverine and his boss moment here, because Storm is getting plagued with voices, sounds. You know, she's got there's a brief moment where snakes are invading her room. You know, you have that creepy moment where they're crawling over her feet. It's like the craft in there. You know,
pretty much. And she takes flight, and it's really cool because there's this great photo of Storm flying up and is silhouetted by the moon.
exactly. Where it's like that's where you say she's gone so high now she's safe. She feels safe. She feels all right. She can finally calm down. But there was a moment where she's in her bed and she's screaming, and the camera pans to her room door, and you see Wolverine go right there at the door, look around, and unsheathes one of his claws and immediately runs out to her balcony, looking around, sniffing to see if there's any intruders. I'm like, bruh, he doesn't say nothing in that moment. He just goes to the door, runs through in there to the balcony with his claws sheathed at the ready.
Yep.
I'm like,
that's just like, because at that moment, I love that scene because because Storm and Wolverine have been teammates for so long. It's like both of them already know they're on the same page when he opens the door.
Yep. I'm like, bruh, no witty one-liner, no comeback, nothing. He's full on serious mode in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Just completely serious mode. He's the McCain in this one. He's the Matrix in this. Not the Matrix. I'm talking about John Matrix from Commando.
Mm-hmm.
He's Rocky without no wittiness. This
is the take no BS type here. Okay, you're in this room. One of two things is going to happen. You're either going to walk out. You're either going to surrender, or you're not walking out. Period.
Exactly. He's the first one there, and of course we get moments where Kitty runs in to check on her too. Basically, most of the X-Men are there, but like Kitty is the first one that runs up to her to check her out. I think it was it Kitty?
Yep, it was Kitty.
And that's we haven't really said much about Kitty, have we? Well, we'll get to that in the next episode.
We'll get there though.
But like there's moments where she does not saying she don't care, but like there's moments where she actually goes up to everybody's level and show her gentler side, and that's one thing it's little moments like that I love about this series and every other series back then in the 90s.
It makes it seem more real. Makes it seem more real, and it makes you connect with these characters.
Sorry. Also, didn't Jean jump in too?
No, she did not.
Okay, so it was just Kitty.
It was the professor. It was Wolverine runs in, goes to the balcony. Kitty comes phasing through the wall, asking if she's okay, and the professor comes rolling in.
Okay, so it's just those three. I'm sucking at math right now. But yeah, of course, the moment we did mention her flying in the air, that's when they capture her at that point.
I also noticed that the fog is actually playing a factor in this. I mean, I don't know if it's ever directly confirmed that they're responsible for the fog around the Institute, but could it be that, Storm has indirectly creating the fog because of the
Hungan?
The stress that the Hungan is putting under her.
Yeah, and they're taking advantage of the covering of the fog, which again, great subterfuge for this tribe that she used to roll with. The Hungan, though, dude, the voice work, the music for him and his crew, just nothing but banging drums and I call them shake instruments, the ones that you shake and make sounds with.
Yeah,
Um,
I know what you're talking about, and the pounding of the drums, how it also could be also matching to the drumming of the heart. You know, the
yep.
intensity, the sheer intensity that Aurora is under, especially
Yeah, because it's
when she sees the
go ahead.
when she sees the skull in the mirror.
Yep. The water in the bathroom,
Yep.
the snakes on her
Mm-hmm.
legs and stuff. Like it is creepy
Mm-hmm.
how they play it, how they time the music jumps, the music, the sound bites and everything, and that's where we get the control from the hunger, where you hear us chanting, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where she gets hypnotized, and it's game over in
He
that
moves,
part of
and
the
I love it
episode.
because he moves with precision and with purpose. Nothing he does, almost like this is again, he's one of the coolest one-off bad guys. But like Magneto, he moves with precision and with purpose.
Exactly,
Nothing is left to chance.
exactly. I think she also mentions him briefly to Xavier before she gets captured by the Hungan. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure she did.
I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure that this is always a part of her past that everyone is vaguely aware of, but they don't talk about it because Storm doesn't want to talk about it.
Right. She likes, that's the, just to imagine what he could have done to her to make her not bring him up. Just
Yeah,
imagine
I
the
think.
stuff
Yeah,
the
I
stress they
think.
put her on.
Yeah, exactly. Clearly, this is the one. Much like the Shadow King, this one cuts
Speaking
in
of
the
Style
crime.
King, let's bring
Oh,
up Matthew Flint's comment
another
here.
great episode. Oh, I thought we were going to the next episode. No, I'm sorry. Ooh, I
Well,
think
no, no, we're gonna speed up the episode.
the villain.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yep, exactly.
it did.
Shadow King. Yeah, just like the Hungan, the Shadow King is one of the coolest and perhaps most terrifying bad guys, but also the one that Charles Xavier was like, if there's ever a telepath involved, Charles Xavier jumps right in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm taking no, just like Wolverine, I move with purpose and precision.
Yep.
Okay, if there
Brian
is
Gilmartin.
yeah,
Sorry, Brian Gilmore. To my comment about the cultural appropriation and all that stuff, he
yeah,
said they care about culture when it's convenient, especially when they're trying to win an argument.
oh yeah, yeah, I love that. It's like, oh, here's my convenient information that I have on hand to outschool you. Oh yeah,
Did you?
I got a textbook right here with full of information.
Yeah, like speaking of that, did you ever watch? Do you ever watch the Fourth Age? By the way,
The Fourth Age?
the YouTuber, the Fourth Age, RJ.
Nope, I have not. Any
You
good?
have to check him out. He's really good.
Okay.
He's you could say he's in the same caliber as the professor, but he gives out the facts.
Oh wow. All right, I'll check that.
Not saying that the professor don't give out the facts. I'm saying like
Yeah.
RJ gives out the facts.
Yeah.
He's unafraid to point out the communist culture that is in our country at the moment, especially when it's has infiltrated into our pop culture.
Yeah.
He lays it down thick.
Wow. All right.
Silent Grave,
That sounds pretty interesting.
yeah, Silent Graver has mentioned him a lot in her. Well, not a lot. Whenever she gets a chance to in her streams, but yeah, I've been watching her. Sorry, I've been watching him before I even got onto her streams for a long time. When she mentioned that, I remember bringing that bringing that comment because he always opened up his videos with, "Hey, how you doing? This is RJ." So yeah, he
All right. I like
and
them
he always
already.
and he ends it with, "So if I haven't got so uh I'm messing up the line." He says, "So hopefully I have so if I haven't given you anything new to think about, hit that like. hit that shield and hit that subscribe.
I love it when YouTubers do that.
So like there are times when recently now in many of these, he's like, so far I probably haven't given you anything new to think about already, and I always want us to write in his comments and say, dude, every time I come to your videos, you always have something new for me to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, dude. Don't worry if not many people are like, a lot of people are saying that because he's very self-aware about his content, that a lot of people are saying that he's talking about the same thing. He's talking about the same thing. I'm like, nah, like keep doing that. But here's another thing: you bring something new to the table whenever time you bring up the same points.
Yeah.
And I like the way how he calls. I like the way he calls the social progressives, the quote unquote progressives. That's how he says them.
The progressive.
Yeah, but yeah, we I got a little sidetracked there.
But Brian Gilmartin is correct. They only care about culture when it's convenient and can be exploited to make their side for their side.
Also, do you notice they say the most racist things when they try to be convenient with the culture?
Oh yes. I can't even. It's like, okay, it is just mind-boggling how everybody just does not seem to notice this. I mean,
Chris P. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Chris P is here to say, hey guys, stopping by to say hi. Got class now. Later. Thanks for stopping by, Chris P.
For the shout out. But bringing it back to X-Men, I mean, it's almost like the Hungan, pretty much. He wants to corrupt Storm's power for his own ends, and he's willing to use Storm's power and he's willing to use Storm as a puppet for his own means. I mean, at the beginning of the episode, he burned Storm's statue, yet he's still planning on using Storm to take. Wasn't he after Africa?
Yeah, he wanted to use her to take over Africa, which is stupid.
Yeah.
I would say this: he could take over some part of Africa, but the entire country,
can't take
doubtful.
He can't take a.
There's a reason.
He's powerful, but not that powerful.
There's a reason why Wakanda didn't take over Africa when it could have.
Yep.
Speaking of Hunga and his group, going back to what Principal Kelly said about new challenges and greater obstacles and all that jazz, these guys do not care you're a mutant. They will take you out. I mean, bruh, they try to fight these guys. They will find.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, you try to fight them with your powers. They'll find ways to get around your powers. Literally, like you'll knock down one of them, but another one will take its place. You'll probably like Gene tries to fling one with telekinesis. He uses a spear to anchor himself.
Yep.
And swing around and drop. I think he drop kicks her. I think, or somebody stops him from doing that. But like, bruh, these guys are tough, despite fighting mutants.
Exactly. One of them even says, "What are?" He goes, "What are these guys? What are these guys? Ghosts or something?" And then Scott avoids the sword and says, "Cyclops avoids the sword and says, well, they're real enough to use weapons."
Yeah. Brian Martin is going to bed. You have a good night, dude. I'm sorry we're going far too long. I'm pretty sure you'll catch the rest of us in the backwatch and offer your comments there as well. But we can still keep going. We got more. So yeah, of course it was also we also know that Hunga is controlling her through a jewel, and it was ultimately Spike the one that saves her by breaking the jewel.
Yep.
And Storm gives the most badass line in history. You want my power, Hungan? Have some more. Just blows him away.
Carries him off in a typhoon. I think that might actually be the first time we ever see Storm intentionally kill somebody.
Or that pissed off. For that matter. Like I was like, I'm never gonna push piss. like I'm still scared of the Dark Phoenix, but I'm never gonna piss off the Weather Witch.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, because
Mm-mm.
I'm convinced the Hungan is dead because she caught him up in a typhoon and she didn't throw him out to sea. She just took him into the air and that was it.
Yep, and how high she took him is anybody's guess. We
Mm-hmm.
all know he ain't gonna survive that.
Nope.
Even if he does come down, he ain't gonna survive that. And of course, what's scary about the Hungan and his crew is the fact that once he lost, they all disappeared too.
Yep. Vanished like
Now
shadows.
that's even scary. Like another thing, I think Wolverine couldn't even track them either in this
Nope.
episode. Which, again, we'll talk more about that in season 3.
Yeah.
Because I'll get that a pass when it comes to the Hungan and his people because the trackers, hunters,
Mm-hmm.
rules to that. Obviously they know their way around hunting people and all that stuff. As far as Mystique's concerned, we'll talk about that in season 3.
Okay.
Let's get into my least favorite episode, and pretty soon the one episode I've been saving up a rant for, but let's get into the least favorite episode, Joyride.
Yeah. As much as I mean, it's good for what it is. This episode really does take us into the POV of the New Mutants and where the Xavier Institute will be going in the future. But
Yeah.
it really is just what it is, a filler episode. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. That's all it is. Excuse me.
But it does show, this is the episode that does highlight Kitty's powers. Because it shows that her powers are vastly improving, especially what she does with the Blackbird. I'm just like,
Yeah.
what?
Yep.
I'm like,
That.
what? I mean, I've never seen her do something like that before. She can move maybe a few people through walls, but I'm like mind blown.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's mostly a series of the New Mutants, just New Mutant shenanigans.
Yep.
And every time they go, it's basically what it's called, a joyride. They're going on a ride with certain vehicles, and they keep they keep upping it. First with Scott's car.
Yep.
Next is the X van, which doesn't really get that much use throughout this whole series. It's just there.
It's there in the cauldron and there for this episode, and I don't think it's been used. Well, we'll wait till season 3, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it does get a camera shot in X Impulse when they go after to help Wolverine fight Sabretooth, but it's there. It doesn't really get much use other than the one episode where Kitty and I think it's season 3 where Kitty goes to gets her tries to get her driver's license.
Oh my! We will get to that because that is hilarious.
Which is one of my favorite Wolverine lines, which I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna say when we get that episode. But yeah,
but the only other thing that really this episode shows is continuity because the punishment from Bada Bing Bada Boom is echoed in this episode because you see Kurt sweeping and he's doing all the chores. And Wolverine's calling it probation.
Yeah, that's been that's one thing I keep forgetting to mention that after Bada Bing Bada Boom, because him and Boom Boom in that episode they were both grounded basically because of Boom Boom's antics, and Kurt got roped into it because he egged her on, and that's what caused him to get the blame too. And worse was when they went to the fair. He went with her at her behest, and he knows he's on house arrest, quote unquote house arrest. Even Cyclops spotted him like, Kurt, you.
I love that right. Oh, Kurt, you idiot.
Yep.
Looking at him like, oh, Kurt, you poor love-struck moron.
big brother moment there from Cyclops yet again. And again, after that situation was handled, like that's where he gets the punishment where he's cleaning up the danger room after Logan's run.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Unintended
no,
right there, Logan's run. I love it.
no. I think that was no, that's the punishment for the New Mutants in this episode. They get to clean the danger room after Wolverine's done with it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where everybody really died inside. And I was like, you know what, you deserved it, cause I like ain't nobody got no sympathy for you or your homies at this point.
I also love another one of my favorite scenes is actually the scene where they're going to the pool, and Lance has to rescue Rogue, but he decides to rescue Kitty instead. And Cyclops goes, "Wrong victim, Alvars, and you drowned 2 people." And Lance goes, "Yes, but look who I rescued."
Yep. And Rogue walks
and
shoves them both in the pool.
Yep.
What you gonna say? You were gonna say a quote.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. She just calls him a creep and pushes him in the pool.
Oh, what's funny was he also throws a life preserver and it bumps her on the head.
Bonks her right on the head. If I recall correctly, he also takes, I think it was it Cannonball? Because Cannonball's going after Kitty, so he just launches him out of the pool.
Yeah.
Cannonball goes flying out of the pool, and then in the background you just see him crash.
Yep. So there's 2 saving graces in this episode. We already said the one saving grace, which is Kitty phasing the Blackbird through the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
But we also have this character episode for Lance, who got fed up with the Brotherhood for a while and decided to join the X-Men instead because, again, no leadership, no guidance, nothing. And nobody's not doing anything around the Brotherhood house, so he's might as well just go try a life of luxury, quote unquote. And that's like, this is why this is my least favorite episode, because Scott is being a bully in this episode.
Yeah.
He is not laying up on Lance. No. And I get it. You guys are enemies in the past, but he's not trying to help Lance acclimate into the X-Men's side.
No.
So he basically just, and worse,
it kind of shows though the frailty I thought of Scott, showing how he's all open to new ideas, but yet when it comes to people like the Brotherhood, he's like very close-minded.
Right. And worse is the New Mutants are going on joyrides, and Scott keeps blaming Lance for these things because it's easier for him to blame Lance and not the people in his ilk.
Yeah.
And Lance, on the other hand, has been trying his best to stop them from doing these antics, and he still gets blamed for them. And at this point, I'm like, I'm on Lance's side throughout this whole episode because that's kind of janky.
And even at the end of the episode, he even tries to cover for the New Mutants to be a real pal to them because they were openly accepting of him during the training session. So even when they were doing something wrong and Lance tries to stop them, he's still going to cover for him. Like he says, when they bring back the Blackbird, he says, "Alvars, I knew it was you," and he's like going, "Well, yeah, what are you going to do about it?" And he's willing to take the full blame because he knew that they were going to find some way to blame him for it.
Right.
But I think what bothers me most about this episode is that it's clearly a filler episode because I would have loved the idea if Lance actually stayed with the X-Men.
Right.
I mean, granted, it would have thrown the entire season a little off kilter, but he should. I don't know. It's just him leaving at the very end just kind of makes this episode a lot less important.
exactly. And it does. I will say this: it really doesn't really do anything better between him and Kitty because there's a bit of a hint of romance between those two too.
Mm-hmm.
That will never really get that much. It's not going to get completely expanded upon, but it's a catalyst to what's going to happen in the penultimate in season 4.
Yeah.
So that was Joyride. It's the weakest episode, which is funny because it's in the middle of the season. We're going to get into the next episode, which is also a filler episode, and my goodness, this was the 90s. I know this.
I'm gonna take a few breaths for this one because I think I know what's coming.
Walk on the Wild Side is the team female episode for almost every 90s show that had a group of characters that usually at the time when they had more than just one or two female in the group.
It's the girl power episode. Yeah. The
pretty
girl.
Much.
There's always that one girl power episode. As far as girl power episodes, this is definitely not the worst. Yet,
no, it's not.
In the context of this show, it makes little sense.
It has no place to be here, and it really degrades the guy characters in this episode badly. Like Scott,
this episode actually probably would be X-Men today. By the way,
yeah, it would be, and
this would be X-Men today, and this would probably be the pilot episode.
Yeah, it would have been because I did make mention that I kind of hit Cyclops and Joyride, but I really hated Cyclops in this episode because this episode happened because he started it of all people. Yeah. Like I said, the same thing what I said about the Forge episode. This could have been triggered either from it would have been Evan to do that.
I would have even said Bobby. Bobby would have even made more sense.
Yep, Bobby. Yeah, Iceman.
Yeah, Iceman makes more sense because he's got a big mouth.
Yeah, had Evan been in this episode, it would have made sense because Evan's impulsive and he say some very off kilter stuff sometimes too, or it would have been better suited if Iceman was the one that triggered it. But no, it was Cyclops.
Yeah,
acting the most,
and even Jean acts out of character.
Yes,
the most responsible one of the most responsible ones of the X-Men.
Like just having a big beef with Scott, and Scott acting like this very pompous
butthead.
Yeah, there we go.
He's basically a butthead.
Yeah, he's being a butthead, and even with Jean trying to push Amara to, get them out of the situation. I'm like, so here's the thing. The setup is that they're in this little ditch thing, right? It hinges on Amara controlling the heat around her like magma to lift them up in the air. I guess being an earthbender, or I think something was about to capsize on. Yeah, it was about to capsize on them, right?
Yeah.
A boulder.
Yeah, she had to superheat the boulder. She had to superheat the boulder to complete the walkway.
Yeah, and like I said, Cyclops is there to make sure that they don't get hurt. That's his role because training could somebody can get injured in training. Cyclops took it upon himself to break the boulder. The conflict is the fact that Cyclops made a grandstand statement, you know, and Jean took offense to that.
Yeah.
I'm like, bruh, I'm gonna get on Scott when about what he said, but like Jean, seriously, did you not forget that he's there to make sure you guys don't get hurt? Not
Yeah, and I mean, and it's not that Duncan Matthews hasn't made stupid comments like that either.
yeah, you
And
know,
what did
I'm
she do?
thinking like,
She took those comments in stride.
yeah, and I will give her this. Like sometimes it can be overbearing, and sometimes you can really you
Yeah,
know
and
at some point it it really
I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it gets to a point where you just like take it.
Yeah, you got you know, plant your feet. In other words, this is not the case.
And we got that. Yeah, and that exactly the fact that you said you got to plant your feet. We actually got that in the episode of Fun and Games when Scott is saying he's walking down the hill and saying, "Are you coming, Gene?" And Gene says, "Hey, wait up!" and then pulls him back with telekinesis.
Yeah,
that scene was great.
Yeah, she already had that moment, and now we're visiting here in Walk on the Wild Side, where the women feel like they're being unappreciated. I'm like, so let me get this straight.
Yeah. So what happened to all the other previous episodes?
So let's go through a laundry list here. Growing pains. Rogue is the only one to get close enough to Jean to weaken her a bit, so that Xavier can go and help her mind out.
Yeah.
Power surge. Jean restrains Beast so that Evan can get through to him with the help of Xavier.
Power surge is for Rogue. How she helps with Beast of Bayville is with
I'm
Beast.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mixing them up. I'm going through a list. Yeah. Bada bing, bada boom. All the girls are like they are participating to help out Tabitha along with the guys. Fun and games. They all made out there with at the skin of their teeth. Adrift. Jean was there to help Cyclops and Alex, if I recall correctly.
And Storm is holding back a tide.
Exactly. On Angel's Wings, Rogue was there with Cyclops to fight off Magneto. African Storm.
She took him on alone, by the way.
Huh?
She took him on alone, by the way. He goes flying off to retreat, and she goes after him. Now, granted, he outsmarts her, but still.
African Storm. Yes, Wolverine was the first to walk in, but Kitty runs in there to check on Storm as well. And the women participate in that fight as well, alongside with the dudes. Joyride. Kitty saves everybody on the Black Bird.
Yep.
Least favorite episode, but make no mistake, Kitty's moment was there in that episode.
And boy, was that a moment. It's still one of my favorite moments, despite the fact that the episode itself is lackluster.
Exactly. So, why do you guys feel underappreciated?
I don't know.
The only good thing that came out of this was that it was nice to see them work as their all-female team, but we did not need this message of girl power.
Well, yeah, it was also really interesting because this is the first team. This is a highlight, and I will give it a highlight. This is the first ever team that consisted of 3 different teammates. It's a combination of 3 different teams: the Brotherhood, the New Mutants, and the X-Men.
Yep. Okay. So let's run down who's in this group. You have Jean, Amara, Tabitha, Rogue, and Kitty. And apparently this started when Amara and Tabitha, I think, goes after these crooks,
Yep.
and that's where Gene. Oh, we get a moment where Gene, I think Gene hijacks Scott's car
Yep.
or Duncan's car, and oh yeah. She hijacks Scott's car, and Duncan looks at her. He looks at him. And he says, "Good thing she took your ride."
Yeah, yeah, that was funny. I didn't think that was funny because she just because Gene just lets loose on Scott and Duncan, then grabs Scott's keys and run off, and both of them are like going, "Whoa."
Yeah.
Like, whoa, I've never seen her that angry before. And Duncan's like,
so yeah,
glad she took your car.
In the hands of a bear ride, that could have been the biggest highlight that we. I would say that's the highlight I like about that episode, but like everything else is just. Oh, okay. I'll say this: everything else where the girls are taking action and stuff, that's something I like.
Mm-hmm.
Another highlight: the music video, as we called it in the green room, the music video or your song, the whole song thing. It's like a whole. It's almost like its own show at this point.
Yeah, and it kind of took me back to the back when MTV was MTV.
Yeah, MTV was MTV, where it's nothing but music videos and music, and
it
almost came off like a Sailor Moon episode.
It was great animation.
Did you ever? Yeah, that's kind of sad that animation was kind of wasted on this one. on the dances, yes, of course, yeah, you got the dances. You know what? I think I could. You know what? I think I could watch that sequence over and over. I just can't stand this episode because of the messages portraying the girls in. Because we like the girls in this series.
Yeah,
we like the girl. Like,
but in this context, I'm not happy with what I'm seeing because it feels very contrived and artificial, and feels like it was just made because the writers were obligated to make it.
Yeah. And like I said,
yeah,
it also come off as it felt like Sailor Moon because they're called the Bayville Sirens in this episode.
Yeah,
because they're going around doing vigilante work now that they stop some villains, and apparently coincidentally the villains that they captured with the help of Gene in the beginning of the episode are linked to a chop shop operation.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, every crook that they've been messing with up until this point is a member of that chop shop.
Yeah.
So another contrived thing going on in this episode. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the only thing that's another saving grace, their outfits. I like their outfits.
Oh, the designs were awesome.
This is where I was like, bruh, somebody's showing off in the character design on this one, because I would say this. I think my top favorite designs out of all of them is Rogue, Jean, and maybe Amara. Tabitha, she's decent. I never really I gotta say, and we're gonna talk about this in the Homecoming episode, which is also another least favorite of mine. But there's the same grace in that episode too. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like I said, I never dig some of the styles Tabitha would partake in, because it's like they were going all their way to make her look ugly, but she's still hot. But at the same time, she's still ugly.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling conflicted here with Tabitha's choice of attire.
It's the person who's got the pretty face and the pretty look, but just wears the gaudy clothing.
Yeah, and it's no different in her siren outfit. I'm like, bruh, what y'all do with y'all? What are y'all doing with her hair, bruh? Like, okay, her outfit is fine. It's just I can't take her hair serious. It's knowing how her hair is designed in this series. It's in pigtails. The weirdest looking pigtails I've ever seen. I'm like, why would you design her hair like that? why couldn't it be a comb over like Rogue's design at least or something? I'm like, bruh, why is she?
But like I said, it's the music video is really the saving grace of this episode. Everything else is just bad.
For one, it goes on longer than it needs to, but it's fine. It's I don't mind watching girls having fun.
I wouldn't even mind if the entire episode was that John Norman's music video. Yeah, I'm saying it. I'll take an entire musical episode than that very contrived, artificial girl power episode. I mean, that's definitely a carryover from the 90s. That's
basically what it should have been. It should have been Gene having some girl time with the girls. That's all. Keep it simple, stupid, is what I'm saying. You don't need no force. Men are being overbearing and the women are being unappreciated. I'm like, no, just give me an episode where they're having fun. They get an idea that they're going to be some vigilantes for a while. And Mystique bails them out at the end of this episode. Of course, you also got the scene where Cyclops corrects her mistake here and there, because they do lock up the lead villain of this episode in a car. Boom Boom takes it too far, which it's a nice sequence, and but she goes. We yeah, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we can all agree she did went overboard, and she even does a shrug when I think it's Jean and maybe Amara that gives her that look, like yeah. Bruh, they give her that bruh look, and she's like, it's like here's the moment.
Okay, now suddenly maturity comes in. Where was this throughout the whole episode?
Exactly. I will say this: the one saving grace. There's one saving grace. One, you say, Wolf Tan. Yes, one saving grace. Jean acknowledges that she did the stuff that she did in the beginning was uncalled for. And Cyclops Scott also apologizes too. So both sides are in the wrong, and both sides apologize. And I'm like, you know what? Despite the craziness in the beginning, the kind of cool saving graces in the middle.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, I will relent, and I'll actually agree with you that the lesson is addressed and acknowledged.
Yeah, wherever that message was, I still not seeing it, but at least she apologized. I'm like, if she would have walked out of that dining room and not apologized, I would have been fuming. Fuming, especially when Boom Boom almost got them killed.
Yep.
And Mystique had to bail them out, which they didn't know it was Mystique. Mystique was disguised as a lady cop.
Yep.
Which is funny. Which is kind of
Renee Montoya.
Yeah. I also like that Mystique did not do that whole feminist girl power message too. Yeah. She actually scolded them and she actually let them go. It's like, you know what, I'm gonna let you guys go, but after this, stop doing what you're doing. Somebody could get really hurt for reals this time. So it's not like no. Oh, it's nice to see that their ladies work around doing a good job here and there. I'm like, ooh, that dude, my blood would have boiled, because that would have been completely out of character of Mystique too. But that's our rant for on Walk on the Wild Side. I mean, like I said, like the only saving grace, two saving grace. I don't count Boom Boom's like awesome moment as a saving grace, but two saving graces, like really major saving graces. The music video scene, which reminded me of Sailor Moon a bit. For you, I don't know. For you, it's MTV, right?
Yeah, for me, it was MTV.
And Gene learning a lesson at the end. I'm like, thank you. Thank you for that. Now we're gonna move on to a better episode, Operation Rebirth.
Woo!
So this episode.
This Go ahead. Go ahead.
This episode establishes that Wolverine worked for Shield. I did mention that Xavier might. I was foreshadowing, not foreshadowing. I was joking, sort of, about Xavier possibly having connections to how he's gotten the institute set up the way it is, and the way how he got his brother locked, Kane Marco, aka the Juggernaut, locked up, right?
Mm-hmm.
My theory is that I did say in the last stream that he working with the government, right?
Yeah. Or that you delivered the theory that the facility that was holding Juggernaut was a SEAL.
Yeah, SEAL project. Yeah. That he not only works with the government, but he also works with Shield.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I think that for the institute, might have been government funded. As far as Kane's concerned, Shield funded.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be a hint that Shield is willing to do for mutants as much as they can, but they want to make sure that they're off the books on that front. So
we actually in season 3 there's a subtle reference to this, but we got to wait till we get to season 3.
Exactly. It also explains why Wolverine. Well, it's more than that, but some part of me believes that some part of Shield is why Wolverine is working with Xavier. Maybe they're as a plan to keep Shield away from the Xavier Institute for the Shield overreach is what I'm talking about. He's there to protect the Institute from Shield overreach because he knows how Nick Fury operates. And let's get into that. The whole Nick Fury and Wolverine relationship in this episode.
The design for Nick Fury definitely borrowed more from the Golden Age, not the Ultimate Universe.
Right. This is before Samuel Jackson is the prominent face of Nick Fury.
He became the permanent face, yeah.
Yeah. Whereas in this version of X-Men, I gotta address that definitely. I almost forgot to address that. In most depictions of Nick Fury from beginning, at least until before the MCU wrapped itself up with Endgame, which I'm not going to talk about that. We talked enough about that.
That could be an entire stream in and of itself, and it would take longer than just the hours we've been talking. We'd be here all day.
Yeah. Majority of the time, Nick Fury has been depicted as a white man. Even in the Spider-Man animated series, white man. The Incredible Hulk anime series, white man. Avengers, white man.
Even in the one-off Nick Fury movie with David Hasselhoff,
white man.
Yep.
And I think sometime in maybe Avengers Declassified, he's a white man.
Hey.
No. Avengers Assemble, the sort of pseudo.
The animated movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So majority of the time he's been depicted as a white man. Not being depicted as a black man looking like Samuel Jackson. That is not the face of Nick Fury. The face of Nick Fury is always white Nick Fury. Even in Ultimate X-Men. Ultimate Avengers.
Yeah.
White man.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all can lay it on me on the comments if you want to. White Nick Fury is my Nick Fury. Much respect to Samuel L. Jackson for his contribution of playing Nick Fury, by the way. So I like both versions of Nick Fury, but white Nick Fury is always my favorite because black Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson, you can tell he's a good man. He's a good man. There's one thing they always make a mistake in the MCU as far as Nick Fury is concerned. Nick Fury is not supposed to be on anybody's side all the time. But he's gonna
Yeah,
do things. He's gonna do things for the right reasons, or do awful things for the right reasons. That's
exactly.
not that's not
Yeah.
Samuel Jackson and Nick Fury.
hmm
Go
Nick
ahead.
Fury, yeah, especially in the what was that video game? Was it the Avengers Ultimate Universe 2 something? I forget.
Ultimate
Um,
Avengers 2, the
yeah,
one that covered Civil War.
yeah. The video game. That one right there was that was vintage Nick Fury because he was willing to lie to the Avengers for the greater good
Mm-hmm.
and use
Yeah,
it.
he's
Yeah, he was willing to lie to them and to use them. He actually created a diplomatic incident just so,
mm-hmm.
and he even tells the Avengers when they find out the truth. They say, Fury, you said this was a legit op, and you made us do all of this, and he says exactly, but he says I made sure that your guys' conscience was cleared, okay, so that you didn't know so you didn't know I was lying to you, so that counts as more, that counts as more. And I'm like, they're just like Fury, you're evil.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's that version of Fury is here in
This
this
episode.
episode. We also get a bit of clips of Wolverine in World War II working with Captain America of all people. Also, Matthew Flynn has chimed in to say that Nick Fury was white in the Ultimate Alliance. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2. And he was in the Punisher game? That Punisher game? Huh. I like that game.
I never played the Punisher game.
I saw my cousin play it one time. It was pretty good, especially the interrogation bits where you can take the butt of your pistol and hit him directly in the balls.
Oh man!
I love it. I love it. But moving
Yeah,
on.
this is
Yeah,
really cool because you got to go back into World War II and we got to see Captain America.
it also brings in a bit of nuance about Captain America. The fact that the super soldier serum not only gave him strength, but also is killing him slowly, or at least what both Wolverine and Nick Fury are discussing is the fact that he contracted a virus, and now he has to be in crawl sleep to recover, or at least until they find a cure for his virus. That's another detail of how they got him under ice, which is his origin story. He was a man frozen in time, and now being reintroduced into modern times, which is in this one he's cryogenically frozen until they can save him.
Yep.
I think that was the reason why Wolverine broke from Nick Fury, because knowing Steve Rogers, both Logan and Steve Rogers, Logan would have known that Steve would fight to the very end and die with a clear conscience. He was willing to lay down his life, and even if the virus finally kills him, he would have gone down. Whereas Nick Fury is not going to allow him to pass that, and that's what pissed off Logan.
Yeah.
Is that like you won't even let the man die on his own terms. That's my problem with you. You won't even let him die on his own terms. So we're done. So
yeah, that's actually pretty. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
I'm pretty sure there's more stuff, but I'm pretty sure there's more stuff. But I think that was the one that broke the camel's back at that moment. Like and even then, like when Nick Fury shows up, he's still bitter towards Nick Fury.
Oh yeah, but that's like
still
in
bitter.
Every single incarnation, though. When Nick Fury ever shows up, everybody is always bitter to see him.
Yeah, and he don't care.
Nope.
He needs you for something bigger than the beef between you and him. And I think Wolverine declines for a while, but then he decided to just go ahead and do it anyways. And I forgot what the mission was, but it involved Magneto.
Yeah, the technology in Operation Rebirth has been stolen by Magneto, and Nick Fury is basically sending Wolverine over there to go get him because Nick Fury knows his forces, no matter who he sends, they're going to be no match against the mutants.
Right. That and I forgot how Kurt got involved.
Um, uh, uh, Rogue and Kurt both got involved because they're the uh, they're the B plot, but Rogue says that
Right.
she knows where Magneto is because when she touched him in on Angel's wings, she got fragmented memories. And
Okay.
Kurt and I believe Charles Xavier didn't want Logan going against Magneto alone, so he sent.
Okay.
So yeah, Rogue and Nightcrawler go with him.
And I have not really much to say about this other than there was a moral dilemma wrestling with Kurt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I forgot who was the adversary. It wasn't really Magneto that was the adversary at the because we did have a final fight at the end.
Yeah, Sabretooth was there kind of protecting Magneto, and he was fight and he and Wolverine were fighting, and through the flashbacks of Wolverine, he tells them about how he and Captain America liberated a concentration camp, and how one of the people rescued was Magneto.
Yeah. Yeah, in this episode, Magneto is aging rapidly. It's because of the Sidorak crystal that enhances immune abilities to Omega level is what fastened his aging process, if I recall.
Yep.
Is that? Yep. So Kurt has this moment where I think he was going to talk Magneto to get out of the machine so that they can destroy it, or at least he has the power to activate the machine or leave Magneto in there to die.
I thought he was going to blow it up. He has a bomb, and he says to Magneto, "You better get out of here now. That thing is terrible to your health." And he's about to pull the pin, but Magneto says, "On the contrary, this machine is the only thing that's keeping him alive." And
yeah,
he's like saying, "What? How? It's harmful to humans because Captain America got in there and it killed him. It was killing him." And he says, "How? It's dangerous."
Yeah.
And he says, "No, it's only dangerous to humans, not to mutants."
Yeah, there we go. I rewatched the episode and I remember that line.
That made no sense to me, but I'm like, okay, because aren't mutants supposed to be human? But whatever, it helps with the plot.
To quote Master Mo, mutants are humans.
Exactly. But
oh my goodness.
He actually says a line that actually makes Nightcrawler moral, create a moral dilemma. He says, "If you pull that pin, you are your mother."
Yeah. And he looks at him. He looks back at him like he's got that look like really you're gonna pull that on me.
Mm-hmm. But Kurt takes that to heart. And
that's another thing to highlight. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't really mean to cut you off. There's something to highlight the most in this season. There's a lot of people out there that's pushing buttons.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how he brings that up, considering he's the one that's responsible for Kurt's accelerated mutation.
Yep.
In this series.
Yep.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off like that.
No, it was all right. But he basically creates this moral dilemma that ultimately ends up helping them in the end because Magneto lets him go.
Yeah, and I like that line he gives to Wolverine at the end before he leaves, because he has every moment he has one moment to attack the X-Men. Now he's rejuvenated, but he doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he says, "The Polish kid never forgets the one who saves him." I'm paraphrasing, by the way.
Yeah.
And Wolverine gives him that look, and it really leads one to question why they're fighting in the first place when they know each other way back then.
Yeah. And yeah,
Why?
yeah, exactly. It brings up that question. We are so much alike. Why are we fighting each other? I mean, even Charles Xavier and Magneto have actually, in many incarnations, have had that back and forth.
Yep.
And the simple fact of the matter is that it's just it's the two opposing views.
You cut out there.
Oh, it's the two opposing views.
Yep.
That's what's always driving them apart.
One thing also is a big highlight, or at least a very big moment, is Wolverine visiting Steve
Yep.
at his bedside, giving him that little speech talk like, "Hey, fight's still going on. You know we won. But we still got some challenges ahead, and you know what? We're in good hands right now. So take all the time you need until we can get you out of there and get you well. Because
Yeah.
even if he's mad at the fact that Nick Fury is keeping him under ice and not allowing him to die, he is showing that Wolverine is compromising to see his friend alive again.
Yeah.
There's a slight compromise there to it,
Mhm.
and there might be.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. As much as he wanted, him to die on his terms, he's subtly grateful to Nick Fury for keeping him alive.
I think that's where they have a bit of a sort of connection, a reconnection, him and Nick Fury in episode 2, if I recall. So that was Operation Birth. Really a good episode.
Great episode.
Compared to the previous 2.
Yes.
But we're gonna get into what is really the bombshell of bombshells of what's going to be coming next season.
Yep.
Of things to come in the next 2 seasons, actually. Mindbender. And this episode introduces Mesmero, another big villain in the comic book world of X-Men.
Yeah, minus the green skin.
Yeah, he's actually retooled as a sort of Egyptian or
either Egyptian or Tibetan. I don't know. He's definitely foreign. I love the tattoo on his face.
Yeah, to show his allegiance to a certain someone, which we're not gonna say it right now, but we're gonna get to it when we cover towards the end of the episode. For one, it started off with Jean acting. Now I know I said this a lot of times, multiple times in these 2 reviews so far. She's been acting out of character.
Yep.
But in the right context.
In the context of this episode, it makes more sense than the last episode.
Yeah.
I especially love the opening sequence. I mean, it shows her in her PJs walking around a spooky carnival, and those clowns. The clowns make the clowns stop.
Again, somebody. I need to really like stall for a minute and really address something. I think the writers were big horror fans.
Yeah.
I really do. Because there are a lot of episodes that open up with like that seems a bit horror theme ish, and that whole part where she wakes up in bed, she looks to a giant box and it pops up, and I'm like, that's Nightmare on Elm Street to a T.
Yep.
Just straight up Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm like, oh my goodness, somebody was a big fan of Nightmare on Elm Street, I guess.
Yep.
Because yeah.
Well, that's the one thing that I love with adaptations, especially with X-Men Evolution, because the writers themselves, while they leave subtle Easter eggs about, other Marvel universes that they love, they also leave little Easter eggs about what they personally love.
There's also an episode. I don't think Mesmer was that taken seriously that much to comic book fans when he debuted it.
Nope. He was kind of a joke.
Yeah. So this episode really ramped up how much of a threat he really is, because consider what he does later on in the the episode.
Mm-hmm.
He started off with Jean by telepathically controlling her to steal certain artifacts, not random jewelry. By the way, she's going around, jewelry stores, robbing specific jewelry, ancient jewelry. Foreshadow. Not only did he take control of her, but he got control of Spike.
Nightcrawler.
I think
Kitty.
Say it again.
Nightcrawler and Kitty. We got those two as well.
Yeah. So with Spike, Nightcrawler, Kitty, and Jean, and this is where things were really. This is where things get really interesting because you got 4-on-4. You have Rogue, Cyclops, Xavier, and Storm. Rogue, Cyclops, Beast, and Storm, with Xavier in the background, versus Spike, Kitty, Jean, and who else?
Nightcrawler.
So you got those two fighting each other.
Yep.
At the end, I got nothing really much to say about Mindbender other than that was an interesting thing that they were fighting against their friends.
Yeah, it was almost like what I liked about it was the real mystery. It was the real mystery of it all. Like, what was the whole point of it until the very end? Because this and it was good at keeping the suspense up. Okay, they're stealing artifacts. Why are they stealing the artifacts? I don't know. Who's
with a great payoff at the end, and a really brilliant payoff for Professor X.
Yep.
To fight Mesmero the way he did.
Yep.
Like they really like went back and forth. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is. I know I don't really say much about Professor X in these reviews, but man, when I have to bring up what Professor X does, I have to point out like this is where he shines, especially when he almost got especially where Jean almost could have killed him in that one instance where another Rogue moment where Rogue, dang it, how many times Rogue is going to touch Jean in this season, because she did it once in Power Surge and now she's doing it again in Mindbender.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dang, they might as well start a tryst. Not, I'm a kid. I'm joking.
Oh my god! Oh, my mind is already riddled with unpleasant images. Darn you, Wolf!
That's the wolf coming out.
I have to go beneath the bubble. I have to go beneath the water. Some bubbles.
Wolf must say something. Wolf thinks Jean. Redhead. Rogue. Redhead. Cyclops. Also redhead. Mick. Trifecta. They should get a room.
Bloop, bloop, bloop,
yeah,
bloop.
Wolf,
Not listening. Bloop, 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 bloop. Not listening. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
That was the wolf, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there's 2 cents in.
But another thing that I loved about this episode was the lovely KO that Wolverine got from Kitty.
Oh yeah.
He just basically says, he says, half pint, I can't hurt you. And she kicks him in the shin.
Yep. He's like, now I'm not going to be nice this time.
She just kicks him in the shin, and then he just staggers away. And then when the illusion wears off, Wolverine's sitting down, still nursing his injury. And I'm just like, good Lord, how hard did she hit you? Aren't your bones adamantium?
And he's supposed to heal from that?
Yeah. I know.
I'm like, bruh. She must
not.
I'm guessing her foot faced through it. Go ahead.
I'm saying if this was not a kid's show, she would have definitely kicked him somewhere else.
Are you? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I will say one nitpick: the way how Rogue was moving when she was dodging Spike's attacks. The
Yeah.
flips were fine, but there's a quick shot of her doing this little side twirl thing. I'm like, okay, this is one thing I got to really address
now you're
too,
showing off.
and we're yeah, no. My issue is that sometimes there were times characters would float in ways that didn't seem logical. Definitely going to talk about that when we get to the Hex Factor, because yeah, we're going to talk about Kurt in a bit on that episode. But yeah, Mindbender. The biggest highlight is Apocalypse.
Yep.
So Spellbinder Mesh. Yeah.
This basically sets up the whole story for season 3 and 4. This episode.
Yeah. So I mentioned that Rogue touches Jean, but before Jean was ever knocked out, she threw the rings that she was collecting, the rings to Mesmero, and he takes the rings, which are now pieces of a key to open up a door. And I forgot what he says, but the way I says it, and he ends it with Apocalypse, and I get shudders. Like, ooh, we're gonna get Apocalypse. And I still gotta make this known. I had a huge fear of Apocalypse since the 90s version. Huge fear. And it's not because he was giant and intimidating. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
No, I was just I was listening. I was saying, yeah. What was it?
Yeah. Not necessarily because he was big and intimidating, but the fact that the X-Men couldn't touch him, let alone knock him out or defeat him. Like his debut episode when he showed up, everybody threw everything that they could at Apocalypse, and he just wouldn't go down. And I'm like, you know what? I'm scared of him now. Even toys of him scared me. Even seeing him in X-Men.
Yeah, it was just something about Apocalypse. He had the intimidating. He had the intimidating voice. He sounded like very robotic in his response, and how he moved around. Go ahead.
And the stuff that he did to other mutants, the stuff that he did to other mutants. We're going to talk about how his voice is, and when we finally get to season 4, because that's where he finally speaks. I think. Yeah. Season 4 is where he finally speaks, because introduction-wise, he doesn't speak.
And that's not even until the final 2 episodes. That's when he finally talks. The other times you see him, he's just basically this big force of nature.
Yeah, which that's all we're gonna say for this episode, and that's all we're gonna say for briefly for season 3. We're gonna get to that. Because I'm excited to talk about that, and I'm gonna talk about my experiences on that episode when he does wake up. So we done Mindbender, so now we can talk about Shadow Dance, another least favorite episode, a filler episode, of course.
Oh, really?
And it's another. Oh well, here's the thing. I will say this. Here's the thing. I just didn't. I don't know. They don't make Forge interesting in this series. Is what I'm saying. That's the problem. I don't like this depiction of Forge that much, because Forge does return in this episode. He returns for this season for just this episode alone. And we're going back to the Middleverse in this one, which where in at the time. But more so, they're actually going into the world of the Middleverse. And
no.
He hooked up a contraption that allows.
They're not going to the Middleverse. What they're doing is they're attaching a device to Kurt to see that, because Kurt, it's revealed that he travels through a dimension to get from one place to the next.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, thank you for the correction, by the way.
Oh no.
And
I'm just because
this
I was
time
trying to
Wolverine
remember.
goes
Like,
with him.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Wolverine goes with him this time. Travel through this dimension to see where this dimension leads him to.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the experiment causes a rip and tear that to that same world where these creatures dwell in, these beasts, these reptilian beasts.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's not
Or what I call them.
it's a homecoming episode. Would you say demons? What you were saying?
I just call them demons.
Yeah. Oh, you sounded a lot clearer that time.
Can you hear me
Nice.
now? I don't know. My mic keeps
Yeah, I can hear
dropping
you.
in and out.
It's clear.
My mic keeps dropping in and out.
Okay.
So yeah,
Okay.
what I call them basically is demons.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Any episode that involves Forge in this series, I was like I said, the way how Forge is depicted in this series is not really to my liking. It's cool, but it's not really all to my liking. He's fine for what he is. He's a better depiction than what they did with Wolverine and X-Men Forge. I don't like. I really didn't like that version of Forge and Wolverine and X-Men, to say the least.
Yeah, I will
say one. Yeah, I will say one cool saving grace for this episode. Kirk is girl crazy for a majority of this season, here and there. So I have it in my notes by Shadow Dance, right? Kirk gets a girlfriend. Kirk is a girlfriend in this episode. That's the only thing I liked about this episode is that Kirk gets a girlfriend, considering all the stuff that he's been through up to this point, like the whole being grounded, almost had to make a crucial decision of his life to let an enemy die or kill an enemy, or let him live and he can still wreak havoc upon the human race. So it was nice to see him get a girlfriend in Amanda, I think her name was.
Yeah,
she was a human
her
girl.
Name is Amanda.
Yeah, her name was Amanda. Yeah, her name was Amanda.
I think she was black as well. Yeah, I think she was black too.
Yeah,
German and black.
She's actually based off of a gypsy from the circus in the comics. She was actually.
okay.
Yeah, she was actually Kurt's longtime love interest. She was with him when he was at the circus, and the two of them were always on again, off again. Fun little tidbit there.
Nice. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the only thing I liked about this episode. Other than it's what we call nowadays prom episodes, but this is actually a homecoming episode. Filler mostly. Again, Tabitha's taste and wardrobe coming in there to crash the party here and there, and I mean the only thing that. What'd you say?
I'm just remembering that dress. I'm like, what in the Lord?
Yeah, I'm like, why are y'all trying your best to make this girl look ugly?
Blob looked presentable.
Why?
Even Blob looked presentable. I mean, yes, granted, his suit looks like it was shrinking on him, but dang it if he didn't try.
Yes, but her, she like that one groupie chick that's like putting on everything in. It's like well, no, she's like that manic crazy girl that put on everything in her closet, basically, and just went out there like that. I'm like, what the hey? Everybody else looked great. Even bruh, I would say this: Amanda was the best one. If I had to choose who had the best dress, Amanda. I'm like, bruh, Amanda. Why? Why ain't you? Why are you not a mutant? Cause you fit right in with the X-Men. I was a kid too, dude. I was like, bro, why are you not, part of the X-Men? Cause I wouldn't mind looking at you again.
Because throughout most of the season, we've seen more like humans being portrayed in this bad or not so good way, but Amanda's the one who stands out to show hope. Amanda shows hope because there are some who will accept you for what you are.
I also like how she's like kind of like being a little bit socially awkward to ask him out to dance to the dance, and she has this little hooray moment when he says yes,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my goodness, I'm shipping you so hard right now. Please stay together, please, because you're so adorable. Amanda, you're so adorable right now. She's like, so will you go to the dance with me? And Kirk's like, I guess I could. I mean, I don't have no one else. And she's like, then it's I guess a date. He's like, yes, I guess it's a date. And she turns sideways and she does this little fist bump and she's does this little fist pound and she says, yes. I was like, oh my goodness. She's so adorable. I was like, bruh.
And what I love is the next scene where they say to him, hey, it's gonna be really great when you two are slow dancing and she feels her. He's like, oh my god, what am I gonna do?
Yep. And then they had to put on gloves for him because they don't really address this that much with Kurt's inducer, his image inducer, which is his hands don't move naturally like everybody else. They're basically perpetually stuck together. So like he's asking, what are we gonna do about my hands? And he says, call it a skin condition. I'm like, bruh, that doesn't change the fact that they're perpetually stuck together like they're simulating 3 fingers, dude.
Yeah,
like how I'm just saying like bruh, there are 2 fingers stuck together for each hand. It's like he's simulating Lost or Man hands. How are gloves are going to change that?
You're saying just wear gloves. Oh yes, because that's the only thing wrong with this plan.
Exactly. I'm like, you could have said that that he was born like that. Naturally, they're fused together. Duh. Writers, man, writers. Wow, but that's all I'm gonna. That exactly like oh, that's all you gotta say is like bruh, they're born fused together. But then again, it all paid off in the end because she already knew his identity, and I'm still confused about this because I'm trying to remember when was there a time when he talked to was it Ro? Because they do a flashback. They do a flashback from her.
Amanda makes references to season 1's shadow. I think it was called Shadowed Past. She makes a reference to that episode, the episode where Kurt actually breaks his image, and where he basically is having an argument with Ro, where he's arguing about how he wants to know who his family is and why he says, and why do I look like this, as he turns off his image inducer and then ports away.
Okay.
That the sequence where Amanda is eavesdropping and watching him, that was added solely for the episode.
And good on the writers to really animate it through her perspective, because any weak writer would have just replayed that scene again. Just do a repeat of that scene. For them to actually reanimate that in a different perspective, good on them on that one, because nowadays they tend to repeat scenes, but they don't
Mm-hmm.
really show them in a different perspective. Like, say for instance, they do a repeat of a video recording, and it's the exact same scene, but not in a different angle. Don't that got on my nerves a lot. That really got on my nerves. But let's move on to the next episode, which is also, I guess you can call it another filler episode, but a character episode, all the same. Retreat. We can finally talk about this now.
Yep.
I
Retreat.
think so. I did establish that in the last stream, I talked about that Kitty has a interesting psychic link with Professor. It's mild though. It's not really like completely there completely, because there's a brief moment where she pops in while uh Hank and Charles are talking, and she asks him, "Did you tell him already what's happening?" And he's like, "What do you mean?" And that's where she does her little mind talk into his head about the camp thing that they're doing today. Him, Kitty, Spike, and the rest of the New Mutants. I forgot where everybody else was going at this time, because it was just them doing things, and I'm trying to figure out
Beast actually, yeah, Beast
if there was
was
another
taking
B plot.
out. Beast was taking them out because he says, for all of you that are not doing so well in uh, a class, that something that was related to this retreat, and this is how Evan gets roped into it.
Right, right, because he's failing in his classes. And I'm pretty sure there's a B plot in this episode too, right? And I forgot what the B plot was of this episode.
I don't believe so. I think the whole episode.
That's how badly I remember certain things. Yeah, I think maybe there's something involved with Wolverine, or something involved with Xavier. Because I think what happens in the B plot of this episode ties right into the penultimate episode. I'm not sure though. What do you think,
No,
Schooner?
no, this I think I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to remember, but I can't remember any B plots of this. I'm pretty sure it was all. This whole episode was focused on Beast.
Yeah. Let's move on. Um, Nothing really much to say about this other than, oh, that's right. The beginning of this episode started off with Beast going on the rampage out of the blue.
It looked like,
where we thought
yeah,
that he was
it looked like a rampage, but it wasn't. It was just him just trying to get out, because the next scene you think it's going to be some kind of a lecture, but Charles Xavier says to him, "I believe last week it was a drive-in movie."
but yeah,
last night and last week you went into a
Drive-in movie.
okay, which is interesting. So this is him going on to his retreat to connect with nature as well. To, in other words, be at home, whereas everybody else is like setting up camp in their own unique ways. You got Sunspot enjoying the sun's rays, which is where he gets his power from. Bobby's being a jerk as usual, or at least I think they found a hot spring somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And Bobby does not want to partake because, duh, he's Iceman. You know, heat weakens him, of course. Um, I think Amara helped out with the hot spring, didn't she? By turning into magma.
I do remember it's Sunspot, Bobby, Kitty, and I believe Rain, Wolf's Rain.
Yeah, Wolfsbane.
Yeah, Wolf's Bane. That's it. No, Rain is her name. Not, yeah, it's Wolf's Bane.
Yeah.
I think it's all of them.
and I think they had to stop a flood for a while in this episode too.
No, no. Oh. I yeah. See, I'm drawing up like this is kind of the episode that I kind of glossed over. Don't they
Mm.
think that is like Bigfoot or something?
Yeah, yeah. There's a hunting group that's looking for Bigfoot, and Beast plays along with it with the scientists that's studying Bigfoot, whereas there's hunters that are looking to mount him on a wall, basically. One thing I like about this episode is the way how the students go about helping him in
Yeah.
their own unique way. Like Iceman, yeah, Iceman is basically perpetually a full living Iceman. Uh,
Yeah.
Wolf, Wolf, Wolfsbane literally becomes a werewolf.
A full-on werewolf.
Yes, she basically shows that she can do that, which is fun. Funny enough, I say that because I remember running into a Wolfsbane action figure one time. I'm not sure. This is before even X Men Evolution ever came out, but there was this one Wolfsbane action figure that I wanted to get because it was cool looking. But another talk for another time. Um, Spike basically grows his spikes out to make himself look intimidating and demonic. Uh, I'm guessing Kitty is a ghost, pretend to be a
Yeah,
ghost.
yeah, because one of the hunters loses his gun and she faces out of a tree and says, "Are you looking for this?"
Yeah, I like that. I like that line. Um, guess that's about everybody because yeah, Mara basically just fires up and everybody just runs and Beast Beast does his little signature roar thing and that's what ultimately lets all the hunters run away and yeah, pretty much. So nothing really to say much about this episode other than Beast
It's the
having a
last
connection with a
episode until we get to the I basically the penultimate and then the finale.
yeah. So yeah, that's basically all we gotta say. It's really just a basic filler episode that doesn't really it doesn't really bring out nothing
It
else
doesn't. Yeah,
out of
no.
me. It does nothing. It's basically how I felt about Joyride, or at least in the case of Fun and Games. Well, Fun and Games is here's the thing. Fun and Games matters, whereas Retreat doesn't really matter. That's what makes it filler. So let's just move on since we're moving at a good pace so far. We're almost near the 5 hour mark. And we're
We can
2
do
episodes
this.
left now.
We have only 3 episodes left. We can do this.
Yep, we can. 2 episodes actually. Well, actually, yeah, you're right. 3 episodes because Day of Reckoning is a 2-parter. So let's get to the Hex Factor, which sadly we don't have much watchers here anymore. There's only one. I think it's Matthew Flynn that's still around. I'm assuming it's Matthew Flynn. Sadly, they're not going to be around here to hear us gush about Hex Factor because Hex Factor was awesome.
Oh my gosh, it's truly spectacular. This is what the season has pretty much been building to.
Yeah. So this opening has Scarlet Witch in a straight jacket, messed up hair, looking crazy out of her mind, and she somehow burns her way out of, well, not necessarily burns her way, but like burns the lock with her hex magic out of the straight jacket, messing up everything in her path. What's funny is that the episode kind of sets up as if she's there to attack Professor X, which the last shot is her reaching out towards him, which we get into the opening. And I was right, Matthew Flynn is still here. Every time I see this episode, I keep forgetting what happened.
when they say bring her in, it's got a very
You cut.
Silence of the Lambs feel here.
Yeah, yeah. It got a nice Silence of the Lamb setup. I keep forgetting what happens once the credits ends, because like I'm guessing
It's basically kind of like a normal, well, a quote unquote normal session between Charles and Wanda, but Charles is basically telling her that, I've tried to quell your anger, but there's just more there, and I can't have you come to my institute at this time.
Yeah, I remember that now. It's coming back to me. So yeah, we again another loss in the recruiting side of the X-Men this time around. 2 losses. First with Alex, second with Wanda. We now finally get the reveal of Mystique being working for herself now. She has returned in this episode actually to the Brotherhood, and she lays it on.
She breaks open the door, lightning strikes right at that moment, and just says, "Guess who's back?"
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and she lays it in thick on them on how much they effed up this whole season.
Oh yeah.
Even laying it on to Lance, saying, "One of you even thought about joining our enemy." Pathetic. I'm like, bruh. And that look he gives her, the way how he looks away, it's like, man, you wearing your shame on your sleeve. That's rough, bud.
Yeah, but not exactly.
I was like, Zuko, that's rough, bud.
Emphasizes the difference between the methods that Xavier uses, the methods Magneto uses, and the method that Mystique uses. Xavier is the kind and nurturing mentor who is helping his students. Mystique basically abandoned these mutants. Basically tells them, and only comes back when she really needs them for anything.
Yeah.
And Magneto, whether through coercion or manipulation or a combination of both, does that to his own side. So it's like you're really seeing the good, the bad, and the worst of these mentors.
You can also see the expectations, whereas one vies for control so that they can live integral to society. Another is about letting loose and never being unafraid of letting loose, and the other is personal gain. It's like you're expected to do things for selfish gain, or at least have no loyalty whatsoever. So, and this also highlights that the exit of Boom Boom for a while. This will be the last time we'll see of her of this season.
At the very least for this episode.
Yeah, for this episode. She sees Mystique.
I love her departure.
Matthew Flynn says, "I was thinking this episode was about the Team X Factor." Okay, I gotta keep the momentum. I blanked on that one. So yeah, there was a moment where she's literally sizing up Mystique, and all the boys are just they're just sitting in the background, just saying, "Hey."
Yeah, like
don't tempt her.
They're all giving her the dead signal, and then comes a moment where she actually is gonna throw one of her little explosive bombs. But Quicksilver comes in and says, not a good idea. Throws it to Toad, and Fred just throws him out of the room.
Yep. Also, her exit from the building by blowing up Mystique's room. She's like, "Enjoy your new room, Mystique."
Yeah.
He's got the explosion in the background. I'm like, Dang.
And I'm just like,
That's a
yeah, and you're just like, woo! And if Mystique didn't have any more pressing matters, she would have sought retribution for that.
yep. That's that, and I'm like, man, that was a perfectly good cat fight here, but whatever. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Like, brother,
I guess you
that
could
was
call that that's a cat fight mutant style.
yeah, or at least a better way of saying it. They were about to go at it like hyenas.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Or like predators about to fight each other on a food chain.
Yeah, anything you could assert to that, and it still would have fit.
Yeah.
But let's get into what happens after Tabitha exits.
Yep.
Wanda enters, and Quicksilver has the best reaction ever.
Yep.
Wanda? Pietro? And she just let loose.
And
let loose all over the house.
He's bolting.
Yep. And everybody else is trying to fight, but he's the one who's leaving. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm screw this, man. And like, I think that once they figure out that she's after Pietro, they're just like, you know what? Go ahead and get him. Just go ahead.
There is just like no loyalty on. Again, this plays into the whole failure of mentorship. There is no loyalty on this team.
Nope. And like Quicksilver is begging them to protect him. Oh no, wait.
Yep.
That's season 3. I'm sorry, that's season 3. I think.
No, yeah, you're right. It is season 3. I'm talking. Yeah, the Brotherhood just so quick to let him go just shows you there is no love on this team.
Yeah, in this episode, they just got their butts handed to them by Wanda, and again, Mystique lays it on thick. This is our secret weapon now. This is our trump card against the X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh yeah, just before I forget, I forgot this one. First thing she does when she sees the Brotherhood, aside from rip them a new one, she goes right to Pietro and says, "Where's your dad?"
Yeah, daddy issues personified, but with good reason.
What Mystique's ambitions were throughout the entire season. She's trying to find Magneto for what happened in season 1.
Yep. And we are getting flashbacks of her past, where Magneto left her at the mental institute, basically, and you see, I kind of feel bad for Pietro for taking the brunt of her anger in this situation. I really do.
I kind of agree with what you're saying. He was a young kid. He couldn't do anything.
He had no say in the matter.
He had
and
no
yet he's
matter, and he only heard about his sister from what his dad told him.
Yep. That she's crazy. That she can't control herself.
She's dangerous and avoid her at all costs, which pretty much sums up everything in that scene, because that's like ultimate fight or flight. When Wanda sees Pietro, she immediately fights. When Pietro sees Wanda, he flights.
Yep. And like I said, it's kind of heartbreaking to watch when you hear her. The props to the actress for playing young Wanda, calling out to her father. You know, the whole father. You know, and she's saying, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." Or I think in the same scene, she also calls out to Pietro as well. And you get the shot of Pietro looking away, like looking down. It's like,
and you just see the cold, calculating look in Magneto's eyes, and he's in his civilian garb.
Yep.
The way he's just watching her go, there is no remorse in his eyes.
Yep. Whereas Pietro is like, I can't do anything at all. And like I said, as much as I don't really like Quicksilver that much, I'm like, bruh, you got to back off your big brother. You gotta back off of him. From where I'm seeing from your perspective and your memory, he had no say. Exactly. He could not do any. Like, what could he have done? You know, and
And I also
there's
like
a go ahead.
I also like the fact that they're trying to balance out this like heaviness right here with the
Hmm.
little comedy in here with Kitty and her muffins.
Oh yes, the muffins.
He tells
The
first
muffin.
she tells Kurt, hey, can you just be honest with me, level with me, tell me how this muffin tastes? And he takes a bite and he eats it, and he's like going, I have to go, and he leaves, and of course he's not feeling good.
Yep.
And the second time he has to try a muffin, he ports away, and the muffin cracks the ground as it falls.
Yep. Kurt, man, as much as I gotta give Kurt this whole season, but man, does Kitty abuses that boy. She, oh my goodness, like Kurt did nothing wrong, Kitty. Why can't you pick Evan? Evan barely did anything for the majority of this season. He needs to do something. I'm just saying here like, bruh, when Evan gonna get a chance to sign?
For the rest of his life, he's never gonna look at a muffin the same way again.
Nope. Unless it's from Amanda.
The muffin will now freak him out, and he will now return to the very sight of a muffin puts him right into the same Institute Wanda was in.
Unless it's Amanda that cooked it, then he's probably all for it. But other than that, this episode is where they get their the X-Men get their first loss.
Yep, their first
in battle.
Yeah.
So far,
can I just add this in back to what you were saying about Pietro having no say in the matter? At the very least, in this episode, he makes an effort to try to reconnect with her.
Yep. As family should at times. Yeah. There was definitely that moment with them in the bathroom when she changes her hairstyle, the hairstyle that I would have been okay with had they not at the red end. I think the red kind of clashed with the black in her hair.
Either way with that, the red doesn't bother me.
Yeah. I like most characters if you design them right to look like that, but in the case of Scarlet Witch, I'm like, I think all black would have worked for me.
I actually would have been fine with if they kept her hair long. I mean, it was long in the cover.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what was so wrong with her hair not being with her hair being shoulder length? She was, though they rectify that towards the end of the series, which we're gonna talk about that too. Which I was happy. I was like, oh, the universe actually answered in such a mysterious way. Thank you, universe. So it nothing else to say other than when the battle starts, it goes as much as usual. Like the X-Men are basically winning against the Brotherhood. I do have to comment now before I forget. The moment where the funny moment where Pietro is forcibly fitting Nightcrawler in assortment of clothing and basically piling clothing on upon him. But there's a moment where he teleports and shoves a hat on Pietro's head, and he floats for a minute there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like, bruh, you couldn't animate the man standing behind Pietro. He's got long arms. He's a spider monkey at this point. Why is Nightcrawler still floating in the air before he lands? That's weird. That's a little nitpick that I had.
But it also shows how the X-Men really regarded the Brotherhood before their fight, because when Xavier comes in and says, the Brotherhood have been spotted at the mall, and they say, and they make light of this joke because it's kind of showing how the Brotherhood are seen in the X-Men's eyes.
Yeah, at this point, they're pretty much cannon fodder. Like I said, it goes exactly as it should. Basically, them just winning and winning and winning. You would know that if they had Sabretooth on their team at times, they would have a problem.
Yeah.
But But the Brotherhood without Sabretooth is
Yeah,
just
pretty much like what, an apex predator of mutants?
would be.
Yeah.
And
He's
then
an apex predator of mutants.
and then and then we got the reveal of Scarlet Witch in her battle uniform, rolling down that stairwell, and that music, the music choice was chef's kiss, icing on the cake, bruh. When she rolled, after they had established how crazy her powers can get 2 times in the beginning of this episode, right? The first act of this episode, when she rolled down that staircase, the escalator, and that music booming, I was like, excuse me for what I'm gonna say, guys. I was like, oh, snoot. I thought I was gonna say the other word. Yeah, I was basically like, oh, snoot. Y'all about to get y'all snoots mucked up.
Well, not only that,
And
yeah, I'm just, what is it? I'm trying to find the clip with the music in it now, because like you said, it was really good. But when she comes down the escalator and just starts blowing up the store around her, it's like, holy smokes.
that's her cutting completely loose, and they do all the X-Men in there get humiliated in the worst kind of ways, and oftentimes hilarious ways. So you got Cyclops trying to fire his beams as usual, but he can't turn it off.
Yep.
You have Jean. I think Jean tries to get into her head, but she gets decommissioned. I think she gets knocked out in her with her own mind. Kitty, I think Kitty tries to help somebody out, but she gets stuck for her troubles, or she tries to dodge something by phasing through the floor, and she gets stuck in the floor, and then Kurt jumps in to teleport her out there, but they get teleported out of the mall, basically getting thrown out of the fight. Spike contributes by shooting his spikes at her, but this was cheap. I gotta say, this was cheap. She basically redirects the spikes back at him. I'm like, so y'all could not think of what she could have done against Spike.
But that's what her power is. She kind of hexes powers and reverses them, because when Jean tries to not go into to levitate her, she basically levitates Jean.
Right.
Yeah. Spikes. Yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying. With Spike, it would have been interesting if he was about to poke out his spikes and he's about to fire, but instead she just receives the spikes back into him.
Yeah, that or nail him like into the ground, like make the spikes literally just grow out of control and nail to the ground, and he can't move at all. I'm just saying like yeah. That was your idea for Spike, is just to redirect his spikes and nail him to the wall that way. Okay. I'm not calling racism here, but Evan's not getting I mean, even humiliated, he's not humiliated in a dignified way. Just saying, guys. I'm just saying, not calling you guys racist.
I agree with what you're saying. It could have been better.
Exactly. But other than that, it caused them to retreat, and this is where the Brotherhood literally just celebrates, despite not doing a damn thing in the fight. Is basically just saying like, yeah, as long as they got her with them, they're pretty pathetic with that.
Exactly. They're kind of tooting their own horns here when they really shouldn't be. But I think the real standout moment is when Pietro says, "Wow, Wanda, you did such a great job. You know, if Father was here," and she just retorts with, "Your father."
Yep.
And again, Charles Xavier does say a pretty that it's not really how one handles a defeat is better than coming home a victor. Apparently, this was a lesson long overdue.
Yeah. So that was the Hex Factor. now we can finally talk about the penultimate two-parter, Day of Reckoning.
The best episode of the season.
Yeah. So it starts off with Wolverine tracking down Sabretooth. Weird. But okay, we're gonna go with that.
That's not entirely weird. I mean, he's tracking down Sabretooth, yeah, but that's kind of like the comic books and the TV show, well, that's pretty much, common. He's tracking down Sabretooth.
But yeah, they're tracking them down in the sewer, and that's where Wolverine gets captured by unknown force.
But what I find most interesting is that this episode goes out of its way to make sure that Sabretooth leads Wolverine to get captured by these guys.
Yeah.
So it's like, holy smokes, you think Wolverine's got the jump on Sabretooth, but it turns out that Sabretooth is just merely luring Wolverine into another trap by a third party.
Right. I have it in my notes now next to Day of Reckoning. This one right here is the status quo change episode.
Yep.
And to make the long story short, this is where the Sentinels come in, finally.
Mm-hmm.
And to date, this is my favorite version of the Sentinels.
Yeah. I could actually agree with that one. The Sentinels in this version got a total revamp, but they still
you kind of roboting.
Yeah, this I'm just saying that this was
you're cutting out again.
Uh-oh.
Schooner, you still there? Uh-oh. Just gotta leave again to reconfigure. All right, he's back.
I'm here. Okay. What is going on with this connection?
It's weird. I've been experiencing some connection issues myself. We're still talking about the Sentinels.
Yeah, this is the Sentinels got a major revamp in this season, and I thought it was beautiful. I mean, they definitely look far more terrifying than the Sentinels from the '90s cartoon. In fact, I'm even going to say this: they're more terrifying than the Sentinels that can adapt in the movie Days of Future Past.
We can talk about that when we get to the X-Men franchise stream, which I'm definitely for those who made this far. If they ever do catch this in the backwatch, that's happening. The entire X-Men franchise. How I'm gonna set that up? I'm excluding Deadpool. I'm excluding the X-Men Origins, Wolverine, Logan, and the Wolverine. I'm going to go from the first X-Men movie all the way up to Dark Phoenix, and I'm not going to talk about New Mutants because I have not seen that movie.
I'm going to save you. I'm going to save you so much heartache and pain. Don't watch it.
Oh! I saw clips of it. I'm like, yeah, no.
I'm going to just save you the heartache right there. I mean, if X-Men Dark Phoenix was the death of the X-Men franchise, then
New Mutants coffin
was the final nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm. As a lot of people have said in many reviews, the final nail in the coffin. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing that. I don't know when, but since we're on the X-Men trend here, might as well do that. Since I've already covered Underworld and Resident Evil and Transformers, basically just good potential movies that went bad over time.
It's just it's basic. It's like watching a Greek tragedy, really.
Yeah. So let's continue Day of Reckoning. Yeah, let's get back to Sentinels. These Sentinels have more arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
For one, these things are armed with claws,
cannons, grenade launchers,
chest cannons, laser beams.
Yep.
Gel that can encase you in suspended animation,
effectively ending a fight.
Bruh.
And they even have those awesome jet boots.
Yep. One thing I gotta say, bruh, you got a gel that can stop a person in motion. I don't think you need to kill them at this point. If you got that now,
Yep.
But whatever. It's a freaking Sentinel, a death machine. So I'm guessing
a weapon of mass destruction.
So if I present that argument to Trask, he'll look at me like, "Why not put a lot of guns on it?" And I'll look at him like, "You know what? You have a point there. You have a point there."
And they're looking at the schematics and they're like going, "Well, not enough guns. Let's see if we can add some more guns here. Oh, we'll put a cannon right here. Oh, you know what? Why stop there? Hey, here's the mocha maker."
And almost quote unquote kill Wolverine in the next episode, which I'm glossing over a lot of things, but let me bring it up now before we actually get into the one that we really want to talk about. The one that we really want to talk about. So this episode introduces the Acolytes, which consists of we now know what Magneto has been doing for the longest time, which is he was recruiting people to be his acolytes. So these acolytes consist of Sabretooth, Pyro,
Gambit.
You beat me to it. Screw it. I'll say it. Gambit and Colossus. So,
fun fact before we get any further. You know how the Acolytes kind of take a formation behind the last orb?
Yep.
You notice that Colossus is standing parallel to Gambit, and Sabretooth is standing parallel to
Pyro.
To Pyro. So Gambit and Colossus will eventually join the X-Men, whereas Sabretooth and Pyro will still stand with Magneto. So basically, if you were to draw a line between the two sides, it would form an X.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Also, I need to highlight another thing. Again, props to sound department when they brought out the Acolytes, and when Magneto shows up, you get his famous character sound bite, which really, like, it shows them coming out the orbs, and then you finally get Magneto coming out, and I'm like, oh snap, he about to do something big, isn't he?
Because but what I love about this episode is the complete. This is subversion done right, because what's going on here? Logan is kidnapped by this group of humans, Bolivar Trask.
Yep.
And you think Magneto's going to go there and he's going to help Wolverine, and the X-Men are going to kind of go and save their friends. No, you find out. No, this is not the case at all.
Nope. Go ahead.
This is all part of a larger plan that nobody was ready for.
Yeah. So here's how the plan starts. So you got the X-Men fighting the Acolytes. And I think the Brotherhood joined them as well.
Yep. They joined them as well because Xavier's been pushing them in the danger room.
Foreshadowing.
Yep.
We're not going to talk about. Nope. We're not going to talk about what the foreshadow is. But
nope. But he's pushing them in the danger room to fight Magneto, and basically is saying that you're not ready to face him because he's clearly about to make his move. And the X-Men are working as hard as they can, but Xavier says, obviously, we need to bolster our ranks if we're going to fight Magneto.
Yep.
And that's when he brings in the Brotherhood.
And they're like, are you kidding me? Xavier!
Yep. And Charles Xavier, and I'm really I'm breaking it down to the bare simplicity, but Cyclops and Xavier have it out, and Cyclops walks.
Yep. He quits. Well, not necessarily quit. He just steps down.
Yeah,
he's like, I can't take this. You're crazy. I'm not gonna work with them. You know, you guys go ahead, do what you gotta do. You know, listen to Charles. I'm done.
Yeah.
As far as like Dean's concerned, she's with them. You know, she wants to go.
She wants to go with them, but she also realizes that she can't leave at this because Scott has now left a void, and her leaving would just simply make more problems.
Yep, and I think Xavier's behest too, because he tells her not to like leave him. Let him like leave him. We don't need him at the moment. Let him cool down, or like he's you notice that Xavier's being progressively more colder and crueler with his leadership
and colder. Yeah, exactly. You're noticing that in this episode, he's getting a little more aggressive, a little more of the cold shoulder, and of course, there's good reason to. It's clear Magneto's making his move and Wolverine's missing, which of course would, especially given the events of season 1 with the Cauldron, they know how crafty Magneto can be.
Exactly. So
of course, so Xavier himself is experiencing, something that's off kilter here.
Exactly. What would I say? Fight. Basically, fight against the Acolytes and the Brotherhood and the X-Men. They got nothing on these guys.
Nope.
Whatsoever. Like, even with team together like this, they got nothing on these guys. Like, Colossus is really he goes blow to blow with Beast for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he goes blow to blow with Blob. Blob gets knocked out. Beast gets
But I love it when he's going unstoppable strength. And he says you want to compare, and he actually knocks him down, and then Kitty phases him into the building, and then Avalanche brings the building down on top of him. But then Colossus just pops right out, runs right over to Blob, and sends him flying.
Yep. And of course, we get this moment where Rogue is telling Gambit, Gambit's like playing with his card. You see him,
and she's infatuated with him he's given her the dreamy eye look. Which
I gotta point this out because I know I mentioned about this in about something in the first stream, right? Mm-hmm. That potentially Gambit might have a second ability, which is charm.
Yeah.
Like a sort of pheromone situation, whereas she's about to touch him. She's about to absorb him, but he looks at her and she stops, and he gives her that card, and he literally walks away, and she's swooning, and that's when she and the moment
he even gives her a wink to seal the deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is where I say that he might have that second ability, because the moment he walks away, he's not there no more. He's not there no more after he does the wink. But then she snaps out of it, she looks at the card, and she tosses it, and it blows up, of course, for her troubles. I'm like, does Gambit have 2 abilities?
It's not unheard of in the X-Men universe.
If anybody who made it this far into the stream, let me know in the comments.
Which, by the way, kudos to anybody who made it to this far. You guys are the real MVPs here.
Yeah, because I tried to speed it along, but we backtrack, we point stuff out. It's fun when we do that. It's fun when it's fun when I do that too. You guys see me do it in the previous stream, but part 2, that was all part 1, of course. Part 1 is basically when the Sentinel reveals itself, attacks Wolverine, and part 2 is where things come to a head, and we actually get the plan. The Acolytes are there as a distraction.
Yep.
Magneto's plan is to reveal mutants to the world.
Not only reveal the mutants, but also bring out the just to show the Sentinel, to show the futility of what it is to fight mutants.
Yep.
And that scene where Magneto says, "Now it's time for the world to know who we are." Just chills.
Yeah. Yeah. And the way how everybody are simultaneously trying to take down the Sentinel, that thing is still going. Yeah. It still keeps going, and we got people that are getting trapped, getting captured here left and right. You got Beast that gets captured. I believe Kitty almost got captured, if not for her quick thinking. Yep. I think Rogue gets captured.
Rogue, Blob, um, uh, Beast, and Spike get captured.
Yeah, and we won't know where they're being taken to until next season.
And while all this is happening, this is the killer. While all this is happening, the X Mansion is in lockdown, DEFCON 5.
That's a side thing that's happening, of course.
Yep. DEFCON 5 that was introduced in Fun and Games.
Yeah.
And it's under lockdown, and it's set to explode.
And all the while, the New Mutants are trying their best to get out of there. You got Cannonball just banging and banging against.
Yeah. And Bobby's like going, for the last time, Cannonball, it's made so you can't do that.
Yeah. But I gotta give Cannonball credit. He's gonna try.
Yeah. And I think he was making some progress. It would have taken time and effort, but they wouldn't have been able to get out there in the time span.
Yeah, because he was making some dents here and there.
Yeah.
Cyclops had to find his way through it through a secret way by climbing a cliff, and that's where
Boom Boom comes back.
Yeah, Boom Boom does.
Cyclops that, hey, just wanted to let you know.
Does return. She returns me. Yeah, she was going there to warn everybody that Mystique is back, and that's where DEFCON 1 starts happening. She's with Amara at the time.
Yep.
Who was also locked outside of the building. We have those three climbing up the cliff, going in through a secret passageway, which faulty security system there if it's supposed to keep everybody out and keep the safe people in.
That's because, and this is where, as much as I hate the episode, this is where it does play into a factor. Walk on the Wild Side revealed that area was still under construction.
Right.
So, ergo, all of the security systems. That's why it was easy for them to get in from that way and then to go upstairs.
Matthew Flynn says in the same case as Cannonball, I think I would have tried to. Oh, that's Dog. Sorry, that's Doggo.
Yeah,
Doggo Halliburton.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said I think I would have tried to.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if you're going to get out or not, but you may as well try.
I mean, didn't Magma try to burn her way through it too at one point?
Magma actually got out. Remember, they were
right.
The whole thing was under lockdown.
They were running.
They were running, and she was able to get out, and then she ran to go find Scott.
Right, because we all know he left the mansion to cool his head. The guy inside that fortunately a countdown was happening, which means the X Mansion was going to explode.
Yep.
So you had this moment where Scott is trying to enter the code to disable the self-destruct, and it won't work. For whatever reason, it won't work. And he says, and like you hear everybody just like Scott, what are you gonna do, Scott? We gotta get out of here, Scott. And he's like, everyone, chill. Let's go this way. And we don't see where they go.
Nope.
And you see the final clock ticking to the last second, and the mansion explodes.
Kablooey.
But you don't see them die.
Yep. Suspicious.
Then we get back to the action, which is the Sentinel still attacking, and everybody again is hitting them hard. I think Aurora gets captured too, because I think she contributed by attacking it. I think she gets captured too, doesn't she?
Does. Oh yeah, she does. She tries to throw this big lightning bolt right at it. It just takes the hit, then looks right up at her, and then shoots right at her.
Yeah. Oh, here's another thing. The animation between these two episodes skyrocketed.
And now you realize, holy smokes, that's why we got such crappy animation in Hex Factor and all there. This is where the money went.
Yep.
I especially love
and it was well spent.
Yep. I especially love the scene where there's like literally all of this fire and chaos.
Yeah.
behind the Brotherhood, and they're all just sitting there like they're posing for an album cover.
Oh, you know one thing. I that's the reason why I brought the animation, because you brought the light, and immediately I thought, oh, time to bring up the animation quality again.
Mm-hmm.
But we also got a few a bit of comedy bits here as well. Whereas you got Talansky's little famous.
Yeah. Or when he's like, where he's taking on Colossus, and he's trying to take on Colossus, and he says to him, "Let's try taking on a toad," and it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's like, can we be friends?
And then you find, I love
man.
this. I love this fight more than anything, because while they're all fighting, you can't see Magneto, but it's clear Magneto is working behind the scenes. Wanda isn't even participating in this fight. She is looking just dead set on looking for Magneto.
Right.
It's
also, Trask meant for the Sentinel to attack them in a secluded spot, whereas Magneto, I think, took control of it at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where Trask is like really fuming and frothing at the mouth, like, hey, get this thing back under control. We can't, sir.
Yeah.
What is happening then? I don't know. The platform is moving on its own, and that's where the Sentinel is actually taking on the X-Men, taking a look at him.
It's still following its base function: search and capture mutants.
The status quo change is where I mentioned earlier. Mutants are exposed.
Yep, because you got all of these news helicopters flying overhead, and they're filming what's going on. And see, this is like Avengers before it was even Avengers. This style fighting.
Yeah.
This is why I love this show so much. Everything that you see and you love in the MCU owes its origins to all this cartoons and stuff that came before it.
Exactly. And who was it that took the Sentinel down?
Yeah, come on. We all know. It was Mystique.
It was
It wasn't. No. It wasn't Mystique. It was Charles Xavier. Didn't he shoot? No, that's right. Charles Xavier. I'm sorry, not Mystique. It was Charles Xavier. He was inside the helicopter and he was shooting the Sentinel. Oh no!
But who was the one? Who was the one who delivered the final blow?
Wanda.
It was In a way, yes, but yeah. So I was gonna say Magneto was the one that did it, but he also in a way he undid himself in that one, because he was already on the verge of crushing it with his magnetism. Wanda stops him dead in his tracks with her powers.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier assists, but she says, "No, you will not interfere."
That's right. She pushes him away, and because she's pushing him away, she has to let go of Magneto. The Sentinel sees Magneto and fires his missiles, and then Magneto sends the missiles right back at the Sentinel.
But unfortunately, it crashes upon him.
Yep.
And he seemingly dies.
Yep. And
but we don't.
Yep.
But we don't see a body. So that concludes.
And right at that moment, Charles Xavier comes in and tells all the X-Men and Brotherhood, "Come on, we got to get out of here right now." And they say, "Well, what about?" And they say, "Well, what about all the others who have been captured?" But the authorities have already gotten a hold of them, and they say, "We'll have to come back to them later." So they get on and this is my favorite part of the episode. They get on the helicopter and they're flying away, but you're hearing all of these news broadcasts. Like
you're cutting out there again.
Oh, sorry. They are. Can you hear me now?
You're roboting.
Uh-oh. I don't know what to do. I am a robot.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. One of my favorite parts of the episode is as they're flying away, there's a broadcast going on saying
Yep.
who are these people? Are they aliens? Are they, all this kind of stuff. And then they make it back to the X Mansion and they see it destroyed. Nightcrawler is devastated, as well as everybody else. They're all devastated.
And I believe either the reveal is shown in this episode or is it shown in the next episode of season 3?
Well, they land and they happen to see that Scott and all of the New Mutants are still alive because it turns out Cerebro and the underground level was the only thing not destroyed in the explosion. And
the safest spot.
Yep. Jean is so happy that he's alive as well as all the other New Mutants. But Scott just beelines it over to Charles Xavier and just picks him right up and throws him down and says, "You did this. You destroyed it all. This is all your fault.
And show yourself."
Yep. And it's revealed that Charles Xavier is Mystique.
Yep. Boom. Bombshell. Mm-hmm. If I ever heard of in a two-parter of greatest two-parters, or at least three-parters in the 90s era of storytelling, where we had the stakes raised, we had the mic drops, we had, oh my goodness. When I saw that as a kid, I've never been fearful of the Sentinel than I ever was in the 90s cartoon. Aside from Master Mode also elevating that fear, but this made me fear Sentinels all the more. Now more so ever, especially when you deal with them in X-Men Legends, dude. Yep. Bane of my existence when it came down to the Sentinels on that game. Man, Sentinels will forever. I used to poke fun at them when I got in my mid to early 20s. I used to poke fun at them like they do more harm than good because they're so big. But harkening back now that I'm older. Currently, I'm 33. I'm going to be 34 this year, by the way, in May. But looking back at it now, as say again.
You have a birthday in May?
Yeah. I won't say it yet. Nice. I won't say when. You guys will. I'll probably will do a birthday stream just like Troy.
Very cool.
I'll piggyback. I'll piggyback off of Troy's idea, like I did with the Q&A.
This season, though, I also love it because, like it says, dealing with new challenges. What Kelly said in the first episode, but it's challenges that they never would have expected, and that's the whole point of a challenge. A challenge is the unexpected.
So before we sign out, let me read everybody's comments so they won't feel left behind. And let's go with Dogo Halliburton. I know you probably exhausted right now, Schooner, but let's.
No. I'm here to see the end. I'm here to the end.
Nice. And we've been going on almost close to 6 hours, but whatever. It happens. I don't care. I'll be shocked if we get to the final season and we went 7 hours, despite how short that season is. But anyways, let's hear Doggo Halliburton here. I'd be surprised if Days of Future Past didn't take the silhouette of the Sentinels from Evolution. Yeah, they do kind of remind me of that.
He's right. The set, or he or she, is right. They the Sentinels of the past definitely do bear a striking resemblance to the Sentinels in this series.
Right. They do crop up in Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Which was very conflicted about that movie too.
I got my own little nitpicks about that.
We'll talk about that when we finally do the entire X-Men franchise. Matthew Flynn says, I just remember Boom isn't the only OG X-Force member in this show. Cannonball's a member too, and Wolfsbane, she's not an OG member. But she's not an OG member.
Boy, was I wrong.
Nice all the same though, because like they're matching things that and it fits, it works in its own way.
Yeah.
Doggo Halliburton again, and this is a classic trope where McNeil uses Trask's obsession for his own goals. Done in the Ultimate Comics, this Wolverine and the X-Men Days of Future Past.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This isn't the first time Magneto has used the plans of somebody else, exploited the hatred of somebody else to achieve his own end.
Yep. Doggo again. Oh no, how's evolution going to continue without Magneto? Wink, wink. And last comment from Doggo is it's this episode where the reveal happens and Mystique has replaced Xavier. Exactly. Which we're going to really ratchet it up next week for season 3.
Which really begs the question: where do you think it happened?
Yeah, I still keep asking that question because there was moments where Magneto Xavier was using his powers, and I'm like, that wasn't Mystique. That wasn't Mystique then.
Yeah, I actually have a theory that it was actually during Hex Factor, after Mystique hands off Wanda to Agatha Harkness, who we forgot to mention. Very cool character.
Yeah.
The second character that chose to use magic, by the way.
Yeah, she also used that to fuel her hatred of Magneto and help her control her powers a bit too.
Yep. But she becomes a presence in the third season.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm serious. This season as a whole, now that we're talking about it, I want to watch it all over again.
Yeah, like I said, this is, in my opinion, seasons 2 and 3 were the high watermark of X-Men Evolution. I would say season 4, but it just only got 9 episodes.
We're going to voice our feelings in that one.
Yeah.
Because I did mention this to Green Lion Girl in one of her streams. I'm like, bro, how am I even going to spin season 4? Because that's basically nothing but filler episodes, or at least character episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But as always, I don't want to stretch this as much as I need to. So we'll end it right now, and I'll.
Let me just finish with this final thing. The switch happened after that sequence where Mystique hands Wanda over to Agatha Harkness, and that's when I think the switch happened. Because after that moment, Charles Xavier was out.
Yep. And Doggo also says, I love how Agatha is more or less true neutral.
Yeah. You know what? He's got a point on that one. Agatha wasn't really on the side of Mystique, more so than she really was saying, I'm here to help her, but whatever she does after I help her, that's on her.
Yep. So let me go down what's going on for the rest of this week. We have later on, or probably currently happening right now, Professor Geek's book study of Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian, along with his pal Al, Big Al. Tomorrow will be Green Lion Girl's streaming of Hitman, I believe. She's already started Hitman 3, but I think she's probably continuing Hitman. She's probably going to do Hitman 3 tomorrow. Or she's probably doing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Later on that day is, or at least on the same day, same time, is Songs with Birdman with Daniel Herron and H. Boomer. Thursday will be the Talking Transformers stream on WCR with a special guest. I am not saying it on the stream. You guys gonna have to wait and see. I keep it just like I kept you a secret today. I'm gonna keep the special guest a secret that day. Later on that day will be
same Wolf time, same Wolf channel.
Yep. 2:30 Eastern time. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Later on that day is the Catholic Bible Geeks Bible study. I don't know what's happening after that. Maybe a rewatch or maybe more. Oh no, his book study of Kenobi along with Al as well. But I don't know who else is doing anything else that day other than the Geek and Big Al. Friday, I believe it will be me and Matchstick doing Space Marine again. So I'll be there definitely. Before that, Somebody's doing a rewatch, maybe. Not sure about that. I think the geek might be doing a Couture stream later on that night too. Saturday will probably be another rewatch. I'm not sure who's. Oh, Battle Beyond the Stars with Big Al. Battle Beyond the Stars this Saturday with Big Al. Sunday it will be me and Mr. Matchstick doing a watch of Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I believe he has messaged me about that earlier. Before that's happening, guys, it will be the rebranded study hall. I don't know what they're going to call it this Sunday, but it will be a rebranded study hall with Age Boomer and Troy Pacelli. Monday will be Monday Night Music Sound Engraver. Oh, hey there, Sound Engraver. Next week, definitely check out her channel. Be there for that juicy lecture she gives for any topic that she comes to mind. And please always listen and learn, because she has some really good things to say on those streams. The next day after that will be season 3, and I hope I have you again for season 3, ScoonerTuna. It's been a very good pleasure to have you with me today to do this. I was so glad that this turned out the way it did. Are you still there, Scooner?
I am still here, my friend.
Okay. So, will you be willing to do this next week?
Give me a second to think about it.
Okay, just make sure you message me.
I'm in.
Good one. Next Thursday's topic, I don't know what it is. Hopefully I can get Leia plus size on Thursday. If she gets back to me, but you'll know you'll know what's happening once I throw in the Wolf Commander schedule on the Professor Geeks group, the YouTube group, and the MeWe and the Minds. If any of you guys are following me on Minds, you'll know the schedule there too, and on Twitter if you follow me on Twitter. So, with that being said, again, I'd like to thank my man here, the ScoonerTuna, for joining me for this review of Season 2 of X-Men Evolution Season 2, and I appreciate your care. This has been the Wolf Commander Wolf Tan Media. Sign us out, Scooner. This is your part where you say
from a large, uninhabited and abandoned government research facility buried deep underground, but it has still not so great Wi-Fi. This is ScoonerTuna signing out. Bloop, 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 bloop.
All right. Good night, everybody. Ow!